Sam Clive Noni. This is my story, my Nigerian story. God bless. Happy birthday, Nigeria.
I'm counting him down. I'm counting him down. I'm counting him down.
Saint, he didn't say you stop it for the last verse. How do you want to move? Okay, thank you. The last one. Okay. Yeah. Well, not now. I think, yeah. Yeah, when it's ready. Okay. Yeah.
IPOB. Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a of IPOB. Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is that even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. What a place in this place. Condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I talk with them.
I hate to bring this up, but it's a recurring decimal. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high, and we cannot afford it. The cost of the civil service, the cost of the National Assembly. If we saved some money and added to what Dr. Teriba has said, we will start to build up our revenues. On the other hand, we do have a lot of idle assets. Railway lines, silos for grain storage, refineries, all kinds of things that we can monetize if we can second them out and get the private sector to get involved in their utilization, their refurbishment, and so many other things like that. What are the things that we stand to see to let us know that we are a ship moving and going somewhere?
We're going to have asset registry. These are some of the things we want to deal with as quickly as possible. So we know the assets of the country. Of IPOB. Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. On the issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them.
I hate to bring this up, but it's a recurring decimal. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high, and we cannot afford it. The cost of the civil service, the cost of the National Assembly. If we save some money and added to what Dr. Teriba has said, we will start to build up our revenues. On the other hand, we do have a lot of idle assets. Railway lines, silos for grain storage, refineries, all kinds of things that we can monetize if we can second them out and get the private sector to get involved in their utilization, their refurbishment, and so many other things like that. What are the things that we stand to see to let us know that we are a ship moving and going somewhere?
We're going to have asset registry. These are some of the things we want to deal with as quickly as possible. So we know the assets of the country and ensure that they all put into production. Remember that I said we're going to move it from consumption to production. All assets must be productive. No asset will again, and I can tell you to make it productive, we are going to remove it from government to private sector driven. I'm not talking about transactional private sector driven, genuine private sector driven. Cost of governance. I don't need to tell you more about cost of governance, except to go and verify what happened in the Anambra State. That is all I can tell you. I'm an allergy for waste as a person, and the same thing will apply in government. We talked about what ASU is minding. ASU asked, it was 2009, almost 13 years ago, that this agreement was reached by government. And I know it was about 1.3 trillion, out of which Jonathan's government paid 200 billion, remaining 1.1 trillion. Let's say that is the situation. The waste, the stealing, would have paid that thing. We therefore let's eat. Look at our oil tank. At a time we critically need every single resource. We are the only country in the world that is not meeting our OPEC production. In July, we have 717 shortage daily. Multiplied by 31 days is 22,227,000 barrels. On the average pricing of oil in July, it is 110. So we lost $2,445,000,000 in 1 month. Even like you said about their rates, which I mentioned when I talk about rates, the official rate, which is said is not available, is 410. The real rate is 690. So if you put 690 and 5 and 410 is 1,100. Let's use the average, 550. If you multiply $2,445,000,000 with 550, it will give you 1,344,750,000,000 naira. And we are still owing, and we cannot, and we are owing ASU 1.1 trillion. 1 month stealing. We can't continue. Why would government be borrowing money when somebody is there cutting away money? How?
Dr. Kitty. Thank you, Dr. Tariba. I was speaking to a group of CEOs about a few weeks ago, and I made a presentation on the Nigerian economy. Then one of them asked me, where is the good news? I said to him, if there's good news, he should tell me so that I can tell people in my own next presentation, because there's nothing good happening at the moment. So basically, whether it's the economy, whether it's security, whether it's investment, whether it's government debt, whether it's exchange rate, everything, there's no stable. And everyone recognizes that without a stable economic environment, you cannot make progress.
On exchange rate, which you've mentioned, because people have asked questions, how do you control exchange rate? The greatest impact of exchange rate in our system is fiscal recklessness. Just like our inflation can deal with it in 2 items. It's fiscal recklessness because what you're doing, expensive money, you're printing money to pay for subsidy. If you remove that and remove borrowing for consumption, you stabilize and aggressively going to what I said, moving the country from consumption to production, you stabilize your rates. It's happening with every country. I've said it before. DP weather, I can assure you that under my watch, all the weather, if at all is going to happen, must be clearly defined to impact positively on the people, not for anybody's benefit, no matter who. you must pay the duty. If you're not going to pay it, it is as a result of the fact that we are bringing in this for the purposes of the people, like maybe health equipment. So we know we're going to put it not in presidential clinic, but in general clinic. We will ensure that.
It's such a beautiful morning here from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm super excited. And that's the reason why I'm saying good morning to you wonderful people and welcoming you to the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. I'm super excited. And yes, welcoming all of our viewers across the nation and of course, globally, Nigerians in diaspora. We love you so much. Thank you for joining us on this prestigious and historic event today. It's obediently safe to say we are together and this is a new Nigeria. I am your host, Amazing Adeboye. And need I remind you, just like I said earlier, this is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. Yes, like I said, we are super excited. I am super excited because, you know, Telethon most times is usually, it runs daily, it runs for hours, it runs for days, but we are just making it come for you. Today, it's going to run from morning till night, and we are together to run this together. And welcoming our studio audience, DSTV, Star Times, all of you joining to stream and experience this wonderful gathering today. We say thank you so very much. Okay, right about now, we are just going to hit the nail on the head and get down to business on why we are gathered here today. Do you want to know more? We will be right back after this very short clip. Please just stay with us. Thank you.
How could a country like Nigeria, with 923,000 square kilometers of land, 200 plus million people, total export last year, even using their own rate, let me now use official rate, is $47 billion. It is unacceptable. Our comparative states I use every day is Vietnam. Total land space is 331,000 square kilometers. 100 million people. So they live on 1/3 of our land, half of our population. Their export last year is nearly $400 billion. And what did they export? Manufactured goods. Malaysia, living again on 329,000 square kilometers of land, 1/3 of our land, 30 million people, which is 50% of our population. Total export last year is about 290 billion. And we are doing 400 and something. The list is, you can go on and on and on. A tiny country like Israel, 22,000 square kilometers, which is, we are 923. So if we give them 23, we still have 900. And 9 million people, we are about 100 and something. If you remove their 9, we are still 200. Total export last year, $59.8 billion. They even did always twice us. It cannot control. And that's why I said, deal with issues of fiscal recklessness. You bring your rates under control. We'll deal with it when we go further with other questions. Thank you very much. On issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is Human Development Index. And this is hanged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. And we are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy today is about 50-something, as against the global average of 72. So we're low. Same in education. So it's to prioritize that. I just gave somebody an example. In the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2021, Nigeria budget in health is under 2.5 trillion for 200 million people. It's unacceptable. Even this year, our budget for health is about 1.5 trillion. Our budget for education is about 2 trillion. Two of them combined, annual budget is about 3.5 trillion. When your 6-month budget for subsidy, which is a criminalized, listen, is 3.6 trillion. It's not acceptable. You have to put money in key development areas, as Professor Johnson has just mentioned, and I read out here, that what separates country, rich and poor, is health and education. That's clear. We will deal with it. But he said, how do you cover it? Nations of our size have covered it. How did India, for 1.4 billion people, cover issue of health? How did Indonesia cover that? These nations have done it well. People who don't know how to do, we learn from them. There's nothing wrong in learning if you don't know how to do it.
The first major problem that the administration confronted within a few weeks of being in office, and which has crippled the regime for 7 years, is that they had assumed that when they get into office, they will meet liquidity waiting for them. That their only role is to spend it. Can you please tell us how you plan to get money? Thank you, President.
On issue of liquidity, mine is to always ask the same question. How do governments of other countries get their own liquidity? Because they're going through the same problem we're going through. You've seen government complain every day that our revenue to GDP is low. My answer to that is, it's wrong. For you to generate revenue, like going to a bank, you have to pay in first. Then you can get withdraw. You can't go to withdraw without paying in. And how does government pay in? It is the job of government to ensure and invest in economic growth and then create job and employment, which will allow people to come and pay taxes. You cannot have 100 million people living in poverty and you're expecting robust revenue. Where are you going to get it from? The number of people, if you use the standard, Nigeria is 200 million people. So the number of people that are supposed to be working,
leave the country, now the country is poor.
Gainfully employed, if you take the world average of 50, it's 120 million. But all of us know that today, the number of people that are gainfully employed is about 40 million. We have about 60 to 70 million people unproductive. So they're not doing anything for you.
And I also feel like the amalgamation does not work. The structure,
poverty, have a robust economic growth, and then you will be able to have the House of Reps and president. How does government generate money everywhere is to ask questions. And if I may use just one situation, one country, to give you an example, a big country, let me not leave the Western world, America and Britain, and go to Asia, China. China finances its budget. Today, the last budget that followed was about 4 trillion. Out of this 4 trillion, 3.2 trillion came from taxes. 50% of that came from tax to micro, small businesses. And this segment is providing jobs, 60% of the job in China. Employed people in China is 800 million. So they are providing 540 million people. In fact, in urban areas, about 80%. So it's a simple thing that you need to inject and support the economy for economic growth, which will in turn make people, the more you're robust and more your economy is, the more you can earn from taxes and other incomes. That's how government can be liquid. Again, countries borrow money. They borrow money and invest. If you borrow for investment, which is what I was saying before, you have an economic growth, which in turn brings in more liquidity and revenue.
Nigeria is blessed with a vast coastline, but is majorly dependent on Apapa port. Please, how do you plan to open up other port options?
Let me tell you about the ports. I'm a trader. Don't go to that area. I know what to do with the ports. I assure you that I'll make sure that dealing with trade and importation and export will be seamless. Remember, I'm trying to drive export. That's what we're doing. Power is something everybody is worried about. I know very well that the federal government of Nigeria and the government today have removed power from exclusive list to concurrent list. For me, I will go, and for the government, we will go further than that. Because if you look at our power problem today, we have privatized generation and distribution, leaving the critical link between these two, transmission. That is where we have what you can call ineffective problem that needs to be dealt with. So for me, the first thing I will do to ensure power is, one is to liberalize transmission. You're going to look at the power companies because the privatization, I don't want to go into the problem of it, but we can support the existing companies that are involved in power to ensure that there's a dedicated gas supply, which is part of their problem today, gas to power, ensure that the generation, transmission, and distribution is properly aligned, have clear certainty of policy and regulatory environment, which is what President mentioned. There's no certainty of the greater environment for them to operate. You have policy somersault every day. You need to be clear. Support them to have access to funding that is attractive and deal with some of the tax incentives. Ensure that you deal with immediately issue of embedded power and renewable energy. We have to go with all facets. Issue of power would be an emergency that we have to deal with all means possible. And I've studied a lot of things. My sister, I was talking about issue of access to the resources to deal with this. You can actually do it involving the private sector aggressively. Government doesn't need to be entirely involved. Where the government is going to be involved, like what happened in Egypt, they just give a sovereign guarantee. And that you can deal with when it comes to the issue of power.
People say your party lacks structure. How are you going to defeat these odds?
But it's for the people to look at the past years. What brought us to where we are today is cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years by the same people who are in office today. So we're talking about the structure that have produced the highest number of people in poverty in any country. The structure that have produced the highest number of out-of-school children, the structure that have made the country one of the most corrupt countries in the world, that have made it one of the most insecure places in the world, the structure that have brought about highest youth unemployment in the world, the structure that have made drug prevalence in Nigeria the highest. So I can go on and tell you about what this structure is all about. The structure that have brought disunity in Nigeria. That is the structure we want to remove. We want to bring a structure that will secure, unite, and bring about production-centered leadership in Nigeria, where we will start pulling people out of poverty, a structure that will start governing by rule of law, a structure that will fight corruption. This is the structure we need now. So I believe that the people know what I'm fighting for.
People say your party lacks structure.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's great to have you back from our studio to your screen. Need I remind you that this is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon 2023. We are super excited. I'm super excited. I'm saying I am excited because I am so excited. And yes, it is a fundraising event where we make special donations, charitable support, and all of that. So we have QR codes that will be displayed on your screen. And of course, we have banks which you can pay into, FCMB, EcoBank. And of course, you can do all of that. You need to always be reminded that you need to make some donations. That's the reason why we're gathered here today. Okay, welcome you again on DSTV, on Star Times, our special studio audience, our Nigerians and diaspora, and of course, everyone represented here on our social media platforms across the nation, Nigeria. Thank you again, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Right about now, we have a special remark by a very, very notable personality in person of Professor Pat Utomi, and he will be joined by some of our special, knowledgeable, versatile speakers on the internet. And one of the things that our presidential candidates talked about in Abakaliki at the Success Conference in 2022, it said, my leadership will pay serious attention to the health system and of course ensuring that at least 100 million poor Nigerians get access to free medical support in the health system through an integrated scheme. Would you not love that? To be in the health sector, it's so important. And that's one of the things that Professor Pat Utomi will be talking about with Dr. Loretta Okor. So right about now, it's safe to say I'll be back with you in the squeezing of a lemon. Do not go nowhere because we're just about to set the ball rolling.
Don't worry what time of the day it is where you are, because where I was raised, it is said that when you wake up is your morning. So it's always morning. And so good morning. We are embarking on something unique, never done before in Nigerian politics. So it's appropriate to say why and to say a thing or two about our agenda for the day before we step into the health arena. And this is all important to put the person who will lead up a conversation on health in perspective. But let me welcome you by saying that Nigeria is in the throes of a revolution. I don't know how much you realize that you are a part of history. Nigeria is in the throes of unprecedented, massive change from a period of inactive citizens, if you will, to a period where the citizens are themselves the ones creating political movements. You know, the old Greeks, full of wisdom, the great philosophers that we know of that set the course of human enlightenment were essentially Greek. And back in the days of Aristotle and Plato and all of that, they used to look at members of society and categorize them. At the lowest level of social evolution, they call the people domiciled there idiots. Now, today we abuse people when we say, you idiot. No, it wasn't supposed to be an abuse. It was just a description of people who think only about themselves. You know, they don't think of others, they just think about themselves. That's an idiot. Well, as society evolves, as people improve in their social, if you will, skills, they might become tribesmen. Now, tribesmen are clearly a notch ahead of idiots because tribesmen do not care for themselves alone. They care for others. But the others that they care for are usually people who they share some affinity with, a parochial kind of relationship, either they are bloodline, so they are relatives, they speak the same language, so they're part of an ethnic group. And these kind of parochial people typically think of anybody who does not speak their language or not belong to their faith or as an enemy. I mean, one of the best discussions on this subject in the modern era is offered by a Harvard professor called Joshua Green in the book Moral Tribes. And he describes this scenario that has evolved in conversation since a certain marine biologist in 1968 led us off on this track of trying to understand how people behave in iterations has come to be known as game theory and all of that. Anyway, tribesmen, people who see anybody outside of their group as an enemy. Tribesmen are always inclined towards war, divide, separate. Who are those people? We don't know them. They are enemies. But when people make further progress, they become citizens. Citizens are people who, in the thinking of the old Greek philosophers, share their humanity. They recognize a shared humanity. So what matters to them is the common good of all, not necessarily people who come from their village or people who speak the same language or people who eat the same kind of food or whatever. We have reached a stage in Nigerian society that the question is being thrown: who are citizens? Who are tribesmen? And who are the idiots amongst us? Well, it seems like a group of citizens decided that enough was enough in terms of how much progress Nigeria had made. That process needed to kick up a, if you will, broad umbrella that will bring people, because they are human beings, into a better view of their world. Nothing could have facilitated that happening more than the fact, as Mr. Peter Obi pointed out in the speech from Abakaliki that was just played, the naked truth of our reality is that bread will not be sold differently to a Yoruba man than it will be sold to a Kanuri man, not to an Ijaw man, not to talk of an Igbo man, Hausa or Fulani. It's going to be the same price. So if there's going to be hunger, hunger will get all of them. And guess what? There is hunger in the land. Our country now has the dubious, if you will, what do we call it? Status of the poverty capital of the world. Our own government agency recently indicated that 133 million of us live in multifaceted, multidimensional poverty. We know that China and India, populations of 1.4 billion people, blah, 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 put their poor together, and there are still more poor people in Nigeria, with a population of no more than 200 and something million people. So the people were fed up. They'd had enough of leadership that could not exercise imagination and pull the people up. Zambia, which used to look at Nigeria as, wow, was more prosperous than South Korea in the 50s. And guess what? Today, South Korea is far, 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 far more prosperous than Nigeria. What happened in 2 generations? How did that happen? That's simple. We had leadership that could not exercise imagination in Nigeria. And so Nigeria kept falling back. And I'll tell you a story, a true story of an experience I had. I was in the advanced management program at INSEAD in Fontainebleau in France in 1993. Now, INSEAD is the European Graduate School of Business Administration. And there was a professor who was on sabbatical leave from the United States who was teaching at the time. His name is Ingo Walter. Ingo Walter was a very famous professor of global finance. And Ingo Walter was trying to look at the evolution of exchange rates and the gap, somewhere Nigeria is back to today, and we're looking at again, the gap between exchange rate and the purchasing power parity of countries and how it affects their performance as economies. He showed regions of the world graphs of exchange rate divergence from purchasing power parity line. Showed Latin America, really funny, that was when things were going crazy in Latin America. Showed Asia. You could tell why the Asians made progress, because their purchasing power parity was pretty close to their nominal exchange rates. And so transactions, you could trust outcomes and all of that. And you can see how the South Koreans became what they became, while the Africans slipped far behind them, who they were ahead of. Then he put the graph on Africa, and the entire class, mainly CEOs of companies around the world, burst out laughing. One country was so wild with his exchange rate, he could not be contained in the graph. That country, of course, was Nigeria. And everybody began to laugh in the class. I was the only dark-skinned person in the class, by the way. And so, and because, as you can see, the darkness of my skin sometimes is not so evident. The poor professor did not realize I was Nigerian. So as everybody laughed, he said, look, you guys, you want to be really amused? I can tell you about that country. He said, that country I have visited once in my life. He said, the Lagos University, the University of Lagos, but they call it Lagos University, was going to set up a business school. And they needed somebody to volunteer to come and help them with curriculum and stuff. So he said he volunteered. Very few people were willing to. And we're talking about the 70s or so. And so he got on Air Nigeria. That's what he called Nigeria Airways, from New York. And the Air Nigeria plane, as he was landing in Lagos, as he called Lagos, people suddenly started getting up. And he wondered, is there a problem? But they were taking their bags while the plane was still taxiing. He said that the aircraft pulled to a stop. And then they opened the doors and everybody came out and started running. He was wondering why they were running. So he too started running. And they all ran and they got to these cubicles. That was when the old international airport is what is MM2 today. And there were these cubicles and there were holes through which you were supposed to pass your passport. He said, but nobody used the holes. They threw the thing in from the top. So he was wondering, why did they neglect what they should? So he threw his own in, and his own refused to come out. Everybody's own was coming out. And then at the end of the queue, when everybody was gone, some Dutch guy standing behind him was going to
I said to Dutch guy, look, my own has been in there since. Dutch guy said, did you put something inside? I said, no, am I supposed to? He said, okay, give me $50. I said, what? He put and passed it. He said, as the dollar was going out, his passport was coming. The dollar was going in, his passport was coming out. He said, huh? What kind of country is this? He said, then two people walked up to him and they said, hey, let's see your yellow card. He followed them. It's a long story, but it's worth telling to know why Nigeria must rise up again, why we need to change behavior in Nigeria, why this telethon is important, why a new direction for Nigeria under a new leadership is an imperative. So Ingo Walter says that these two people will take him to a room and they look at his yellow card and they found that his yellow fever actually expired that day. 5-year yellow fever. Most people didn't look at those things, but Nigeria looked at it back in those days. And so they said to him, you are in serious trouble. So one said to him, we can actually charge you now with criminal importation of yellow fever into Nigeria. Say, yes. Say, but you can facilitate matters. Say, how? How can I facilitate matters? You mean give you a bribe? Say, bribe? Who mentioned bribe? We know we can add a charge of trying to bribe officers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He said, oh, really? Say, but you can just facilitate things. He said, huh? So he brings out a $5 note and gives them, a $10 note and gives them. And they look at him. What do you think we are, dogs? $10? So he brings out additional $5 notes, adds to the $10, gives them. And they say, okay, you can go. And as he's going, he turns back and he says to them, guys, you are doing so much damage to your country. Nobody wanted to come on this trip. I volunteered to come and help. And this is how I'm being paid back. He said, help what? He told the story of University of Lagos. One of the guys said to him, he didn't mention I'm a University of Lagos graduate. Okay, take back $5. Because it's University of Lagos. He said, what? You're getting rebate or bribe. And the whole class by now was literally rolling on the floor in laughter. And he then paused and said, you know what? That country just keeps doing the wrong things. And they keep falling and falling and falling. The shocking thing about this story is that some of the smartest people I've met in my life come from that country. In fact, I had a classmate or roommate from Nigeria, and I wasn't half as smart as that guy. And I always ask myself, how come people so smart wake up every morning, load a machine gun, and point to their own feet and empty the bullets into their feet? He says, Nigeria will keep falling and falling and falling until there is no further to fall. When they get there, they look each other in the face and say, what the hell have we been doing? So watch out for that day, because Nigeria will come straight up like a rocket because they are such an endowed people. That was how he ended this horrible joke on Nigeria, which was a true story. And so Nigerian people literally getting where Ingo Walter said we would get, began to say to themselves, enough is enough. The product is what became the movement for what many people have chosen to call the third force. The third force welcomed Peter Obi when he discovered too that there was nowhere going in the PDP. Discovered a point that I had made for years, that the structure, the nature of the PDP and the APC were such that with the best of goodwill, those parties were incapable of leading Nigeria to a better way. Because the nature of the transactions that their structure, this famous structure, required was such that transformational leaders could not emerge from them. It was only about transactions. You get oil field, I give you votes. You get ministry of this, and they give you half their budget. You give me block choice from some neighborhood, those kinds of things. The result of this was that the Labour Party, to which Peter Obi now belongs, as I do, and people who did not want to be partisan, who did not care to be partisan, but wanted a new Nigeria, recognized that a new Nigeria is possible. Social movements, the labor unions, all of these people began to have conversations. These conversations created an organic movement that has thrown up a Peter Obi candidacy to the pole position. It's fascinating that every poll of seriousness has been conducted, has put this so-called rank outsider ahead of the traditional party candidates. So, having come where we have come to, we needed to get the people to own this process. And what a better way than a telethon in which you put your money where your mouths are. To say, own this process, own this new structure that will determine a new Nigeria in which pursuit of power is not for state capture. Pursuit of power is for use of power to serve the greater good of the greater number of our people. This, therefore, is the reason we are here today, a telethon to bring the people of Nigeria, wherever they are on the planet, to own the new direction for Nigeria and fund it, and stop this tragedy of states not being able to function because governors who can pay pensions will go and borrow money, take the half of the state's budget from the security account to pursue their political career interests. This is unacceptable. Society has to stop it. We have to have constitutional review that stops this nonsense of security vote through which governors are bleeding their states, destroying the possibilities of a greater future for their people to advance their own personal careers. And so we have come to visit with you on this. And here's the agenda for today. Many things are going to roll out. This is the first telethon on Nigerian television for political purpose, or any purpose for that matter. And the goal, above and beyond owning the process, you are the structure, will identify specific issues that hurt us that we can fund directly. I give you a particular pet project of mine in this telethon. A good many of our people are living in IDPs or just emerging from IDPs to go back to where they are normally domiciled, not having had any living source of generating income and sustenance for a few years now as a result of the violence in many parts of our country. These people are people too. They are like us. Right now, Harmattan winds are blowing across Nigeria, but their effects are felt much more in northern Nigeria. And those who are subject to these Harmattan challenges are significantly people who have just come out of IDPs or are still in IDPs and can't manage a decent meal. I tell you a thing about IDPs. Mr. Peter Obi spent his Christmas day in an IDP, I believe in Benue State. He was in my home until 2 a.m. on Christmas Day as we engaged with Nigerians around the world talking. He left after 2 a.m., was able to get on an early flight that morning and spent Christmas Day in an IDP in Benue State. On New Year's Day, he flew from Onitsha into Lagos, was able to attend the World Peace Day Mass at the Holy Cross Cathedral in Lagos, and I was privileged to be in his company that day. And he went from that back to the north of Nigeria to be at another IDP to spend Christmas, New Year's Day with them. These are not political things because he's been doing those kinds of things for years. And I can tell you one that I interfaced with him on. In 2012, I was attending the Republican convention in Tampa, in Florida. And I left to honor an invitation from one of the Nigerian diaspora groups, the WIC, in Orlando, Florida, just across from Tampa in the Florida Panhandle. And he was also invited to the WIC annual meeting. I think it was a Labor Day weekend. And he left from there to go to Haiti. He was then governor in Anambra. He flew to Haiti just to help, like any volunteer from around the world, people who were victims of the hurricanes that had completely devastated Haiti. In fact, I recall speaking with him later, and he said, you know, while he was helping out in one of the camps, somebody recognized him. Turned out Nigeria had sent policemen to help Haiti. And one of those policemen looked at him and said, are you not? He realized his cover had been blown. And somebody had found out that he was a governor from Nigeria, just help him, poor people there. He even took his son with him. Because of this long commitment to helping people who are in those kinds of conditions, I have chosen that one of my personal goals for this telethon is to find people who will sponsor an initiative that I am calling the Obi-Datti Compassion Angels. We want to find several 100,000 young people who will join the army of compassion angels and will be deployed to go out into the Hamatan zones of Nigeria and will build shelters where poor kids can come in and get a good hot meal for the day through this Hamatan season from the end of next week to the 7th of March. We want to do this, and I'd like you to be my partners in this process of building the Obi-Datti the Obi-Datti Compassion Angels. You see, my problem as a business teacher, I'm going to say business angel, you know, compassion angels. And we will fund every kiosk and give them hot quality meal. And you, who are part of that army, will help out as volunteers to ensure that these Nigerians get the best that they can get out of it. So this is really why we're here. And we're going to move up now to the next segment of our engagement today. So I guess I'll turn it back to Adeboye to invite, again, maybe I should put some context to this. Adeboye will go after we take a break, and then we'll talk about who Dr. Loretta Agboroko is and her lead of our conversation around healthcare.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you we are obedient. No one to no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We will want to know. That the person will be. You want to be, it means say you don't want to be. Me, I go back to you.
We are the structure, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos.
For sure. It means say you don't want to be. Me, I go back to you.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa. Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the giving.
Because we will not kill the rise of the man.
The change is in your hand. Get your feelings in and let the march to that change. Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, we are obedient. No one to load, no. That the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go for to load.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, we are obedient. No one to load, no. That the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go for to load.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
My president, we are one better tomorrow. We know what to load, no. That the person will be.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
Attention,
Is intensely building up, coming from the submission from the Big Tent convener, Professor Pat Otomi. You heard it all from him, but that was just the tip of the iceberg because we have a lot coming for you. Like the day is pregnant with so many things to talk about, from insecurity to economy to education to agriculture. You can name it, and that's what we're clamoring for: a nation with clarity, with competence, with character and charisma. And here you can get it at the Obi-Datti. Still Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. Okay, so For our Nigerians in diaspora, we have the QR code and it has been running on your screen, but you would need to make use of your phone on the barcode. So all you need to do is jam your phone to the screen on your barcodes. And yes, it will take you to where you can send in your beautiful donations. Thank you in advance. And for Nigerian donors here, you have FCMB bank accounts and of course, EcoBank. So we're here for you. We have it all fixed up. We are expecting your donations. So while we prepare for more to come, we just want to bring it down a little by introducing and bringing to you, yes, a musical interlude just to soften and lighten your day. We will be right back, but here is Banky B.
One day for the owner.
I'm gonna do.
Every day we dey hustle.
You left.
One day we go make
I'm gonna do. Mo la la pe Rihanna fẹ́ bá mi sùn. Orin yapa tí mo ti record that is coming soon. They keep waiting like the coming of Christ. Bí lu ṣe lè tó yí ẹ tún ní pé kí n máa san tithe so ga o. No be there for my brother. Àwọn tó ti ro mí pin ní tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn dà. They don't look up. They don't go rest. If you think say you the para, alaye me side the vex. Imagine que moi lórí stage. Mo rap, mo dey flow. Àwọn kò tọ́ ti kú ti pẹ́. Wọ́n dey dìde, wọ́n dey jó. Wọ́n ní pé mi ò mọ rap, so I went to learning from my bro. Now rap is my hobby. Tí ma rap mi ò lè go. My rap is so different from yours. Fuck you and your pops. Mo ti rebrand lórí mi ti pẹ́, so this is my pop. Èmi ò kí gbéraga. Now every day me I dey learn from my bro Joe. I'm a nigga, DJ Slow Gun. I started hustle like a criminal. They call me prisoner. Life isn't easy now. My hood on the feel me now. I go down the reason now. But keep it to the big man. It's dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. It's dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. No friends, no family, but we still surviving. Money pay, mushi ma make and I based on 5 things. Focus, learn, hustle, faith. More than last run go to make a malo dance. My dream now to be the latest. If I could cock with me legend, if it's mommy me day, si daddy me day, came me the best. If I ring can roll look at pest, if I get last, came me get first. Solo I judge, I can't let me was in Musha BT Joseph.
every day for the team. One day for the owner. Every day we dey hustle. One day we go make
I started hustle like a criminal. Now they call me prisoner. Life isn't easy now. My hood on the feel me now. I go down the reason now. I keep it to the big man. It's dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. It's dreams and reality. Dreams and reality. Dreams and reality.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We wholly choose to be self-evident.
Thank you so very much, Banky B. Yes, dreams will definitely turn into reality. So right about now, we just take you straight away to our health talk. And yes, Loretta has been waiting. We also have a live guest. But yes, I will be handing you over to Professor Patotomi, who will be doing justice. But for me, I will be back in the squeezing of a lemon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Adeboye. The panel that is going to come on will talk about one of the most important things in all of modern human existence, healthcare. But just to give a sense for who some of them are who are participating in this panel, the structure of a big tent is such that one of its organs is called the Policy Review and Future View team. Now, that is kind of like a shadow cabinet, if you will. We have people who are focal persons for specific governmental activity in this team. Health, for example, has as its focal person Dr. Loretta Ogboro Oko who is a physician living in the United Kingdom and a passionate obedient. Now, typically when you have a shadow person, the shadow person or persons have what we call a deep dive team that they work with. The deep dive team for health includes more than 30, I believe, Nigerians of high capacity around the world in healthcare, whether they are doctors, whether they are hospital management professionals, whether they are pharmacists. In fact, Dr. Obaroko's focal person, in Nigeria, we tend to use things like Minister of State, kind of similar person, is a pharmacist who will also join in this conversation. And so one of the things that this group does is get policy to its finest level, then advise candidate Peter Obi and Datti Baba Ahmed, a very useful group of people on policy issues around healthcare. We have the same for power, and you will see them as they come through during the course of this telethon. I think one of those we will take later this morning or early afternoon, the focal person on power, and you will get a clear analysis of how you can fix the power problem that has held Nigeria down. And so, fresh on top of policy, including people who make input. One of the things we also do is we have what we call listening clinics. And we just get people from all over the world to speak, and we do just that. Listen to them and find out what they think we should be doing. And these listening clinics go into the work of the deep dive teams. The deep dive teams then work with the focal persons who then put advice together to go to Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. So, healthcare, a very important subject matter I like to talk about all the time. And Mr. Peter Obi has frequently referred to a professor at Princeton University who won the 2015 Nobel Prize for Economics, Angus Deaton. And Angus Deaton's book, The Great Escape, Health, Wealth, and the Origins of Inequality, is probably one of those texts that put in context the fact that healthcare is central to the progress of any nation. So let me invite Loretta to give us some opening remarks, and we'll get into a conversation on the challenge of healthcare in Nigeria and what we will be doing. So, but after Loretta's presentation, Loretta is joining us by Zoom from Sheffield, I believe, in England. And we'll take Ifeanyi and Austin, who is here with me. Yes, go on, Loretta.
Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning. Can we all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. We are working on turning on my video. Is it on now?
Okay.
Fantastic. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, Professor Pat Utomi. And good morning to every single person watching across the globe. Nigerians across the globe and friends of Nigeria across the globe. It is very exciting to be in the first ever telethon organized in Nigeria by Nigerians for Nigerians. And it's looking at how we are going to help raise funds for those who we have decided need to take Nigeria to the next level, the Obi-Datti team. Well done, everyone. Delving straight into healthcare. Prof, I just want to thank you for that initial preamble that you have given. You have made my work really simple. And the truth is, across the world, globally, we all know that there is no modern day economy who is what it sells that does not have a standard healthcare. And I will introduce this subject matter today by saying, well done and thank you to every single person who has worked with us, from the nurses, the physiotherapists, to even the porters, the health economists, and the technical people. Too numerous to mention, because oftentimes when people talk about healthcare, they think it's just the doctor and the nurse. No, it's a lot more than that. Healthcare is a system. And I'm going to approach this in what we usually would term the S-bar today. But before I go into that, I'll say thank you again, Prof, for introducing me. My name is Loretta Oduari-Ogboropo, and I am an obstetrician and gynecologist by training, a consultant in the United Kingdom. Apart from that, I'm a medical simulation education specialist and a background in public health research from the University of Edinburgh. So let's look at this in a situation, a background, an assessment, and recommendations sort of module that the Obi-Datti team has adopted. The current situation is that, whether we like it or not, and the principal admitted to this at Chatham House recently, Mr. Peter Obi himself, His Excellency told us that health care system in Nigeria needs revamping. Summarized, Nigeria has a dysfunctional healthcare system that is not delivering safe, available, affordable, accessible care in a quality and equitable proportion to all of us who make up the around 200 million population of this country. So that's our situation. And this has not been caused in one day. It has been a gradual deterioration over the years. So when you now look at this background, you can just sum it up by what the National Bureau of Statistics released in November 2022. And they told us how 133 million of us are in multi-dimensional poverty. So the Obi-Datti government, when we come on board as the team that is managing the affairs of Nigeria, have decided that we must make healthcare a front burner issue and bring it straight to those 133 million people and beyond. It must go back to the basics. So we did an assessment. Pharmaceutical, KK, and all of the other people sat down across the world and decided that, what can Nigeria do? We looked at healthcare systems in developed countries like the UK, where you have the NHS. We looked at America, where you have the capitalist system. And then we looked at other countries in Asia and how they've sprung up as well. After looking at all of these systems, we came back home and did a strong situational analysis on Nigeria, as well as a root cause analysis. We also looked at our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and threats in terms of healthcare. And then, following this assessment, we came to the conclusion that for us to bring healthcare right to the basics, to the front burner, to be available to these 133 million people, we have to domesticate all of this information we have gotten from studying all of these other people, domesticate it to a Nigerian solution-based healthcare system. So what recommendations did we make? The recommendations that we made are the interventions you are going to be seeing in this social contract with the people, the manifesto, and what the Obi-Datti government plans to do. These recommendations are along 7 lines. If you go onto Google and you Google the pillars of healthcare, WHO is going to come up and tell you that there are 6 pillars of healthcare standard. However, following a domestication of the solutions to our own healthcare indices that are not very brilliant in Nigeria. For instance, you have approximately 150 women dying daily, maternal mortality rates in Nigeria. When you break it down to the granular level, because WHO says it's 600 per 100,000 live births. But I have done the statistics and brought that down to a granular level. And it's an amazing and saddening 150 women on an average dying in Nigeria daily from just performing their reproductive duties. These indices are not nice, but the recommendations are in sevenfold if we want to domesticate our own. It is not the standard sixfold of the WHO. And this is what you are going to see in the Obi-Datti manifesto, as well as when the Obi-Datti government comes on board. The first pillar that we are very concerned about is leadership and governance. I'll run through them a bit quickly and then just take them very, very quickly. You have leadership and governance. It's key. You have human resource. Human resource for health is very, very important. Then we have healthcare financing or funding. Nothing's going to happen without funding or financing. And of course, there's health service delivery, which we are pointing out. We must mainstream primary health care if we want to get to those 103 million people. You have healthcare information systems and management. And we have number 6 as medicines, vaccines, and pharmaceuticals. And number 7, of course, you're going to have research and development, where you're going to have your robust auditing systems, monitoring and evaluation. So this is a big summary of the 7 pillars that we are adopting in the Obi-Datti government. Now, leadership and governance. Any healthcare system worth its salt must have the right pegs in the right hole. You must have a focused leadership at the top, and this is going to trickle down to all other components or sub-professionals in the healthcare system. Again, I'm using the word system. So your nurses, your midwifery, all of that. People just think, oh, it's the Minister for Health. No, there's a lot more that happens than the Minister for Health. Healthcare does not stand alone. It's going to dovetail into other ministries, departments, agencies of government. We must have an interagency and collaboration, as well as an governmental collaboration. So that means at the federal, state, and local government level, driving the PHC. People would say that primary healthcare is under the purview of the local government. Yes, that may be right, but then we need the federal government to actually provide leadership at that level. Everything we already need in healthcare is in our National Health Act from 2014. And the Obi-Datti government is going to make sure that this is properly enacted when they come on board, with respect to all of these pillars, starting with leadership and governance. Now, if we go to the next pillar, which is human resource for health, you're going to find out that there is something we need, and that is data, data, data. How many doctors are in Nigeria? How many graduated? How many are left? How many nurses do we have? Physiotherapists, healthcare workers. Choose what is happening in these different sectors closer to these 133 million people. So there's going to be a mapping of Nigeria's healthcare occupational categories, and then an overhauling, restructuring, training for all healthcare providers in their different cadre. And then we need to make them fit for purpose. We need to make them fit for purpose, because sometimes we are deceived that when we have hospitals, you see people just building hospitals, building structures, but those structures will not provide health. Those structures are not skilled. So human resource for health is key. And this is where we are going to think about things like task shifting and task sharing. And what does this mean? It's simple. You know, in the WHO recommendations, for instance, they will tell you that you need to have at least one doctor to about 600, 1,000 patients. However, in Nigeria, we know that that is not the case. So the Obi-Datti team, as well as the policy group on health, thanks to the multiple men and women across the world, sat down and thought, what do we do? And we find out that for Nigeria, with a 200 million population, a lot of them in the rural areas, we need to become primary health care base heavy. It's like a triangle. The base of that triangle is primary health care, which is going to increase our prevention and is going to cut costs eventually, if you look at the economics of health, in terms of interventions, if and when we get it right. So how do we cater for 200 million people with our scarce healthcare provider availability, when a lot of them, nurses, midwives, physiotherapists, pharmacists, have all gone abroad? The plan and the key is with task shifting and task sharing. Take, for instance, we know what community health extension workers are. We know what they do. So as part of the human resource for health development, for instance, we are going to ensure that these people are trained, School of Health Technologies are working, they are trained, and they become skilled and properly regulated. So what then happens? You are able to devolve these people into the rural areas as far as they are well trained and know when to refer to the tertiary institutions. And then you are going to have less attrition rates because a lot of them will probably be from these areas. And of course, there will be incentives as well. So tax shifting and tax sharing is very important. We'll have to develop the number of advanced nurse practitioners. And I heard someone saying the other day that the principal, His Excellency Peter Obi, was saying that he would establish nursing schools across the local government areas in Nigeria. And I said they may have misunderstood that, because it is building the capacity of healthcare providers across the 744 local government areas of Nigeria, not necessarily establishing nursing schools in each of them. And we must realize that a lot of structures are already in existence. So it is a lot of renovation. If you move on from health resource for health, human resource for health, to healthcare financing, we need to know that the SDGs has as number 3 that health is paramount and must be financed. And there was an Abuja declaration which stated that we should have at least 15% of our national budget devoted to health. My brothers and sisters, friends across the world, today's current budget fraction for health is abysmal. It looks like we do not understand that each and every one of us are potential Nigerian patients. Even when Mr. Peter Obi and his eyes assume power tomorrow, they are still potential Nigerian patients. And every single Nigerian patient is worth it. So for this number 3 pillar of healthcare financing and funding, the plan is to increase gradually, scale up the budget for health. That's the first thing. Scale it up over the first 4 years and make sure that we get to that 15% that is recommended by the Sustainable Development Goals and the Abuja Declaration. It is very important. And then we need to then think about other ways to generate funding for health. And we need to step out the box, which is what we did in the policy team with the deep dive team as well, helping us. We found out that the National Health Insurance Authority Act is there, but implementation has been low. This document, which is made up of, I think, 10 parts and 60 sections, is something that the Obi-Datti administration is going to go back to. Like I said, all these things that are already there, we need to implement them. And we are going to implement them to the letter at the state and federal levels. But then we must also make sure that we push that there is no repetition, because that's a major problem right now. But we have identified that, and we're going to make sure that at state and federal levels, your cover within the National Health Insurance is actually suitable for you. And one thing that we have come up with is that every Nigerian must have a unique health identification number, you know, and I will explain this a bit more later. But other than our own budget increasing and the NHIA Act being implemented at all levels, we have to reason out of the box and think about ways of financing healthcare. The public-private partnership models that have worked in other countries can also work in Nigeria. We need to get our industries, production agents, big merchants, and big entrepreneurs to start keying into healthcare as part of their corporate social responsibility. Take example, there's nothing that stops a big industry or entrepreneur in Abeokuta, for instance, from adopting a primary healthcare center, renovating it, and bringing it up to speed, following a pact with the local government in that area as it may be. So these are things we are going to look at. We're going to also look at special taxes on example like tobacco, alcohol, and many other things. We need to consider, and this has been given great thought, duty waivers for imports that are going to improve Nigeria's healthcare system, especially when they relate to primary healthcare. And obviously, there will be special funds and endowment for specific tertiary care aspects like cancer. Some of these things existed, but they never followed through or seen to a logical manifestation that benefits the 133 million people, probably because we didn't understand that every single Nigerian patient is worth it. If we move on from healthcare financing and we go on to service delivery, which is the next part, we need to understand that at this point, we need to mainstream public health care. Again, it's coming back to public health care. This is going to be a bottom-heavy approach. We must reach those hinterlands. And how are we going to do this? We are going to domesticate our approach. We are going, even in terms of transportation and emergency responses, for instance. Think about the water-laden geographical areas of Nigeria. Think about the rocky areas, the savannas, and then think about how do people there get healthcare and how are they referred? How do they get to the nearest referral center, either secondary or tertiary? A simple example, if you are in the riverine area, for instance, have you thought about it? That a motorboat as an ambulance would be more effective than the conventional ambulances you see in other countries. These have been trialed and it works. So as part of our health service delivery, all of these are things we are going to implement at the Obi-Datti government level, domesticating healthcare so that the 133 million dimensionally poor and other Nigerians know and are able to say, yes, we have a healthcare that knows that we are worth it. If we move from healthcare service delivery, we go on to health information systems and management. Our world has moved on. The world is a global village. Healthcare is not left out at all. And if you look in the manifesto, you're going to see where we've talked about using ICT to bring healthcare home back to the basics. We have electronic medical records being developed and being centralized. So we are going to trickle down and also move up. And we are going to find out that this is going to revolutionize healthcare provision in Nigeria. Because if we have a solid ICT system in health and information, nothing stops us from having a consultation with a medical team in the United Kingdom. or with another in the United States. And this is also where, along with the resource for health and even service delivery, they all overlap. We are going to tap into our diaspora population. Whether we like it or not, a lot of people who leave Nigeria, they leave Nigeria, get to the resource-rich nations. I don't like to call them developed nations because we are developed in our own way as well. The resource-rich nations, and they change their professional pathway. So looking at the population of Nigerian dynamics outside of Nigeria, you find that we are healthcare professional or providers heavy. Now, why can we not utilize this tool? Why can we not reverse brain drain to actually become brain gain and utilize this in human resource for health and obviously in health information system and management? So if you have a team of, for instance, maybe a retired, not even retired, maybe you have a surgeon in the United States, you have another one in the UK, you have a radiographer in Pakistan, and you have maybe a midwife in Indonesia. They are all Nigerians. What stops them from forming a team that electronically can be linked and they can be consulted from a village in Edo State, maybe Ubiyoko or Udo, or somewhere in the north, Karanamoda? Nothing stops us. The world right now is borderless and very fluid. So this number 5, healthcare information systems and management, is where you are going to have all of the data and all of the info systems and all of the technology dovetailing into the other pillars. Pillar number 6, which I would have really loved Ifeanyi Okeke to talk on. I don't know if he's here right now, but he can unmute and talk about pillar number 6 and pillar number 7. Pillar number 6 is medicines, vaccines, and pharmaceuticals. And Nigerians, in case you don't know, let me tell you that the Obi-Datti administration, when they come on, are already looking to create a domestic malaria vaccine. Well done, pharmacist Ifeanyi Okeke. Do you want to talk to us about medicines, vaccines, and pharmaceuticals, as well as research and development? Because like you know, yes, we are moving from consumption to production. So right on, sir. Can you share your video?
Yes, my video is on.
Okay, we can see you now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, that's good. So let me briefly on the area of vaccines, medicines, safe medicines. My name is Ifeanyi Justin Okeke. I'm a pharmacist. And I want to thank Professor Pat Tommy for this opportunity, and also our team lead, Dr. Loretta Oborioko. You've done justice to the topic, and as a matter of fact, you've also made my own job easier. So what I want to say is that the Obi-Datti team is going to remove obstacles that have been holding us down in this important area of our health system component, which is the area of safe, good quality, and affordable essential drugs for our citizens. We have our essential drugs law. We also have our National Health Act. And giving you a little background, because I'm going to talk from experience. I'm going to talk from experience. Having lived in Anambra State for all the years of my practice. And you know that I experienced firsthand Governor Obi's government, 8 years in Anambra State. So, and I'm a pharmacist of over 25 years experience. I'm a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I'm also a fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. And I'm also a trained lawyer with over 15 years, this 15 years experience. In my village in Anambra State here, I'm the chairman of health committee of my village, overseeing the health posts. And I'm also the chairman of the health committee of my ward, also overseeing the health center. So I'm also a community pharmacist and also have a background of medical marketing. I've lived all my life practicing in Nigeria. So the wonder of the Obi-Datti team dwells on the C's we've been talking about: competence, capacity, and character of the team. But from the character, I want to draw out another three C's that I have seen my former governor has, which is compassion, courage, and credibility. Bringing it down to the area of pharmaceutical manufacturing, I want to say that Obi-Datti government is going to launch the first malaria vaccine from Nigeria. That's a takeaway. We have the capacity to do that. In fact, Nigeria used to have a vaccine lab there in Oshodi, which was later acquired by Mayor Baker. Obi-Datti government is going to remove every obstacle and ensure that our first malaria vaccine is launched, because prevention is an essential component of our healthcare delivery. Other vaccines that will be launched under Obi-Datti government include 5 important childhood vaccines for diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, polio, and Haemophilus influenza type B. These are killer diseases for children. And also very important vaccine for pregnant mothers, which is tetanus toxoid. Nigeria is going to be a hub for these vaccines. We import them from India and China. And from the data we have from United Nations Comtrade database shows that Nigeria's importation in 2021 was $1.3 billion. When we talk about moving from consumption to production, what the Obi-Datti government is going to do is to, apart from manufacture of these vaccines locally, we are going to export and also make revenue from them. Having said that, I want to talk about active pharmaceutical ingredients. You know that everybody, in fact, there's no way you go to hospital and go home satisfied without your drugs. Most of our active pharmaceutical ingredients are imported into Nigeria. We have many of them in Nigeria, but we still import. Let me give you an example. Our common bitter leaf, we eat it every day. Research has shown that bitter leaf is used in the management of diabetes. Our researchers in Nigeria have done a lot of work. Why can't we have bitter leaf tablets in Nigeria? Some parts of the world are already marketing it after their clinical trials. So we are going to produce active pharmaceutical ingredients in Nigeria, not just active ingredients. Obi-Datti government is going to ensure that excipients are produced locally because we have them here in abundance. For example, pharmaceutical grade starch. We have a lot of starch in Nigeria, from your maize, from your cassava. But we don't process them for the use of our own local manufacturers. Obi-Datti government is going to remove every bottleneck for these starches to be produced for our tablets, for our syrups, not just for Nigerian consumption, but for import.
I dare say we have a technical glitch for pharmacist Ifeanyi Okeke there. The current Nigeria has happened to him, but rest assured that once Obi-Datti comes on board, that Nigeria that just happened now will be a thing of the past. So just to complete from where he has stopped, the pharmaceuticals are going to be big, like he said, production in such a way that we even become super producers and generators of income. I know that healthcare everywhere gobs income, but the plan by the Obi-Datti administration is to turn our healthcare around in such a manner that even while we are catering for the 133 million dimensionally poor and all of Nigerians, we are still able to generate income by thinking out of the box, by moving from production, from consuming to production. And an example, just to further buttress where he rounded up, is think about having sub-regional centers, big ones in Nigeria, just by a reversal of our brain gain and optimization of our workforce and getting the right pegs and the right holes, as well as working across different NDAs in Nigeria. They are already happening. You can imagine us having interventional cardiology, where I know that a lot of Nigerian diasporans have come back home, as well as neurosurgery and in their arthroplasties, having big hubs and big centers for these places run by people who actually have this skill as it abounds in resource-rich nations in the world. Just imagine what will happen. We are going to become a hub in sub-Saharan Africa for delivering this specialized care. So to sort of round up, and I want to thank Pharmacist Okeke and all the people around the world who have really, really worked on this. People like Dr. Izemir Okoje, Pharmacist Remira, the many nurses and midwives, Dr. Douglas Oko, a lot of them, Salvation Alibo, who doesn't sleep. I wake him up in the middle of the night. Nigerians across board, for all the ideas you have sent to us, we want to sort of round up. I'll round up now and let the people in the studio continue for a while and come back if we have to. I'll round up by saying that healthcare is not free anywhere in the world where you have standard, safe healthcare. And we must make it available, accessible, and affordable by all, especially our 133 million multi-dimensionally poor. I didn't say it. Loretta Oduwari-Ogboro didn't say it. That is the result from the research carried out by our own National Bureau of Statistics just in November last year. We need to bring this healthcare to that market woman in Aba, that market woman in Sokoto, the person in Oba Market in Nigeria. Think about it. Our mothers sit in this market. They don't have healthcare system that they can go to. They just want to trade. A massive awareness in all the local languages and actually bringing healthcare to them. That's what you call community entry point in public healthcare provision. Go to the chiefs, go to the Saikis, go to them and let them be the community entry point. They will hold our hand. This is what the Obi-Datti team is planning, where the people will hold our hand and say, look at this, our primary healthcare center. It is not functional. And then they watch us renovate it. Some of them will be the bricklayers renovating it. Some of them will be the carpenters. They will now have ownership of these process. They will now have ownership of their own healthcare provision apparatus, and they will protect and guard it with their life. It's been experimented in outback areas in Canada, and it works. There is nothing that says that we cannot domesticate these approaches. And then we actually empower those healthcare providers who will now be in those areas. Take the traditional birth care attendants, for instance. They are all in our villages. I'm sure we all know those women who deliver women in the houses. But nothing stops us from actually going out and training these people. Training them so that they know the signs of what to look out for. And I like to use examples because it brings it closer home. We train them and we certify them. And they know that if a woman has been in labor for over 12 hours, they should start sending to the nearest healthcare, secondary healthcare provision place, like the general hospitals. They know that if a woman is bleeding suddenly a lot more than they can manage, we can tell them what to use to measure. It may be 2 pads. By the time 2 pads is soaked, she needs to be referred. By the time they know all of these things, then they'll refer. The question is, for instance, if there are bad roads that people cannot navigate, then we can provide them, for instance, with tricycles. It's been trialed in Kenya. And they get these people to the nearest areas. So when they get to the nearest areas, they get to the right areas where they can then assess health in the right way for them, individualized to that problem. So we must begin to think out the box. We don't have all the doctors, nurses, and midwives in the world to manage our 200 million population. But like I stated clearly in the 7-pillar recommendation that we've come up with, following our assessment of Nigeria's unique healthcare challenge, you can see that we just need the will and the right leadership, which is what Obi-Datti administration is going to provide. And they're going to do this for one reason and one reason only. And that is because they know that every single Nigerian patient is worth it. We are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Loretta. Thank you. I mean, what a remarkable explication of a major challenge. By the way, Loretta is practicing in the UK. Her husband, who's a neurosurgeon, came back from the UK and is practicing in Abuja. And the contributions that come from this kind of engagement of Nigerian healthcare professionals can really make us a destination for medical tourism rather than our pumping money into India and all of that. But that's part of the program of the Obi-Datti administration as it comes on. We'll just quickly round up healthcare. Austin and I are sitting here in the studio because we need to go to power, and I know Jerome is anxious not before he gets on a flight to speak to that. But Austin, you know this healthcare business, it's very, very painful thing. I was going to, the Center for Values in Leadership had these clubs around, and I was going to speak several years ago at a CVL club at the Onabanjo University Medical School in Shagamu to the CVL club members. And speaking before me was a provost, I think, of a University of Lagos College of Medicine, Professor, I think it was Funshaw or so. And as I came in, his words were, the Nigeria healthcare system is a man-made disaster. Now,
it is.
How do you, with all the talent available, what do you think we should be doing to create both the awareness and the policy focus, which the team, in this case with Dr. Loretta and co, have worked up stuff? How do we get people to own this process, realize that their health is truly their wealth and that it's in their hands?
Well, it's first, the starting point is the mindset. We need to change the mindset, starting from the government, for instance, so that they will realize the value of the human life. That the value of human life matters a lot, and from that you can begin to build the health system that will give that assurance that if anybody is sick, he goes to the hospital, and then he will get the medical attention that he requires.
Accountability. People held account
Yes.
to account for ensuring that life
That's right.
is.
And it goes to just the attitude of the health professionals. I'm a case in point. I am just recuperating from health issue, and when I was really sick, I went to Ikeja General Hospital. The doctor never opened his mouth to at least let me see the face. That's why he never smiled. Those customer service things. Now my BP was about close to 300, and they rushed me to the emergency, and they attended to me right in the car. There was no space for anybody to come out. You see cars parked. And everybody, the doctors will come through the window and say, what is wrong with you? They check your temperature. They make all the recommendation. He walks away to the other car. I said, where in the world do you have that system? My nephew, I call him my nephew, my distance relation, over the weekend on the 14th, fell ill, and they took him to the St. Ikeja General Hospital. They say no bed space. Bagada General Hospital, no bed space. And he ended up right now at the private hospital. So these are the things that the starting point. And then Dr. Loretta made a point of the diaspora population, the human resource, which also you're quite aware helped India to a great extent to build a new nation as we are trying to build now. And some of the major medical facilities are now built by Indians in Nigeria. So rather than taking the whole thing out, they're now bringing it in. So it's something that Obi-Datti government will be able to address as soon as it comes on stream, to be sure that everywhere that health is actually wealth. I just realized that, because I've been through it.
Yes. There's nothing that teaches like experience.
Yeah.
But just before we go to the next segment, a quick thing, a point made by a pharmacist, Ifeanyi Okeke, about manufacturing in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about going from consumption to production, and part of the strategy, economic strategy that the Obi-Datti team is working on is called essentially building on your latent comparative advantage, where you look at your factor endowments and construct your global value chains in which maximum input is made in Nigeria, manufacturing for export and for local consumption. Nigeria could become a pharmaceutical giant, manufacturing and exporting, even though we are putting literally everything now. Amongst the things that you get complaints about is, we don't get industrial grade starch, something as simple as that. Cassava is all over the place. And so we must have industrial policy that facilitates being able to dominate certain global value chains where the factor endowments allow us to play there.
Right.
And it clearly puts us in a position to become leaders in pharmaceutical exports, rather than today being more than net receiver of inputs for pharmaceutical production, or in fact of medicines coming from around the world. I think that this is part of where the economic strategy teams, the pharmaceutical and healthcare teams ensure that there is synergy and that our competitiveness as a country goes up. Okay, I think we can keep healthcare there. We'll return to it all through the conversation today. We'll come back to healthcare in different ways, but we'll go on to other issues. And I suspect this is a time to have Adeboye take it away, and we'll find out where Dr. Jerome Okolo is, so that we can get to him and the power people.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you are obedient. No one to no. That the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to know. That the person will be.
We are the structure, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the giving.
The church is in your hand. Get your business in and let the march to the church.
Welcome back. Thank you so very much, Loretta, Ifeanyi, Austin, and of course, Professor Pat Utomi for nipping quite a lot in the board talking extensively and elaborating on the need where we need to have a change in the health sector. And peradventure, you're just tuning in. This is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon in 2023, the first ever historic event happening here in Lagos, Nigeria. And we are streaming from our studio, Plus TV Africa. You can watch us live on YouTube. And of course, you can also view us on DSTV and Star Times. For our participants on Twitter, we appreciate you. Thank you for all of your tweets. And yes, the hashtag is Obi-Datti Telethon. Yes, on our local channel. Thank you so very much for also watching. Okay, right about now, we take it a little bit higher, and we're talking about the economy of Nigeria. But when we talk about the economy, you know, so many things have to be. Mr. Peter Obi was talking in London. He mentioned that, of course, if you have to invest back in Nigeria, you have to put everything in place while the questions were being asked. Corruption is also part of the reason why Nigeria is not at top of the economy. There's recession, you know, there's back down and all of that. And for you to end corruption, Mr. Peter Obi says you have to start with yourself. If you are not involved, your wife reduce corruption by 50%. That way, the economy of Nigeria can grow. But need I remind you, it's still the fundraising telethon for Obi-Datti. There is a scan, barcode, everything on your screen for Nigerian donors, and of course, donors in the diaspora. Please click on the barcode and it will take you to where you can make your donations. And yes, we have live donors. Thank you so very much, Jonathan, Francis, Lawson, Abdulkadril, Abdulrahman, Idibia, Matthew, Akandi, Godwin, Chukuma. Thank you so very much. All across Nigeria, all across the foreign nations, we appreciate all of your donors. And you know, Professor Pat Utomi also mentioned that there will be Obi-Datti Compassion Angels. So if you have made your compassionate donor earlier, this is another time to double or even triple it. So you can always log on to and click to that link where you can make your donations. This is why we are gathered, Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Event. Thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for your charitable donations. We do appreciate you. Next up is the economy, and we will take a very short break. Do not go nowhere because you need money in your pocket. We will be right back.
Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them.
I hate to bring this up, but it's a recurring decimal. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high, and we cannot afford it. The cost of the civil service, the cost of the National Assembly. If we saved some money and added to what Dr. Teriba has said, we will start to build up our revenues. On the other hand, we do have a lot of idle assets. Railway lines, silos for grain storage, refineries, all kinds of things that we can monetize if we concession them out and get the private sector to get involved in their utilization, their refurbishment, and so many other things like that. What are the things that we stand to see to let us know that we are on a ship moving and going somewhere?
We're going to have asset registry. These are some of the things we want to deal with as quickly as possible. So we know the assets of the country and ensure that they all put into production. Remember that I said we're going to move it from consumption to production. All assets must be productive. No assets will again, and I can tell you to make it productive, we are going to remove it from government to private sector driven. I'm not talking about transactional private sector driven, genuine private sector driven. Cost of governance, I don't need to tell you more about cost of governance, except to go and verify what happened in the Anambra State. That is all I can tell you. I have an allergy for waste. As a person, and the same thing will apply in government. We talked about what ASU is minding. ASU asked, it was 2009, almost 13 years ago, that this agreement was reached by government. And I know it was about 1.3 trillion, out of which Jonathan's government paid 200 billion, remaining 1.1 trillion. Let's say that is the situation. The waste, the stealing, would have paid that since. With effortless ease. Look at our oil tax. At a time we critically need every single resource. We are the only country in the world that is not meeting our OPEC production. In July, we have 717 shortage daily. Multiplied by 31 days is 22,227,000 barrels. On the average pricing of oil in July, it is 110. So we lost $2,445,000,000 in 1 month. Even like you said about their rates, which I mentioned when I talk about rates, the official rate, which you said is not available, is 410. The real rate is 690. So if you put 690 and 5 and 410 is 1,100. Let's use the average, 550. If you multiply $2,445,000,000 with 550, it will give you 1,344,750,000,000 naira. And we are still owing, and we are owing ASU 1.1 trillion. 1 month stealing. They can't continue. Why would government be borrowing money when somebody is there cutting away money? How? We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
we are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Confidence are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to know. Not the person we
We are the structure, a new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
I'm supporting Peter Obi because it's like the only Moses we have in Nigeria. So he like survive this country, like retain this country, like bring it back to life, because right now this country is dead. So it's the only one that is our only hope for now. So that's why I'm supporting him.
So why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I see he has the potential to take Nigeria forward. Plus, our education system is really suffering, like the strike and all. But with him, I believe there will be change.
Okay, my name is Saint, and you are?
Christopher.
Okay, nice meeting you, Sir Christopher. Sir, are you obedient?
Yes, I'm obedient.
Okay, that's lovely. So why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Because he's a youth among all the people that try to contest. And is the one that can do the mind of youth. Because we want this country to get a change, not as we do now, because all those old men, they are not doing anything for us in this country.
Hi, my name is Oluwakemi.
Oh, nice meeting you, Oluwakemi. So Kemi, are you obedient?
Oh, sure, I am.
Okay. So why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Oh, for obvious reasons, right? I think for once, Peter Obi is like a breath of fresh air, right? So I would rather, of course, he's been a governor in the States, right? But I would rather him being the president in Nigeria. And, I've been following him for a while now, and I think I really like what he does. I think I'm excited. And for the fact that it tilts towards the youth, so he kind of understand what the youth wants and all that. So I think, yeah, it will be.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
Vox Populi, Vox Dei. You just heard it from the streets, and that's exactly what the Obi-Datti is all about. still talking about the global fundraising telethon 2023. I always emphasize on it. This is very historic, and that's the reason why we are calling for your support, for your donations for the Obi-Datti global fundraising event. Thank you so very much. In the little time we went for a break, we still got some donations from America, Texas, Washington, D.C., New Zealand, Australia, fantastic, Adamawa, Yobe. Oh my, thank you so much for all of your contributions. We appreciate you. And do not forget the Obi-Datti Compassion Angels as well. So before we went on a break, I told you that we will be talking about the economy. But before that, we would like to introduce to you Edo Babe, and she will be talking about the grassroots and how you can participate. And of course, for the fundraising. Please stay tuned.
Where we start the stealing and start the giving.
Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration.
Okay.
On the presidential
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Greetings, viewers all over the world. Greetings, Obi-Datti family. People wey get sense, I greet all of you now, especially. Now me na get Edo babe. So today, I dey come talk on the topic, thuggery and money politics. My fellow Nigerians, my fellow youth, una see this coming election where they happen on the 25th of February. Our destiny, our future, our career depends on it. In fact, all our life now this election, now our last hope, and our last chance be this. So if any politician give you money, say me take disrupt election or to go thief a ballot paper, I beg, come out your hand, collect the money, shop am. The money now your shop am with all your mind, with all confidence. Because any money where politician give you, now your money, you don't understand me. And a good leader not go for a good leader, person wey mean well for you in the first place, not go give you money. They send you to go they thief or go they keep people because of election. And these people where they fight for, so their children, they are brother, they live good life. If you can't vote them in like that, they'll carry your money where they're supposed to feast your country, create job for you, carry and go abroad, they take care of their family. Now waiting I want with that, no. So make una wise up. And again, during the campaign, they'll promise una heaven and earth. They'll do this one, they'll do this one, they'll do this one. Now so they'll build school, now so they'll build hospital, now so they'll give you a good road, now so they'll give you electricity. All these things, they're not go do them. Una remember 2015 where they still they campaign with all these things. They're not our problem. They're not going to do it because on the next election, so that they'll see another thing to take campaign. We are tired. That's why I said this very election, now our last hope, in fact, now the last chance where God don't give us, say, he sent Peter Obi come to take wipe our tears. God don't hear our prayer. So this time, I dey emphasize on now, if anybody give you money, say, take, go buy person or go tip ballot box. Not listen to right, they play with your future. Now your future, they dey trade. So because you don't protect your children, carry and come out. They treat you like slave and rag. They put it for poverty. Imagine every year the poverty they increase for the country. They're not going to want to make una get sense on una. The only thing now they think one update that poverty where they put una. Now how to see food shop, Una not go even get that sense. Say una get leader we're supposed to they do things for una. Meanwhile when they campaign they beg una. They'll tell and say, no worry. If I enter there, everything will be okay. Once they just move ballot box for the finish, they'll come lock, they'll close. If they even see on a road, for road said they splash in the water. Enough. Now our last chance with this. I said they talk to Nana, this country, in not the state of emergency, they much worry, just they cool. Now God can't bring Peter Obi, say, okay, come go wake this country up. So make we know your joke. Now, I said, I talk them again, our last chance forever. If we miss this opportunity, even God will vex for us. So take note. They know our problem. Not be say our problem, they don't know, they know. Now, so 2015, they still tell us, say, ASU strike no go there. They go make sure, say, 4 years now, 4 years. If you now look now for this campaign again, they don't see they promise you now. Nigeria, they don't see the promise and I say, hey, don't worry, ASU strike not go be ASU strike. Last year, students they asked for good 8 months. People were supposed to graduate for 4 years, so they graduate for 6 years, 7 years. Their house strength they need to renew. They renew. I beg, I just go beg you. Mona, not listen, don't give the ear. If they give you money to take it ballot, eat the money short man. And again, the Augusti said they'll create, even if they come mistakenly get job for you. If you not know person, they're not going to employ you there. If you, even if say you qualify, you hold better results. Once you reach there, they'll come, they ask you, who be your papa? Who be your mama? Who know you? Who your father be for the country? Without all those things, they're not going to give you. Now, waiting I want. This election, now our life, our future. So make we get and right this time. We don't tire to the dump certificate, graduate dump certificate, go they hawk tomatoes, go they sell pure water for hold up. When I never tire, Nigerians wake up. Now the last chance be this. Don't let any politician play with your future this time. Imagine human being go just wicked. They turn you to thief and armed robber. The police catch you if you do all these things. Your life don't go. You'll go stay for prison. You'll dead there. They're not going to send you. They're not going to even remember. In fact, they're not going to even know. You not going to feel both talk, say, now this kind of person, I send you this message. You know if you talk. So make una get sense. Time don't reach. Now our last hope be this. Don't forget. Then for money politics, on the election day, they'll give you money. They'll say, take votes for me. Collect the money, shop am. Shebi since for many years now, they collect the money, take the vote. Waiting the money where they give you now, waiting I don't use and do for our life. Not be the same poverty now day. A good leader will not bribe you. Person when me well, not go bribe you, say take money to take votes for me. Now because they not get anything to offer. If you collect that 5,000, you go suffer for another 8 years. Nigeria, get sense so. Enough is enough. Not let these people play with your future again. Now our last chance be this. Okay. Parents, I used to go beg you now. On election day, una go the advice in our children, they talk, say, hey, not go vote, oh, and then they fight for there. They go shoot you. No, parents, where they watch me now, I used to go beg you now. Election not be fights, not be violence. And the only thing where you tell your pikin where they come out to go vote, tell them say, my pikin, my son, as they go vote, so not fight trouble, not fight, so not just involve yourself in any fight or violence. Just vote, okay? As you vote finish on that day of election, make sure say, if you they go that election, any bed where you fit sit down comfortable, carry and follow body. Any bench where you fit sit down comfortable, carry and follow body. Because as you vote finish, you go wait, sit down, relax. If everybody don't vote finish, sit down, may INEC they count the ballot paper for your present. Not the exact number. Collect her, put her for your head or go write her somewhere. May you know how many votes you get for that your word where you they vote. I beg. Not just go there, go vote. There they go as monitor your votes. Make sure your eye reach everything where they happen there. And again, not let go the election ground. As the day of election like this, wake up early, go there. Even go there before INEC official come. Make sure say everything, not fight, oh, they could not cause trouble. And again, another one, I beg. All these things when I talk now, it not go make sense without we not get our PVC. If you know, say you never get your PVC, I beg. Time not there again. And this PVC collection go end this month and or the 31st. I beg. Time not there again. Don't, like I said before, hey, you see this opportunity, you know they come back. Oh, now our last chance, our last hope. Now this election, our life. Now we tell the place. So make sure say, hey, you not joke with her. Not to say they call you, say today, tell you say today come, tomorrow come. That one can't discourage you. I beg. Go get your PVC. The time is very short to election. And the date now, the 31st, I beg, go stay with INEC. If they tell you say go here, just they behave like mumu, not chat. May they give you your PVC. Now that your PVC be your power. Now that your PVC, we fit exchange all this nonsense, all this rubbish where they pass through since. Imagine, people go, you know, say na poverty. Now they know say una they hungry. They give you now bread. Imagine I watched one video 2 days ago and they see when one party they share bread. Wait, now what you don't want on a life be that? Their children, they better office, they work. Una still go thief ballot boss, they thief and they protect their vote, they thief their ballot boss, they protect their selfish interest. No, don't do that. You know bad if you where they this country. Still they better office. They shield, they work for office where be say you go there better money. Then suffer never tire una. They not born una come this country to come suffer. They just make una believe say, they not they hold una anything. They hold us a lot. They hold us a lot. Not be when you go die, finish, you can't go heaven, go the enjoy paradise. I brought people today, people where they abroad. One even they run, they go. They don't die where they enjoy the things where government they do for them. They don't die. No, they never die. Nigeria still be like that. That's why I say make we join us together, support this matter. Make we take this election matter seriously. Because the world they watch us. This election when it will happen. So now waiting never happened for life before. We'll take us serious. The world they watch us. So make we not use them and play at all. Now the last chance for us be this. So make we not take our personally, like say now work, like say now job. Like it's wanna take her like a do or die. If I don't do this thing, I feel die. Wanna take her like that. Wanna not let anybody bribe una. No matter the amount where they give you, collect the money, shop and your money. Now they understand me. And my people around the world where they watch, I beg, we go need una support for the fundraising. We need money, yes. As you now can see, our boss, our incoming president. And I know say when they leave power, he leave money, he not take money come out to wait till they can pay. So now pocket money, and it's still good if we mean well for ourselves as a good citizen of this country. When we want to see new Nigeria, I beg anything where we get more to support. The account number there on screen, both home and abroad. Our people where does this donate since I constantly use this opportunity. Thank all of you now. I beg if you now still get the money one and not they use again, now still drop out for the account because you know they too much. All these movements, travel here and there, now money now we they use them for. Not be say that they use them until they buy people. No, they use them for important things. All this campaign for every state, like the other day now, it's our big day shut up us. Now money they take buy ticket, now money they take lodge, now money they'll take eat. So make you not leave back for her. The load too heavy for only one person. So I beg. And whether you be Nigeria or not, or around the Africa, as far as you be Africa, I beg, make una join hands, support this movement. Because if Nigeria good, it go affect una in a very good way. Una go benefit from her. Okay? Thank you, my people. I appreciate you. Thank you. One love. Okay. Election day, we see you guys there. Bye.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
My name is Mrs. Suzu.
Okay, ma. Ma, I want to ask you, ma, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us why?
Because I hope he is the best president I can pick among them. I think he can lessen the burden that we are suffering now, as I can see him.
Are you obedient?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
Well, I'm just looking forward to a change that I haven't seen in a very long time. So I feel like I should vote for him. I feel like there could be differences or changes that could help us positively So that's why I'm supporting him, and I'm looking forward to him. So
why are you voting for Peter Obi?
Because he's a good person to be there now. I feel he's going to change some things if he enter, not like Tinubu. Then I feel there's going to be a lot of doubt when Tinubu enter. I'd be
Okay. So Ma, are you obedient?
Very well.
Very well. Okay. So Ma, can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Number one is my brother. And number two, I know that he's going to rule Nigeria very well, more than others, because he's not there to eat money. He's there to rule us well. Yeah.
So you're not supporting because of your brother?
Not really, because he's a young guy, because I'm a youth woman, as I say.
Thank you so very much, Edo Babe, for giving us so much orientation and passing such information to the grassroots. That was quite vital. When I saw you flip the pages of your notes, I was wondering, okay, we have the whole day to spend here, but you nipped it in the bud. Thank you so very much. And yes, still talking about the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon 2023, the first ever on the scene of the internet, of the physicality of Nigeria. Thank you so very much. Okay, we still have so many donations coming in. We'd like to say thank you to all of you who have donated. Do not forget that you can get the link on your screen. Yes, the diaspora donors, just click on the barcode. And for Nigerians here, if you want to donate, and for those of you who have donated, I'm sure you made use of that accurately. And if peradventure you still want to donate because you've been hearing so many things that would, make you do more, you can just send in your donations to the FCMB account or EcoBank account. Peradventure you're just tuning in, I'd like to remind you that this is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. And yes, we have earlier talked about the health sector with Professor Pat Utomi, and of course with his team. Right about now, we're delving straight into the economy of Nigeria. Nigeria needs a lot of support it can get for us to rank to the top. And we have to do that with money. We need more investors to come in. You need to shake your pocket. You need to have for yourself and enough to give to yourself, to your family, to your society. So right about now, it is the economy. I'll take you to Professor Pat Utomi to do justice.
Well, thank you so very much, Adeboye. The question of the state of the Nigerian economy is central to everything. Security, the basics of healthcare, like we've talked about, everything revolves around the economy. One American presidential candidate who became president said, listen, is the economy stupid? It's the economy. Everything revolves around the economy. One of the things that we have done wrong in Nigeria is we've got the economy quite wrong. But I'd like to set the tone from the manifesto. Joining us via Zoom, two professors from the Lagos Business School, Franklin Ngu and Obi-Datti. Perhaps I should ask that they provide a brief summary of the position in the manifesto on the economy. Maybe we'll go first with Bongo. Is Bongo there?
Yes, Prof, I'm here.
Okay, Bongo. What, in summary form, does the manifesto say about how to get this engine cracking again?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prof, and welcome everyone to this program. Yeah, just as Prof said, everything revolves around the economy. And then the manifesto took its departure from the state of the economy. What we have today is a rentier economic system, where, it's difficult actually to place Nigeria's economy on the spectrum of economic models. Some people will say we have a mixed economy. But if you follow what has been going on in the past few years, you will know that it is neither here nor there. We're more like a socialist system where the government retook the commanding height of the economy. Not because it had any good interest or any sort of, will I say, the interest of the people at heart to begin to allocate resources in an efficient manner. By the way, government has never been a good allocator of resources. But that is what we have seen happen in our economy in the past 7 to 8 years now. So where the government took over the commanding heights of the economy by trying to reallocate resources. So creating all manner of subsidies. So we now have a misaligned macroeconomic system. The fiscal buffers have nothing in connection, with the planks, other economic planks. So we have a situation where the fiscal is running at its own pace. Whether it's running or not is also something up for debate. And then the macroeconomy is also on its own levers. So at the end of the day, as we've noticed, the macroeconomy has no longer any control on the economy. So what do I mean by that? You've seen the central bank raising rates, which is targeted at curtailing inflation and things like that. But we've seen that macroeconomic policy over the years have become sterile. They've become unable to effect any sort of change or to correct the anomalies in the economy. Why did that happen? It's simply because of the way the government has managed the economy, a subsidy-driven economy, a rentier system, so which benefits just a few people. There is no efficiency in the system. So our manifesto started from there. Now, the first thing that will happen is that we have to dismantle all these structures of systems of subsidy. Well, they are not actually subsidy. So let's call them rent-seeking systems, because if it is subsidy, you will now be looking at, okay, the question will be who is benefiting from the subsidy or who is the subsidy helping? Because if you subsidize a product or a service or any sort of good, as we have with petroleum, the fuel, the PMS, when we subsidize it, the target will be to help the poor, help small businesses. But then you notice that those people are not the beneficiary of that subsidy. So the subsidy is still hijacked by the same rent-seeking system. So it doesn't work. So the first thing the manifesto, the government of the day will do is to dismantle all those systems. So when those systems are dismantled, revenue will begin to flow back to the coffers of the government. Because what we have right now, apart from the huge debt overhang, remember before 2015, Nigeria was not a highly indebted poor country that it has become today. By 2005, we got ourselves off the debt hook, okay? And then that actually sets the economy on a new spiral of growth. So consistently for over 10 years, or about 10 years, a decade, that is during the Obasanjo and then the beginning period of Jonathan's regime, we had a sustained economic growth that averaged 6%. That was because we were kind of tending towards a market-driven system, where demand and supply and the price system kind of determined the allocation of resources. That really worked and benefited the economy. Most Nigerians in diaspora actually started, in fact, we had a reverse brain drain. People started coming back to Nigeria because Nigeria started looking, holding very positive prospects for prosperity, for well-being, and for people to meet their aspirations. So we had our people coming from all parts of the globe to take up positions in Nigeria. But that, of course, that frittered away by 2015 when the current administration came to power. Now they started to pursue what I call a socialist system, so which started to disrupt the market, to create distortions all over the place. So whether in the fiscal system or in the macroeconomic system, we had that overriding ambition of populism. So populist policies never helped anybody. So that is the first thing that the manifesto tackled, and then what our administration will do as soon as our president comes into power. We have to dismantle all those systems, to liberate the economy from the stranglehold of rent seeking. So once that is done, so we are sure that we can now have the revenue to begin to build up all the critical, the necessary, things within the economic system. So let me leave it there. So the first thing is that the macroeconomic, mainstreaming, we are going to dismantle the system of rent seeking, okay, which of course is what fuels corruption. So once we tackle that, we are sure that corruption will be reduced by about 25%. Do not forget that our principal said that, okay, if he gets into power, if he's not stealing, his wife is not corrupt, and then his family is not corrupt, and those around him are not corrupt, corruption will reduce by 50%. So when we dismantle the rent-seeking system that we have in the macroeconomic, angle, corruption will further reduce by 25%. So we now have 25% to deal with, and that will be handled through institutional reforms that we have also proposed. So I will leave it at that point, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bongo. Franklin, is Franklin in a position to join us right away to look at the points of emphasis, that certain things that must be emphasized if you are to get an economy go from what is often described as consumption to production. To go away from rent seeking, as Bongo has shown, which is at the heart of the Nigerian economy. Most of the choices that are made to advance the extraction of rent by a certain privileged group. That's simply the basis of policy making in Nigeria today. Now, if you are going to stop the hemorrhage, cut rent seeking, if you are going to cut your coat according to your cloth, as General Obasanjo said many, many years ago, sort of continuing in this profligate manner when your revenues are declining, oil stealing is preventing you from earning as much as you should, etc., etc. What should be the emphasis? What are the focus points before we then come to a general conversation around economic strategy? Yeah, Franklin, are you able to connect? Okay, all right. Since Professor Franklin Ngu seems not to be connected, we can go into this conversation.
Okay, I'm able to connect now.
Okay, great, Franklin. Okay, take it off.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you can see me and you can hear me. In terms of just taking up from where Professor Bongo stopped, is that the key thing that needs to be done is, of course, for you to revive an economy, we have to look at three policy directions. One is the monetary policy, two is the fiscal policy, and three is the supply side policies. So, of course, we all agree that in this in this current regime, it seems that the fiscal policy side has been on the back seat. And that's why it seems like the monetary policy under the CBN is more or less pursuing both monetary policy and as well as fiscal policy and even supply side policies. So I think the key thing that we need to do to start reviving the economy is, first of all, that the monetary policy institution, which is the CBN, should focus more on its core responsibility. And the fiscal policy side should also be up and running with regard to what they are supposed to do. And there has to be a clear harmony between the two in terms of how do they drive Nigerian economy revival. And of course, the need also to attend to the supply side policies. But on top of that, there are 3 or 4 things that needs to be done urgently. One is, how do we, as we are actually pointed out before, how do we urgently remove the subsidy? As we all know, subsidy for the year will take almost 6-point-something trillion. So even if you remove subsidy, it means that you have about 6 trillion that you can reallocate to education, health, which will definitely help in terms of reviving the economy. As we also know, the difference between the rich and poor countries mainly lie on education and health, which is Human Development Index. In addition to removing the subsidy, we also look at the cost of governance in Nigeria in terms of how do we significantly reduce it. Interestingly, it's been said that some people are stingy, some people are not stingy. So some people are, Mr. Peter Obi is now saying that Nigeria needs a stingy person because he's going to manage the economy prudently in terms of managing public resources efficiently. So in addition, so we've mentioned the subsidy, removal of the subsidy, then reducing the cost of governance. Then also in terms of how do we start looking at the issue of insecurity. If we're able to tackle insecurity very well, it means that our mainstay of our GDP of the economy, which is agriculture, will be properly revived. It means that people can go back to the farms. It means that people can now start farming properly. It means that output in agricultural sector will now come up, which will also link to the mantra of emphasizing moving from consumption to production. Because even if we are good in agriculture, it means that the agricultural outputs will now be used in other sectors of the economy so that we can now start moving from, will I say, first industrial revolution to second to third, and possibly to fourth industrial revolution, which is also in the manifesto as well. So these are a few things that needs to be done urgently. So at least in the first few months of the administration, if it comes in, to start reviving the economy. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Franklin. I've got Mr. Maduka and Dr. Nweze here with me, and the big question is, some people think the task is too daunting. I mean, things are so far gone, so bad that, can anybody fix this? What are your thoughts on saving the Nigerian economy? I think it's too far gone.
What?
Perhaps you can start. Okay. Yes.
No, of course, think about it. Okay. If you look at countries like Rwanda, at some point in it was completely over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but look at them today, like the stars of the continent. Everybody's going there, everybody's looking to them for direction. So no, we're not too far from it. There's hope, which is really why we're sitting here.
Right.
So we build on that, and then we start our country, start our economy.
Yeah, and I think that, like Franklin mentioned, one of the points he mentioned was the security. And if nobody is going to invest in a hostile environment, and we need to raise, and what I see P2B doing in all his trips overseas and all that, is to build confidence. And the economy thrives on confidence. Investment can only happen when there is confidence in the economy. If I'm confident that money will come in the next month, I can spend what I have now. But if I'm not sure of what's going to happen, I can hold on to what I have. So yeah, we need that investment and all that. Like in the 90s, a nosy journalist asked a Belgian ambassador to Nigeria, why Belgian investors are not investing in Nigeria. He said to the journalist, when Nigerian rich men begin to invest in Nigeria, have the confidence to invest in Nigeria, then foreigners will join suit. So it will encourage domestic investors as well.
And this is very, very important because, I mean, investment is a function of capital. You have to have capital to invest and then generate the growth and so on and so forth. But we find that savings don't seem to figure in the consciousness of today's leading policymakers.
That's right.
I mean, I thought that the idea of referring to Peter Obi as stingy was the silliest thing that shows people don't understand how economies grow.
Yeah.
You know, to say, the man is stingy, he saved money.
Yeah.
Why didn't he use it for the people?
Yeah.
Did the quality of life of the people get any worse from what was done with the money that was spent? Now, there's a famous economist at Columbia University back in the 50s called Ragnar Noxe. And his mantra was, capital is made at home.
Yeah.
All this foreign investment we are praying for and hoping that's not coming, it really happens, like the Belgian ambassador said,
yes,
when there's domestic savings and investment and they see the opportunity and then they they rush in. But there has been almost irresponsibility in the way that most of those in the current order think of public resources. Spend, 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 no consciousness of savings. To compound that, still on this issue of capital, we have the fact that a lot of the assets we have can be converted to capital.
Yes.
You know, as Fernando de Soto, the Peruvian economist, likes to preach. We have a lot of dead assets, dead capital. You know, we are assets because simple things like having a proper representational system, to use the language, but let's call it a land registry, where you can buy and sell houses without any problem. So people can lend you against any kind of land asset, for example, that you have. We've been preaching this for years. State governments have not managed to improve those residential systems, not realizing that is a critical part of how capital formation takes place. So you look at these problems, and you can even go further on that, the way that our regulators manage things that reduce confidence. And then finally, a very big issue, Ayo Teriba likes to emphasize this point. Most of the inflow of resources into countries like Brazil, India, China comes from having an asset register that is available to the world in a way that the world can bring in capital to develop those assets. Give a simple example. Here in Lagos, there is a national secretariat that was abandoned 30-something years ago to still wasting assets.
That's right.
Whatever the legal issues, whatever, doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. If we think we're serious people, we should have sorted whatever the issues are. Hundreds, literally thousands of such assets are doing nothing around the country. Whereas if we listed them, we did the right thing for the regulatory environment, literally billions of dollars will come in. Let's take that national secretariat, for example. Can you imagine people bringing in $2-3 billion to convert that place into some, let's even call it a hotel or whatever complex? You know how many thousands of Nigerians will get jobs there? You know, so this failure to think about it is part of failure of development.
Yeah. Prof, sorry, I just recall, the Singapore thing. When I visited Singapore on a study tour, there was, this issue of savings, which you rightly mentioned. That government is like forced savings.
Forced savings is at the heart of Singapore's development.
Yes, and then that forced savings, made people to become conscious of their own lifestyle. From when you are a single person, you graduate from university at 21, you get a job, government will force you to begin to save. Once you're 25, you move to an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment. When you begin to have children, you move to a bigger apartment and all that. So they plan their destiny like that. And I think that is what the government of P2B is also planning to do. Yeah.
The savings culture is obviously necessary for capital formation. However, I think where the wage rate is so low that most people cannot afford it. So even if you want to save, your cost of living is so high, your wage is so low, you really cannot save. So what person pays reasonable wages to people? Imagine a policeman, for instance, who earns 30,000 naira. What exactly is he meant to do? He has a child, he has a wife, he's meant to be rented, so already you are pushing that man into corruption. He doesn't want to corruption, but he almost has no choice by the time
to survive.
Yes, he has to survive. Right?
Yeah. So true, so true. The thing is that one commitment of the Obi-Datti push is to increase wages. And you take like the police force as a classic example. I cannot imagine that a policeman should earn less than 100,000 naira as basic wage. I really personally can't imagine that. But policies then facilitate people who now and better. And it's not just people, but institutions to save. If you look at the Singapore story, all of the things they did in Singapore, we actually tried to do. At the same time, ours failed woefully, theirs succeeded remarkably. National Housing Fund. Where is the money? It was the HDB, Housing Development Board of Singapore, and the savings that were forced that led to most of the major investments in this Durang Industrial Park and all of those. But what happened? Because of corruption. I'm trying to make people understand why fighting corruption is such an important thing. Because of corruption, the same initiative at the same time in Nigeria failed massively. Suddenly, we couldn't find the money for the National Housing Scheme. But Singapore took it as forced savings, invested, and grew their economy. So there's a relationship that Nigerians need to understand and own the change that is desired for this economy to grow.
And Prof, we saw that we're at Obi-Datti Ranch for 2 weeks on this program that we had for scenario planning, Nigeria 2025. And we came out with 3 scenarios. You made a presentation. I was part of the, logistics and all that. So, and out of that, we had, we observed that we had never had opportunity, Nigeria never had opportunity of having someone that understands the economy in the helm of affairs, a president that understands the economy. Unlike other countries that even though they don't understand, but they can learn about it, but none of them willing to. The only person that even tried was Obasanjo, that tried to understand the economy. So we said, okay, by 2025, this is the way. If we are lucky to have an entrepreneurial leader, a president, then the economy can grow by 10, 15%. Then if we're also lucky to have autocratic, benevolent autocrat like a Singapore mandate, we're also going to have, some growth. Then, but the other one is going to do with Somalia. But what I'm saying is that for the first time, we are going to have, by the grace of God, a president that understands the economy.
Yeah, so we're going to try and move on to other aspects very quickly because people are waiting for us. We've got Dr. Jerome Okolo to talk about power and economic development. But in terms of general strategy, the manifesto captures a commitment to a strategy to move from consumption to production, which looks at agriculture. A good part of Nigeria, in northern parts of Nigeria, endowed with land area that is fertile. The threat of the rivers becoming opportunity through damming the Benue and Niger rivers in ways that will, instead of flooding and killing our people, we will have irrigated all-season farming across these places, boost agriculture in a dramatic way, and begin to transform them in industrial parks across the country into products that can be exported, consumed locally, improve the quality of lives of people. I think that a sense for this as the real crucible of how you turn around an economy that is in trouble.
That's right.
Is what we need to go on to by turning to a fundamental thing for building a manufacturing economy, power. If we're set, perhaps we can take Jerome Okolo on power. The manifesto paid a lot of attention to how we can get power up and running. Nigeria has had an almost tragic experience with generating power. Are we ready to bring Jerome on power? Because you see, for years, I hosted an annual conference on power. And I keep talking about how when the late Engineer Joe Makoju, and Liali Moke were essentially the focal persons on power. They came to one of those conferences at the Lagos Business School on power. And they said, I'll never forget that, comparing us to South Africa, that on a per capita basis, if we were to just reach the South African level, and this was like 20 years ago, Nigeria needed to actually generate 88,000 megawatts of power. And today we're still talking about 5,000, the three work. Oh, we can actually generate 6 possibly, but this kind of stuff we hear every day. And we've seen Egypt just do dramatic things in raising power past 50-something thousand megawatts with population significantly half of ours, and so on and so forth. Power is therefore a crucial part of this economic conversation. So are we ready to take Jerome on? Dr. Jerome Okolo is the focal person in our review, policy review and future view team. And he has tried to summarize the power discussion in the manifesto, and then we'll be joined by a few other people with expertise, including, and this is very interesting, we're going to bring on from the United States a power sector investor to reflect on the Obi-Datti manifesto on power. Give us a view of a foreigner who invests in power around the world and what they think of the position of the manifesto on power, and see how we can really ratchet up this subject.
Before Jerome comes on, I just want to make a few comments on the importance of power to economic growth. You discover that power constitutes between 65 and 85% of manufacturing components.
In Nigeria. Yes.
And you recall that when Lamido Sanusi was central bank governor, he gave about 400 or 600 billion to the textile industry. Most of them rejected it. He said, look, if there is no power, there's no way they're still going to use that money to generate the only way to make sense to them is when there is power, and that's why the textile industry is still in the comatose the way it is.
There's a gentleman called Charlton. He married, he's a Canadian gentleman, married a daughter of the Cha Group founder of the Hong Kong Chinese gentleman who built the big textile mill in Kaduna back in the early 60s.
Yes.
I was at a conference in Annecy in France, Europe-Africa Summit. And he was there, some African heads of state and all of this. And we're talking about the challenges of African development. And he said, look, their factory could have been in the stratosphere, literally speaking, in terms of producing for export from Nigeria, but for power.
Yeah.
He even suggested a regional strategy where you can produce certain things in Mali, some in Ghana, because there are better places for power, and that combined with Nigeria, and they could still be competitive. And this was, let's go back to mid-90s, and we watch the textile industry, second biggest employer of labor in the country after government, literally just disintegrate. Policy, trade policy, was so badly managed through the years. And so one of the things that the Obi-Datti team is going to focus on, and frankly, Raises even talked about fiscal policy issues. Trade policy is so critical to competitiveness. It is interestingly, a Chinese born lady who's, I guess she's American now, at McKinsey, Irene Sun, who has studied this whole thing, has written this book on Africa, the world's next factory. And she talks about the failure of trade policy in Nigeria and how it led to the collapse of the textile industry. We must be able to get the best Nigerians around the world who understand trade policy. Interestingly, a Nigerian is now the CEO at the World Trade WTO. WTO. Yeah. You know, World Trade Organization. I think that her role there should be helpful to help him build capacity in trade policy, which has been a major bane of the Nigerian economy. Okay, so if Jerome has not come on, but the truth is, Jerome is standing by physically, but there's also a pre-recorded conversation with Jerome. I think we could start with that pre-recorded conversation and then transit to him physically where he is. I wonder if Shibizo is ready for that.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you are obedient. No one to no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow, no go for
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We don't want to know. Not the person will be.
We are the structure, a new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are
not Yoruba. We are not Hausa.
Good day. My name is Saint, and you are?
I am Gabriel, but you can call me Melody.
Melody. Nice meeting you, Melody.
It's my pleasure.
Melody, are you obedient?
Yes, of course, I'm obedient to both God and man. Yeah.
What I mean is, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Like I said, I'm obedient to God and man.
Okay. Just to get things clear.
Yeah.
So, Melody, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Well, having passed through fire, I am not just speaking for myself, but to every citizens of this country. I mean, we all know exactly what it is. So I feel everybody should be wise and then do everything possible to support a change. I'm not talking about the kind of change that we've been going through, but a positive change. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, Melody, if you had the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Well, that's a very hard. It's a very hard nut to crack. Yeah. In a way, if I have the opportunity to jackpot, I would, and at the same time, my heart goes for this country, because if we all jackpot, then who would stay and make the change that you're looking for? So,
yeah, thank you so much.
At least for now, I want to stay and see everything I can do to contribute to the positive change that we all await. Yes.
So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Jackpot. Jackpot, of course.
To develop the country.
We will. Of course, if Peter Obi wins the election, I wouldn't be thinking about that. Or if he doesn't, I'm sorry, jackpot.
Oh, okay. I also ask a question, man. If you were given the opportunity to jackpot, that means leave this country and don't come back. Will you do that?
No, I love my country. I will be there. No. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm Lou.
Okay, nice meeting you. Lou, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Because everybody's supporting him. I feel he's the right person to lead this country. And I hope he does what he's saying.
So if you're given the opportunity, will you jackpot?
The opportunity is good because I can't go abroad and be washing toilets. She gets.
Yeah.
You feel me now? I can't be. If it's big money contracts.
Jackpot. Nice meeting you. Nifemi. Nice meeting you, Nifemi. Nifemi, are you obedient?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. So can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Because I think he's like a better option than the other guy, basically.
If you're given the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Yes, I will. Gladly.
No, that the person will be if we want better Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than every Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the giving. Because we will not kill the price of the man when the country the change is in your hand. Get your business in.
Welcome back. Wow, that was quite a long talk on economy, and I would like to thank and appreciate all of our panelists from Bongo to Franklin to Austin to Maduka, and of course, our Professor Pat Otomi. You know, when we're talking about economy, we need stabilization. And one of the things Obi-Datti administration is on about, if and when elected, actually, is we should do more of production than consuming, because even as a person, if you borrow and you do not have the money to invest back, what happens? You have to borrow to pay back and all of that. So this is something we should have a thought about. So right about now, they say laughter is the music of the soul, and that's the more reason why we will be bringing to you Banky Wheezy, Brain Wheezy, because it will be taking us on a comedy ride. So please do not go nowhere. And before Brain Wheezy comes on air, I'd like to remind you that this is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Event. And we've been on about this since the early hours of this morning from here, Lagos, Nigeria, at the Plus TV Africa studio to your screen. I'd like to also say thank you to all of our viewers online, Nigerians in diaspora. Thank you so much for your donations, your contributions. They have been tripling in, and we appreciate you. Right here in Nigeria too, we have so many donations. We like to say thank you. So let's go to Brain Wheezy for a comedy ride. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It was said that no matter the speed where motor take drive for inside television, enough it kill who they watch them. Hello. I believe this joke will also touch you. Brainwiz is my name. They call me the motivational comedian. I'm wealthy, in case you care to know the source of my wealth. Health is wealth. Yeah, if you are healthy, it means you are wealthy. Everything I'll be saying here today is a joke. Yeah, the only thing that is not a joke is that if you have not gotten your PVC, you are just joking. Hello. If you have not gotten your PVC, try and get it. That one is not a joke. Yes, because I don't know what this country is turning into right now. In Nigeria, currently, the cost of living is now too cost for the living. Am I communicating? This performance, if you don't have dictionary, you need to pick it. If you need Google, carry it. Because I don't say you get one man. No, I communicate. You laugh, you listen, and you learn. Are we together? So Nigeria is getting to a point whereby we don't know the point we are right now. You understand? You see that you are going through a lot, you are coming from a lot, or you're about to enter a lot. Yes, this is the point we are in this country right now. 3 crowns milk is now 300 naira. We are paying 100 naira per crowns. Yes. Things are expensive, my brother. Even what goes around does not have transport to come around again. What goes around is stranded. To whom much is given, don't run. He ran away with the much that was given to him. Hello? Yes. As I'm speaking to you, if you go to the end of the tunnel now, light no day. NEPA no bring light. Hello? If you are going to the end of the tunnel, now carry torchlight, because you can get to the end of the tunnel, you'll be surprised. Yes. As I speak to you now, people are no longer giving Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Caesar is hungry. If Caesar see what belongs to you now, he go Caesar. Am I communicating? Yes, that's why you need to get your PVC so that we can change the situation of the country. Am I communicating? Yes. Toothpaste is now expensive now. You can't afford to have one-on-one communication with people now, because you don't know you talk to where your nose go block. Yes. Even recently, I was telling my therapist my story. When he hear my story finish, he said, "Man, I return this guy money give, and this guy no need motivation. Go eat first." Yes. In every situation you find yourself now, give yourself a reason to be happy. Because if you don't create time for happiness, the time for sadness will create itself. Are we together? Yes. Give yourself a reason to be happy. Be always happy. Yes, because problem no they finish. Give yourself a reason to be happy. Do you know one thing? I came to realize that even though now hunger kill you for this life, people go still eat for your burial. They say they put no sweet. They no put Maggi where. Yes, even 1 minute silent. No, they reach 1 minute again. And if you reach 13 seconds, they say, "May his gentle soul rest in purpose." My brother, no kill yourself with problem. Enjoy your life. Yes. I think another sector we need to look into in this country is the gas sector. These days now, we don't know the way gas take the quick finish. I think they need to create a transparent gas cylinder. Make they see what you would feel. Yes. So that as they feel and they see, because you feel gas now before you know you don't finish. You can't imagine whether the food where they eat for inside dream that they use your gas cooker, you don't know. Yes. these days now, people are now feeling gas is expensive. People are now cooking with hot temper now. Hot temper now they use cook now. Yes, they can't afford to fuel physical gas. Hello? Yes, this country, this is the Nigeria we are. In Nigeria right now, a problem shared is a WhatsApp status. Oh, you don't know. As you tell person your problem, then they go help you post for WhatsApp status. You tell person your problem. No. After 5 minutes, go check his WhatsApp status. You see something like, oh, but people get problem for this life. Oh, he's talking about you. Now you they talk about. That is why I see, no matter the weight of your pain, never cry on the shoulder of a parrot. You get why? Yes. Keep it to yourself. Not everybody won't help you solve the problem. In fact, I made the research and I realized in this country now, everybody problem, they always big past your own. Yes. If we say make everybody drop their problem now, make we exchange them. By the time when you see people problem, you go rush, pick your own back. Yes. If you tell person and say, Papa Alpha, borrow me money, want small money. Oh. When they begin to tell you their own problem, you now look at, now this more money make this guy tell me a problem. The easiest way to even know people's problem now to tell them your problem. They'll tell you their own back. Yes. Recently, now one of my guys tell me make a borrow and 3K. I say I no get. He say he no believe him. I say you will not get a 3K. You believe him. It's everywhere, my brother. It's everywhere. As I did now, I don't come on from anything where concerned we rise by lifting others because these days people to get with. Yes. Don't feel bad when you expect people to be there for you and they are not there for you because these days people are struggling hard to be there for themselves. Yeah, that's the reality of life. They say no matter how big your nose is, you can never breathe on behalf of another man. Oh my God. If you don't understand that, you follow them, laugh. May they not say you understand that too. May they not say you go school. Hello? Yes, that's it. If you complain that the soup is too much for their back and not do greatness. Am I communicating? Yes. These days now, billing is too much. If you post sources for your WhatsApp status, now billings go follow immediately. Yes. You know what? I went to eat at one restaurant. I just posted it on my status. Before I could even finish the food, messages don't follow my WhatsApp. One guy inboxed me immediately. This one don't even get manners. Immediately, he replied the status. Borrow me 30K. With audacity, the guy come, they ask me how fast can I get it. I want a picture, my own money. We come quiet. I asked him, do you mean it? He replied, yes, I mean it. I come quiet for 1 minute. Oh my God, now only intelligent people could get that joke. Yes. I tell her, say, he calls me how fast can I say, even if you want it slowly, my brother, I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you. Yes. This is Nigeria for you. And let me tell you something. I've come to realize that nothing is actually free in this life. Yeah, the only thing you get for free in life is advice, especially from the poor people. A poor man will tell you money is not everything. Money is not everything. You now be wondering whether poverty is everything. Is poverty everything? Poverty is not everything. Yes. Poverty will make somebody to buy credit on credit. Oh, I think I deserve a credit for that joke. You will clap. Now what they do? Yes. Yes. Poverty no good. Though. Yes, now. But you come to where they are selling. Customer is always right. Customer is always right. Not if you want to buy something on credit. Too. Yeah, if you want to buy something on credit, you don't even have human right. You come to where they're selling something. They say, sir, can we attend to you? Now you confess to you. Say, no, attend to them first. Because you know, say, what you want to buy and borrow. You don't get money to pay immediately. Yes. And that's why we need to try our best to be financially stable. Financial stability should be your utmost goal this year, in case you don't know. Because even in relationship too, it matters. No lady is too hard or too strict to get. It depends on your financial status, my brother. How can you be a man, work, you no get, skill, you no get, money, you no get, you are looking for a lady to love you for who you are, my brother, who the hell are you? Who you be? Even you, do you love yourself for who you are? You no get money, they put your phone for do not disturb, who won't disturb you? They disturb who no get money? You no get money, they pray for goodness and mercy to follow you. If they follow you, you get their transport. Yeah, you don't. Financial stability is important, don't joke with it. Hey, don't forget to follow me on our social platform. Brainweezy Official is very important. Hey, that's the way you support my career as we move it to the next level. If you look at me from afar, you may think I don't have money. But when you come closer to me, you will realize I truly don't have money. Yeah, it's the same thing, but we are seeing it from different angles. Yes. And I would like to say this. Majority of people are the reason for their downfall in life. They are the reason they are not progressing in life. When life hard for you, you pray to God. When life soft for you, you carry woman. Why God no go vex for you? When life hard for you, you begin to plan this more money where they on hand. When life soft for you, you begin to shut down clubs everywhere. Club where you shut down yesterday, they go still open out today. Of what benefit is it? I'm going to say this before I drop the mic. Life is full of challenges. As you are facing family challenge, another person is facing TikTok challenge. Yes, challenges everywhere. It will even shock you that there's somebody living in a place called challenge in Ibadan. So while you are facing challenge, someone else is living in challenge. Am I communicating? That's it. That's the reality of life. Life not please everybody. You can't do everything to please everybody at the same time. You go displease yourself. Let me tell you something. No matter what you're going through in this life, have it at the back of your mind that one day you will look back and smile. But for now, face front, make motto for no jam you. Brain Wheezy is my name. See you next time.
Thank you so very much, Brain Wheezy. Be happy, and that's the key point. That was quite hilarious, but I'm just trying to control myself. Okay, if you're just tuning in, I would always remind you this is Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Event, and I said earlier, it is historic. Thank you again to all of our studio audience. We appreciate you. Right about now, our phone lines are open and you can reach us on 09098 408408. I'll take that again. 09098 408408. So you can call in to ask your questions. And of course, you can use the hashtag on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and of course on YouTube to ask your questions. And the hashtag is Obi-Datti Telethon. Thank you so very much. Right about now, we go on a commercial break. And when we return, we take it higher. Do not go nowhere.
Obi-Datti, Nigerians are saying, vote Obi-Datti. That's all Nigerians are saying, vote Obi-Datti.
Everybody, time to reach you to vote for president.
Obi-Datti,
Vote for president, where they're competent and hardworking to take Nigeria higher.
Nigerians are saying,
Everybody,
vote Obi-Datti.
vote for Obi.
Nigerians are saying,
Obi-Datti.
vote Obi-Datti.
Oh yes, Nigerians are yearning for a greater Nigeria. Nigerians are yearning. A greater Nigeria is possible. Nigerians are yearning. Vote for Peter Obi. Nigerians are yearning. Your PVC is your power. Vote Labour. Vote Peter Obi.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. The only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back and have you for that.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation. We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedient are everywhere. Is it that you are obedient or not? 100% obedient Lagos. For sure, I want to be. We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not.
Ma, are you supporting Peter Obi for president?
Yes.
Oh, can you tell us why?
Because from my side.
Okay, Ma, why is your side? Where are you from, Ma?
I'm from Cross River.
Oh,
We
Peter
are
Obi is
the
actually an Igbo man, no? He's not from Cross River.
Yes, so we are the same people.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I like it.
So is that the only reason, Ma?
Ah, yes. I don't
Okay.
want to support other people.
Okay, Ma. Ma, if you're given the opportunity to leave this country for good, will you go?
I don't old now. I don't much. I can't. Cannot go. My picking can go.
My name is Aaron, but my friends call me Lance Equator.
Okay, nice meeting you.
Okay, nice meeting you.
So, quick question: are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Okay, you said I should be obedient here, and I'm still obedient. And fine. I don't think I'm supporting anyone. Yeah, I don't know, but I feel and I think there should be a change in this country. But I feel Peter Obi to step in because due to the past, and even though the president, like, what do we call him, Tinubu, man, mentally, I don't feel the man is really set for him to rule us here, because due to it's just like a lap of the social media. I feel so not to disrespect, but I feel it's not really stable for him to rule us. I think Peter Obi should even, we should even give him a try to see what he has for us, and and I pray for a better change. Yeah.
So, Melody, given the chance to jackpot, will you jackpot?
In the sense of jackpotting, Nigeria is very, very beautiful country. I want to make a sentence there. It's a very beautiful country. When you have the money, you're gonna really love Nigeria. And when you don't, yeah. And in terms of you jackpotting, you need to have money before you even jackpot. So it's people that are even, okay that can still jackpot. But if you're opportune, if you have that grace, yeah, you can. And I wish I can to make a better change for myself and for my family.
Okay. So if you have the opportunity, will you jackpot?
Oh, definitely. I'll travel now. I'll travel out now. If I have the opportunity.
So I want to ask, are you obedient?
Yes, I am obedient.
Oh, that's lovely. So can you tell us, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I'm supporting Peter Obi because he is young and I'm a youth and I want a youth president, and I see that he is passionate and I know that he has prospects. I mean, we've had cycles of old leaders. It's time for a change. It's time for the youth to get on board. It's time for the youth to govern Nigeria. And that's enough reason for me to be obedient.
Oh, okay. So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I'm not jackpotting nowhere. Nigeria is home. If we all jackpot to whatever land, who's going to cause the change in Nigeria? I believe in a better Nigeria, and I believe that Nigeria will be great. So I'm here. This is home.
You are?
I'm Benjamin Olusegun.
Okay, nice meeting you, Benjamin Olusegun.
Yeah.
So the question is, are you obedient?
I like him, so I've not really decided about it. I don't know what you mean by am I obedient? What you mean anyway?
Okay, I'm saying, do you support Peter Obi? Do you support Peter Obi's presidency?
I'm yet to decide, but I like him as a person. For now, I like him as a person, so I'm yet to decide who I'm voting for.
Okay. So can you tell us why you like him?
Because he's young, and I think so far, among the three, I think he's still my favorite. So, and due to what people have been saying about him. So.
Okay. So the final question is, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Man, that's a kind of a tricky question. With the situation in the country, if I have a way, at least for my family, I will. But I will still definitely come back. I love Nigeria.
You are?
My name is Yewande.
We can nice meeting you one day.
Nice to meet you.
Yewande, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yewande, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
So basically, among other contestants, it seemed like someone that has realistic goals and someone that has a plan in mind and intends to take us somewhere. And in a way, it seems more healthy, it seems fit, and to an extent, is very educated. And it seemed like someone that is full of promises that would most likely execute them.
Yeah. Okay. So you, and if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I would most likely, because as much as things look like they might be getting better, there's still the possibility of just go for greener pastures. It's better for you to come back and do your own little contribution than staying.
Ma, are you obedient?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Ma. So can you tell us why you supporting Peter Obi? Why are you supporting him?
I just like him. That is why I want to support him. Tinubu has enough. He has enough. So we don't want Tinubu to enter. We want Obi, not Tinubu again. We don't want APC. We want another party. So that is why I'm supporting Obi.
Okay, thank you, Ma. So, Ma, if you have the chance to jackpot from this country, will you jackpot?
I will, oh, my brother. I will. I will jackpot, and I'll be sending home to my children. Yes.
Good day. I'm Saint, and you are?
I'm Amati.
Okay, nice meeting you, Amati. Amati, are you obedient?
Of course, I am.
Oh, lovely. Amati, can you tell us why you're supporting Peter Obi?
I feel like for the sake of restructuring, we need someone who is reputable and who can handle issues without nepotism or, favoritism, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, Amati, can you tell us, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Well, my own kind of jackpotting is to go and flex. I'll come back. That's it.
My name is Mrs. Suzu.
Okay, Ma. Ma, I want to ask you, Ma, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us why?
Because I hope he is the best president I can pick among them. I think he can lessen the burden that we are suffering now, as I can see him.
Are you obedient?
Yes, of course.
Oh, lovely. So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
Well, I'm just looking forward to a change that I haven't seen in a very long time. So I feel like if I should vote for him, I feel like there could be differences or changes that could help us positively. So that's why I'm supporting him. And I'm looking forward to him. So
why are you voting for Peter Obi?
Because he's a good person to be there now. I feel he's going to change some things if he enter, not like Tinubu. Then I feel there's going to be a lot of doubts when Tinubu enter. I'd go.
Okay. So, Ma, are you obedient?
Very well.
Okay. So, Ma, can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Number one is my brother. And number two, I know that he's going to rule Nigeria very well, more than others, because he's not there to eat money. He's there to rule us well. Yeah.
So, hope you're not supporting because of your brother.
Not really, because he's a young guy, because I'm a youth woman, as you say.
Okay. So, Ma, if you're given the chance to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I go jackpot sharp. Sharp. Children, they might go confess.
So, Jackpot, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I'm a Nigerian by blood, and it is green, all within me. So I do not think I would really want to jackpot based on residency. I basically just want to go for fair trips, basically fun fairs essentially, and yeah, be back here to be based.
So, if you had the opportunity to jackpot, meaning to travel and you will not come back to this country, will you do that, sir?
Well, I can say I will do that, but who will I leave the country? I'm not to remain for this my country now. This is my own country.
If you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I'm there already. Definitely.
For this election, how are you supporting?
I'm serious. I'm not going to express myself when it comes to that. But I know I don't want to explain what I'm expressing right now, and I don't want to explain what I've expressed in the past. I just want to see better Nigeria for myself, and I know who I'm voting for. So I'm not saying anything about that.
Okay, okay. So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
We have good prospects in this country, and I don't think jackpot is the best for now, but we all know what is best for us, and everyone can decide what he wants.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You are?
I'm Kolade.
Kolade, nice to see you, Kolade. Kolade, are you obedient?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay, so why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I really believe in the man because I believe others are going for that presidential post. They've not their past results. I've not seen any improvement whatsoever. But I believe this man is going to do great things aside that past president have done. So I really believe in the man. He's going to do very well.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you had the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I will. I will jackpot.
Okay, Amara, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, Amara, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Well, because I think he's probably going to be the change that Nigeria needs. Probably going to be, and it doesn't hurt to hope for better things. So it's nice to try something new for once, at least. That's why I am supporting him.
Okay. So, Amara, if you have the chance to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Definitely.
You're not even considering.
Definitely, no. It's not even a question of maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I definitely will.
You are?
Victoria.
Victoria, nice meeting you, Victoria. Victoria, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So can you tell us why you supporting Victoria?
No, I feel he's the best option for Nigerians.
Okay. Victoria, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Yes, I will, definitely.
Don't you want to rethink it or something?
No. Well, because I feel if he becomes president, he'll be able to do something for the youth and everyone. So Nigeria will be a better place also.
Okay. So, Mary, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
No, because if I don't have even the person that jackpot, they have someone that's going to sponsor me or I'll go on my own. Because I don't think traveling out. Well, if I don't have a good, even if I have a good sponsor, I don't think I can. I just find abroad a place for relaxation and something.
Okay.
We no want to no. That the person will be if you want better tomorrow.
Are you obedient?
Yeah, fully.
Okay, she's fully obedient. So if you tell me why you supporting Peter Obi?
I just feel he's the man for the country. Like he's what we need in our country. He has what it takes to be the president.
Okay. So if you can tell us, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Of course, I will.
Don't you want to stay and develop Nigeria?
No. I'll definitely jackpot. I'm Blessing.
Okay, nice meeting you, Blessing.
Same here.
Blessing, are you obedient?
Sure, I am.
Okay. So can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Okay, I feel he's young, intelligent, and he's going to move Nigeria forward.
Okay. Blessing, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Yes, I will. If I have the opportunity, I will.
Peter Obi knows better than other people talking this and that. Peter Obi knows better because I've been trying things like this before. Peter Obi knows better. He has this experience, unless they don't want to give it to him.
Yeah, okay. So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, meaning you leave the country and you will not come back, will you do that?
I would not really like to leave my country and go somewhere else. For the fact that the country belongs to us. If we leave it, this one leave, whom are we leaving the country for? So I have to stay here.
Stephen, nice meeting you, Stephen. Nice to meet you. Stephen, are you obedient?
Yes, 100%.
I'm serious. 100%. Okay. Stephen, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
We need a new Nigeria. So, and Peter Obi is the only person that has that capacity to give us that new Nigeria. So, it's the man for me, actually.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Stephen, if you had the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Or what's the option? Japa or stay?
Yes, japa.
Why will I stay? It's japa, obviously. I'll japa, definitely.
Chidima.
Chidima, nice meeting you, Chidima. Chidima, are you obedient?
Sure, I am.
Oh, okay. So why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Yeah, because I feel he's capable and is more intelligent, I believe.
Okay. Chidima, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Yeah, definitely. I will.
You don't want to be Nigerian.
Maybe when I japa, I'll come back again.
Okay, thank you.
Hey God, what am I doing here? I already have this opportunity. Like I've already planned. I'll run. I don't want to stay here. I'm tired. I'm tired. Serious. If I have the opportunity, I'll go. Serious.
If you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Yes, I will. I will run.
Okay.
I will.
Yes, I will. Like, if you don't,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
You know want to load, no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back. Wow. The voice on the streets with the Japa syndrome. You ain't going nowhere. We're building this Nigeria together, and that's why we're clamoring for a new Nigeria with the Obi-Datti administration, if and when elected. Still the Obi-Datti global fundraising event, need I remind you. And interestingly, I am bringing to you that in the last 30 minutes, we've had over 167 donations across the world. Wow, that's such a feat. Thank you so very much to all of our donors here in Nigeria, and of course, Nigerians in diaspora. Thank you for supporting this worthy cause and charitable donation. We appreciate you and we love you. Before I went on a break, I remember I told you that we will be taking it higher. And right about now, we've got veterans in the entertainment industry talking about Onyeka Owenu, talking about, of course, T-Mac. Okay, so let's take up to the melodious sound. Please take it away for Onyeka Owenu.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to stand before you. I'm truly, truly fortunate because this is the Nigeria I have been dreaming about. I don't know about you. And you've only got about 11 days to pick up your PVC. Don't miss it. Don't miss it, because you're going to cry, and I don't want to cry. If you want to change, you have to be a part of it. You have to exercise your civil duties, and this is one way you can do it. If you love Nigeria, if you know that the new Nigeria, the better Nigeria is possible with the good leadership possibilities we're presented with, pick up your PVC and ensure that you vote. Also send money, because not one person is going to do it, all of us. And don't think 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 1 million, 100 billion is enough. Everything is needed and everything would help. Yeah. So I'm going to do this song, and I hope that you can join me in singing this song. It's called You and I. You see, you and I will be together in good security, in peace, in hope, in joy, in productivity, in good leadership and good fellowship. For our young people, this is your chance. You and I together in a beautiful Nigeria. Hit it. You're gonna help me here, listen. All right, take a deep breath. Woo.
You and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. You and I, you and I, you and I, darling, you and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. 'Cause our love would last forever. You and I will be as one. Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, is good for me, and my love is good for you. Our love, is good for us. Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, oh, Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, Munagi Gebi, oh, you and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. Munagi, 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 Gebi, oh. When you're in love, that's somewhere more. You and I
Another hits jam from WebLoaded.com.
I love you. Thank you. Put your hands together for yourself. You did very well. Hey. How about you? Were you singing with us? Are you feeling it? If you're feeling it, send that 1,000, send that 5, that 10, that 20, that 50, that 100, whatever you got. Nothing is too small and nothing is too big. We can do this together. Not one person, not the candidates, but all of us who wish Nigeria well. It is well with Nigeria indeed. Come on, get up. Oh, yeah. Woo. I'm the only one feeling it. Bring it back. One minute you're so happy, next minute you're so sad. You don't know whether to stay. Oh, the love games we play, but please, please, make up your mind. Make up your mind. You know where I am.
You love me, you love Nigeria. Do you love me? Hey, do you love me? Do you love me? Hey, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Well, if you do, why don't you stay? Stay. Now I'm missing you. What is good is what we're going to have. The gift that God has given us in Nigeria, good leadership, person who will be adapted. We will make it. Oh yeah. Stay in Nigeria and build it up. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so very much, the ageless and quintessential Onyeka Owenu. Thank you so much for your rendition. We appreciate you. You know, I said we were taking it to the next level. So yes, the abysmal level of insecurity in Nigeria is on a constant rise. And how do we cope this? Talking about this is Professor Pat Utomi. He will be leading this session. We are talking insecurity. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Adeboye. You know, somehow I prefer to think of security rather than insecurity. Security is a desired thing. And what we have is insecurity, but we can become more secure. And many great apostles of how to achieve security. In the focal group, in the focal person in the team, the policy team, we have Major General Henry Ayola. He's the focal person for defense and security. And I think perhaps we should just get Major General Ayola retired, who himself led one of those operations for the Plateau when things began to break down very badly, to come in and give us a quick sense, because we should be done in the next 20-something minutes with this segment, for the pillars of the Obi-Datti position in the manifesto on security. Yeah, General, are you there? We also have joining us from Atlanta in Georgia, a Nigerian security person, a lady. You know, we want to have a government that is very inclusive, and we have women in these positions. You can see we're not doing badly. We started off with the focal person in health, who's a woman, and so in defense, even in defense, we have a woman in the team. So, General Agbola, are you there? If General Agbola is not coming on yet, we right here, sitting by me here, General Obi-Umahi, who is the chair of the deep dive team for defense that works with General Agbola to develop policy for security, defense, and advise the candidates, Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed,
on how to secure Nigeria, because the mantra of the Obi charge is secure and unite Nigeria. General, first of all, why do you think we have these security challenges that are all over the place? And how can we, begin to use the ideas that all of you have been brainstorming on that has come out in the manifesto as a guide to where we'll be very shortly in Nigeria with security?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we as a people have neglected security in this nation for a pretty long time. And governments, particularly governments, are paying casual attention to security. Security is expensive, and if you neglect it over a long time, it will collapse in your hands. And I looked at Obi-Datti manifesto, and I think it has very well captured the problems with the Nigeria security. One of them is looking at the security sector reform. The security sector needs indeed a thorough reformation. If you check our security, they are working in isolation. The police has no relationship with the armed forces more often than not, even within the armed forces. Instead of having an integrated command, they are separate commands. And there is no way they can harmonize in such a way as to achieve the desires of Nigeria.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man who will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man who will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Hello? 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 Hello?
General Bola, just hold on. Prof will kill you.
Agiola, not Agiola, please. Agiola, I've corrected my name too many times.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
we are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not? Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
So can you tell me why you're supporting P2B?
I'm supporting P2B because it's like the only Moses we have in Nigeria. So he's the only one that will be able to like survive this country, like retain this country, like bring it back to life. Because right now this country is dead. So he's the only one that is our only hope for now. So that's why I'm supporting him.
So why are you supporting P2B?
I see he has the potential to take Nigeria forward. Plus, our education system is really suffering, like the strike and all. But with him, I believe there will be change.
Okay, my name is Saint, and you are?
Christopher.
Okay, nice meeting you, Sir Christopher. Sir, are you obedient?
Yes, I'm obedient.
Okay, that's lovely. So why are you supporting P2B?
Because it's a youth among all the people that try to contest. And is the one that can do the mind of youth. Because we want this country to get a change, not as we do now, because all those old men, they are not doing anything for us in this country.
Hi, my name is Oluwakemi.
Oh, nice to meet you, Oluwakemi. So, Kemi, are you obedient?
Oh, sure, I am.
Okay. So, why are you supporting P2B?
Oh, for obvious reasons, right? I think for once, Peter Obi is like a breath of fresh air, right? So I would rather, of course, he's being a governor in the States, right? But I would rather him being a president in Nigeria. And, I've been following him for a while now, and I think I really like what he does. I think I'm excited. And for the fact that it tilts towards the youth, so he kind of understand what the youth wants and all that. So I think, yeah, it will be.
Are you obedient?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Japa, why are you supporting P2B?
In the African society, it's far rooted in the 16th century, right?
Yeah.
We probably would want to get into an innovative society via ideologies and conceptualizations in production, not consumption. Because only that way our lives begin to matter, and we can't keep clamoring for Black Lives Matter if we are not producers. So eventually, I think majority of the philosophies to which Peter Obi is precedent on, or that premises the existence of Peter Obi, is actually in my relation to mine, right? I find precedence, I find individuality in Peter Obi, and that's exactly where I'm with him. Not the buzz or whatsoever social media communications are out there going on.
We no want to load, no. That the person will be me if we want better tomorrow. Show
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
For this election, how is supporting?
I'm serious. I'm not going to express myself when it comes to that. But I know I don't want to explain what I'm experiencing right now, and I don't want to explain what I've experienced in the past. I just want to see better Nigeria for myself, and I know what I'm voting for, so I'm not saying anything about that.
Okay, okay. So if you have the opportunity to Japa, will you Japa?
We have good prospects in this country, and I don't think Japa is the best for now, but we all know what's best for us, and everyone can decide what he wants.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You are?
I'm Kolade.
Kolade, nice to see you, Kolade. Kolade, are you obedient?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay, so why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I really believe in the man, because I believe others are going for that potential post. They've not their past results. I've not seen any improvements whatsoever. But I believe this man is going to do great things aside that past president have done. So I really believe in the man. He's going to do very well.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you had the opportunity to Japa, will you Japa?
I will Japa.
Okay, Amara, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, Amara, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Well, because I think he's probably going to be the change that Nigeria needs. Probably going to be, and it doesn't hurt to hope for better things. So it's nice to try something new for once, at least. That's why I am supporting him.
Okay. So, Amara, if you have the chance to Japa, will you Japa?
Definitely.
Okay, we are back here. We're trying to ensure that the technical challenge in getting General Ayola on is taken care of. So let me begin by asking if General Henry Ayola, who's focal person on security and defense in our policy review and future view team, is on. Is General Ayola on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm on.
Okay, wonderful, General. Yeah, perhaps you can orient us on the position of the Obi-Datti team on security and defense. When we had the glitch, we had the privilege of General Obi Umahi beginning to speak to issues of, if you will, integration for seamless policy execution. But give us, if you may, the 7 pillars, and let's then have a conversation here.
Okay, thank you very much. And good day, all participants. It's a great opportunity for us, excuse me, as a nation to retake our nation and to craft a system that will work. I like to say from the outset that the state of the insecurity of the nation is premised on what I would call some precedent conditions of what was on ground before the challenges came on board. And hence the ability to address the challenges have been also hampered by the state we found ourselves before those challenges came in. So in the Obi-Datti and the Labour Party security sector agenda for the nation, I'm going to highlight the 7 main points, 7 pillars, if you like. Number 1 is that there's going to be a holistic review of the national security architecture. The national security architecture has been mouthed again and again in recent time. But what exactly it is and why is it what it is? What has it been? Has it been a default architecture, or has it been a deliberately crafted architecture premised on appropriate analysis, threat analysis, vulnerability evaluation, risk assessment of the nation, from which you then move on to review the security architecture and craft one that will address all the issues in a holistic pattern. That's number 1. Number 2, there's also going to be a review and strengthening of the National Security Council. Of course, the National Security Council is simply a creation of the Constitution, just simply mentioned. And not much is said as to its organization other than the list of the members and what the working system and the checklist for doing those things should be. So that will be addressed appropriately. And the Office of the National Security Advisor, which provides the Secretariat for the National Security Council, will then be strengthened also, and will be indeed a coordination center, as relating to national security, intelligence, and all of that. Number 3, there's also going to be an expansion of the national intelligence community. One of the things we have not done well as a nation is putting in place a framework that enables us to put forward our best foot concerning any issue. Nigeria is so endowed by very many gifted, highly talented people, an extraordinary collection of people who have so much to offer. But the way we have designed our system thus far is only those in government that have the opportunity of even, having to bring in their ideas. And sometimes when you write papers, there have been 1,001 papers written. But once you are not the one there, it's like, they look at you and say, excuse me, if you know what to do, how come you are not the one here? But it ought to be a matter of a system where the collective best of the nation is what we are putting forward in solving any national issue. Okay, so that is going to be entrenched. Number 4, there is going to be an introduction also of the security and the subsectors of the security, particularly the defense and all the others, a higher management system that ensures certain instruments and tools for control of those apparatus, structures, institutions, and the entire process and procedure. Now, that would be entrenched. That also has been lacking. Since independence, we are neither here or there as to where we stand in some of these things. I mean, such tools like having of course, for several years until 2001, we did not even have a national security strategy. And what we got in 2001 was a 10-page grand strategy for national security. And thereafter, we had the national security strategy in 2014, which was reviewed in 2019, and all of that. And of course, there are several other acts and policies that need to be converged and be focused on in designing this kind of system that works in other places. And there are several examples we can learn from. Number 5 is to craft a strategic framework for unified operations. Now, what do we mean by that? We have seen so much of the armed forces being called out to solve problems when the crisis go beyond what the police and other paramilitary agencies can handle. But when they are called out, what framework is there for them to work in collaboration? And who handles what and all of that? It needs to be put as a laid down regulation, not just at the instance of who is holding the office at a time. You know, we have done so much of that. And sometimes it's like, well, if you like the face of the man who is there, you collaborate or cooperate with him. If you don't, you do something otherwise. No, it's not supposed to be left to the whims and caprices of the operators. There should be appropriate framework at each level of those organizations and services, who and who is relating with who and what needs to be done. Okay, that's number 5. And number 6 is going to be a review of national emergency response system. We have seen our capacity to respond to national emergency has not been the best. And that's because we've tried one model or the other without being neither here or there. And sometimes you find NEMA used to be a parastatal under the presidency, reporting directly to the vice president. And now it's been put under the Ministry of Humanitarian Intervention, okay? And still, it doesn't get the work done that way because the other agencies that are supposed to be coordinated are not even under NEMA. Neither are they under Ministry of Humanitarian Intervention. In other climes, what you do is to aggregate the first responders and the major responding agencies and put them under one umbrella, like the Ministry of Interior. So when there's an emergency, it's not a matter of begging people to respond, because there will be people who've been training together, who've been operating together, who have done several rehearsals and disaster games, and so they can really relate. And so when there is a real emergency, it's not then they are trying to get what to do. They will have been used to working with one another. So that will be put there. And all of these great ideas will not, of course, find proper footing until the number 7 pillar, which is making a list of several agenda items for the legislation, for legislature to handle. Of course, we know that if you're going to review existing policies and acts, then of course we get to go back to the legislature. Okay, so that is the 7th pillar. And with all this, we hope that we'll be able to address the perennial insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, we all know the criticality of security. Without security, development, progress, and all of that cannot follow. Thank you very much. I hope I've been able to highlight those appropriately.
No question that the central place of security in progress, in development is there. In fact, the AU had a special conference on this subject in Algeria, in Morocco. I was privileged to give a presentation at it last December, I think. And so our work is cut out for us. How do we operationalize these ideas in the document that we have here? Let's start with General Mahi here, and then Captain Maru, from their experience, will give us a sense for what is critically required. And then I want to turn to a particular issue, and fortunately we have joining us from Atlanta, Olivia Diokbara, who is in the security services out there, because I want, in this relationship between agencies, to ask her when she's going to come on. In the US, you have, besides, say, the military command and all of that, and policing, you have what do you call the reserves, and there's a particular one that's almost escaping me in this moment. Mental block where you
National Guard.
Yeah, National Guard. We talked about
National Guard.
How the governor activates the National Guard versus where police capacity is limited, and ultimately when the military comes in, how all of that relate. I would like her to probably open that conversation. But to you, General Mahi, what do we need to do to begin to implement?
Well, thank you, Prof, and thank General Yola for all you have presented. I think the way to start is that we need to reform the security sector. If we properly reform the security sector, we'll be addressing issues like unity of command. When there is an operation that involves more than a service, there must be a unified command where others will flow from. Now what we have is disjointed. Each service issues orders. In fact, the chief of defense staff has no troops. So how can he implement his dream policies? So that issue should be addressed.
By the way, in talking about that, how does our chief of defense staff, differ from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs in the U.S. structure, for example?
Well, the chairman of U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff is that he has the powers of command. All the troops are under him in terms of operations. All the Pacific Command, the European Command, they are all
even the African High Command.
Even the African High Command, they are right directly under him. So he issues directives, and then the various commands interpret it as it affects them, and then do an analysis, estimate process, and come up with the approach they require to carry out. And within each of these commands, you find out that Air Force is there, Army is there, Air Force is there, Navy is there. And where appropriate, other security services. But in Nigeria, it is a different ball game. I am not subtracting from the fact that the security agencies are trying their best, but there are things we need to do to make things work seamlessly, to make us harness all the advantages we should have, because we have the defense, we have other security agencies. Now, secondly, we need to it's very gladdening that Obi-Datti have been brave enough to say that Nigeria requires state police. Nobody can shoot and normally cry more than the bereaved. The governors are chief security officers in their states, but they do not have troops. They do not have the security agency they can use to effect that role that the Constitution has given unto them. So Obi-Datti had the courage to tell Nigerians that this is part of the critical problem we have in Nigeria. And that is why the state governors resorted to this vigilante. And when you begin to give, it's a good thing they have done, but the problem is it has a lot of implications. You give arms to people who are not trained to carry arms. You give instruments of violence to people who are not trained to manage them. So what could happen is that such people could eventually begin to use the arms, as some of them are using it now, for their selfish interests. And if you study the history of Pakistan, that is what gave rise to warlords that have territories carved out for themselves. You have a political leader in a position, he cannot take any policy decision without consulting the warlords. That is where we are going. And I think we should
the way Somalia even went. Captain Umar, what's your perspective on how we can really enforce a system that will secure and unite Nigeria?
Indeed, sir. Securing and uniting Nigeria is a straightforward and very, very possible task, particularly when we take out the nuances and all the, what I call, unwritten protocols that inform command on the field. And how can this be done? This can be done what I want to call low-hanging fruit measures is we must be able to demand results from troops on ground. It doesn't seem to be happening right now because everyone is virtually working towards, getting their own accolades from the man they are loyal to. But when it becomes a result-driven thing, matching results to expectations, matching results to costs, you'll see we begin to take out the frills from the skirt so we can be able to know who can deliver and who has challenges delivering. Let me use a very potent example, which my two senior officers have made mention of. If you go out there on the field and you see the defense, for example, the chief of defense staff, for example, we should recall that he was redeployed from the operations theater to his present office, but he was troopless. It's like tying one's hands behind his back. We have there a very potent soldier, a soldier, but then he is somebody that could be akin to one who has a soul willing, but the body is weak. When the body of men to execute is not on ground, there is no way you can achieve any results. Then all the nuances and the shenanigans start creeping in. From the body language of the Obi-Datti movement, we are seeing people who want to actually take out the meat and get straight to the bone. We are seeing people who want to match costs with results. We are seeing people who want to say, if you can ask for X, Y, Z much, then you must be able to tell us what much we can expect for the X, Y, Z you are getting. Right now, it's virtually like it's open. We see humongous amounts being sunk and just end up as sunk costs because nobody has been able to say, you know what, this is what you have asked for this monies for, and we are going to give it, and this is how much we expect.
Yeah, let me very quickly piggyback on this. The problem of architecture. Intelligence is often said to be an issue. Why does it seem like the intelligence agencies are operating in isolation? In many countries, intelligence is probably job one.
May I boldly respond to your question like this, sir? You see, no matter the intelligence you have, and I've always said this on other fora, if you are not intelligent, it will be useless to you. You see, the user of intelligence, ab initio, has to be intelligent too. So if you don't match intelligence with intelligent people, then intelligence will be useless. We have a lot of intelligence. Intelligence is virtually all over us every day, particularly when it comes to the kind of threats we have. Goat herders, bandits, localists, who haven't really gotten the kind of formal training and upper hands we have. But then if there's not a process that is going to ensure that the intelligence we have is handled by intelligent people, then we'll just continue to recycle intelligence that goes in and comes out just the way it went in.
Maybe I can say
Yes,
something
yes.
about that. You see, Anthony, there is something very, very critical when you want to improve on your intelligence sourcing. That is what is called civil-military relations. If civil-military relations is seamless, then every Nigerian will be an intelligence source. But now, more often than not, the Nigerians see security agencies as enemies, not as friends. And that is what the system has created. We have a system that uses the security agencies against the people. You see, politicians use them against their opponents. So they see the security agencies as enemies to themselves. They have information that intelligence that will help this nation get out of security quagmire. They keep it to themselves. And some of them even divulge security information to the militants, to enemy, to adversaries. So we need to deal with the issue of civil-military relations as an important tool to setting security rights. Nigeria.
It's very important point.
Prof, sir, permit me to say a word about that.
Okay, General.
Yes. Thank you for your inputs, my fellow officers. Agreeing with my fellow officers, I just want to put it in the perspective of when we said a holistic review of the national security architecture. It's actually to bring a system of systems approach. Some of the reasons, like Captain Omar said and like General Obi said, is the fact that there are loopholes in the current system that we're on, because it's not properly structured as a system of systems where the nodes and the joins are all taken care of. So even if you have the best of intelligence, if the operating services and forces are not able to use intelligence, their response time is not enhanced by availability of the required logistics I mean, I give the very common example. If a civilian calls a police station nearest to his house and say, oh, I saw something suspicious in so address, so time, and all that. Now, in that police station, they don't have even a vehicle to take off to respond to. It's not really intelligence because there is a system in which the appropriate are not empowered to respond in just time. Quick response is not achieved because of that. Not only that, because we have not taken serious critical look at what we run. Even the location of our security agencies and units and operations center.
Obviously, very important points being made there, a glitch, but we have to move on very quickly. We're coming towards the end of this panel because there's so much to engage with. But just in one quick 30-second comment, what should be job one, day one, for somebody who wants to secure this country? Just quick.
For me, it goes beyond security, restructure. When you restructure, everything will fall in place. When you review the security sector appropriately and insist that it has to be enforced, everything will fall in place.
Thank you.
For me, security will remain that either, that social either, within which all else will thrive. Without it, we just...
Very true. I mean, we can't go to the farm if we're going to get kidnapped. And if we don't farm, we will not be able to eat. Inflation will hit us, and the vicious cycle goes round. Okay, we've got to wrap it up on security there. I spoke just before we started this panel with our vice presidential candidate, Dr. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. He was apologizing that the network is so bad in southern Kaduna, where the Labour Party is campaigning today. He will get to Abuja in the next hour or so, and he will join us and speak to us. And the same from the presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi. So hang in there. We have others who are supporting this process. Sonny Rabo will be here in a minute. T-Mark is getting ready to entertain us. And we've got the Sorosoke gang, David Hundeyi, and all of those people getting ready to speak truth to power and the direction that our country should take. So stay tuned, contribute as best as you can to ensuring that we take back Nigeria and our country will thrive, because Nigeria will rise up again.
Hello. Hello.
It's a difficult time.
Just go to us on the line because
many are the
got
verge
muted.
of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the bucket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
we must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, we are obedient. No one to load, no. That the person ready. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to load. That the person ready.
I think I'm back now.
We are the structure, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State.
I'm back as well, but I was muted from his area. General.
Yes, I'm back now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I couldn't speak.
We're not, the segment is over.
I know.
Oh, okay. Okay, that is the security segment is over.
I'm experiencing right now, and I don't want to experience what I've experienced in the past. I just want to see better
Salvation.
myself, and I know what I'm voting for, so I'm not saying anything about that.
Okay. So if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
We have good prospects in this country, and I don't think japa is the best.
Salvation, you mean the security
We don't know what's best for us.
sector at this court is over.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You are?
I'm Kolade.
Kolade, nice to see you, Kolade. Kolade, are you obedient?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay, so why are you supporting P2B?
I really believe in the man, because I believe others are going for that potential post. They've not their past results. I've not seen any improvements whatsoever. But I believe this man is going to do great things aside that past president have done. So I really believe in the man. He's going to do very well.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
I will. I will japa.
Okay, Amara, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, Amara, why are you supporting P2B?
Well, because I think he's probably going to be the change that Nigeria needs. Probably going to be, and it doesn't hurt to hope for better things. So it's nice to try something new for once, at least. That's why I am supporting him.
Okay. So, Amara, if you have the chance to japa, will you japa?
Definitely.
You're not even considering.
Definitely, no. It's not even a question of maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I definitely will.
And you are?
Victoria.
Victoria, nice meeting you, Victoria. Victoria, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So can you tell us why you support Victoria?
No, I feel it's the best option for Nigerians.
Okay. Victoria, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Yes, I will, definitely.
Don't you want to rethink it or something?
No.
Well, because I feel if you become president, you'll be able to do something for the youth and everyone. So Nigeria will be a better place to live.
Okay. So, man, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
No, because if I don't have even if person that japa, they are someone that's going to sponsor me or I'll go on my own. But I don't think traveling out. Well, if I don't have even if I have a good sponsor, I don't think I can. I just find abroad a place for relaxation.
Okay.
We no want to load, no. That the person will be if we want better tomorrow.
We, the women in Nigeria, have seen a new Nigeria coming. The Lagos of our heroes past shall never be in vain. We are citizens. We are not slaves. The future of our youth is being stolen. The generation that is not yet born, they have stolen their future. That's not the Nigeria that every one of us wants. Enough is enough. And I tell you today, it is no longer business as usual. It is now business unusual. The sea finish where they see people. Titan roots where it will stop.
Sort of criminality, sort of no fuel, sort of price increase, sort of no electricity, sort of poverty. That is the sort of we want to throw away.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the giving. Travel to the world. Because you not to kill the rights of the man. When it comes to the challenge is in your hand. Get your business in and let the march to the change.
Welcome back. This is still Obi-Datti Global Fundraising event. I'd like to say thank you to Professor Pat Utomi for leading the panel session on how to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, we are appreciative of all of this, our speakers, and thank you for dishing us with so much information and knowledge and power on how we can move Nigeria forward. So before I went on break, I told you that we have so many veterans in the house talking about the entertainment industry. So right about now, we have T-Mac, and it's safe to secure you into the hands of T-Mac right now.
And this is David. Would like to give you one of my compositions called Bossa Bossa. Thank you. Thank you very much. We come back later. You'll see us this afternoon.
Thank you so very much, T-Mac. That was quite powerful. Okay, so right about now, we are taking you to another level, and this is how to know the demands of the youth. We have Kolade, Chidi, and David online to join this panel session. But before that, I'd like to remind you that if you have not donated, please go online, make use of the barcode. For Nigerians in diaspora, please make your donations. You can customize your donations as you so desire, or follow the prompts on your screen. And of course, in Nigerians in diaspora, actually, you can also send your donations to FCMB and Echo Bank as displayed on your screen right about now. So I will be handing you over to Kolade.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate your time. So I'm someone who takes the demands of the youth very, very passionately. It's one of those things that when you actually meet me in the middle of the night and you just wake me up, it feels like something that it's so inexhaustible. I mean, a lot of japa here and there. We can see how our youth are trying to just get out of their own motherland. I mean, it doesn't really, speak well. Within the last 4 to 7 years thereabout, we've had a situation where we feel like we're living in a country that we can't even recognize again. For some of us who are not really very much like holding within the last 7 years, the only Nigeria we know now is a Nigerian that is very, very inhabitable. So I have here with me Dr. Chidi too, and then I'm just wondering, Dr. Chidi, there is no gainsaying that some of us, we've seen an expression with His Excellency Governor Peter Obi, but we still want to know, like, what are those things, like as a young Nigeria, what does the future hold for me? What do I have to look up to? I mean, during the administration of His Excellency, should we get to power in May?
Yeah, and when His Excellency talks about moving Nigeria from consumption to production, is when all the sectors of production is activated, the youth will be engaged. Yeah, the agricultural sector, manufacturing sector, entrepreneurship, and all that. You see, His Excellency is coming up with every youth a skill program, whereby no Nigerian youth will be left out of the job sector. Every youth is skilled. Make sure that every youth is engaged in one form or the other. As a matter of fact, there is no useless human being. What we have are people that are not skilled. So His Excellency is going to take a very determined step to ensure that every Nigerian child learns 1 or 2 skills that could help him earn a living in life. Remember, he was talking about the 20 million out of school children, most of them in the north. And he said, look, if these kids can learn Quran, then they can learn anything else. Therefore, why don't we engage them in some life skills that will help them earn a living? Every human being can earn a living for himself and by himself if he's appropriately trained.
There is one area that usually strikes me. I mean, this is one thing I've always been saying, if I am sitting down across the table with whoever wants to be the next president of Nigeria, is the question of the minimum wage for the youths. No, not for the youth per se. I looked at it in our country,
yeah.
the question of minimum wage. Okay, so we have someone who is just 21 years old now, is going into the employment industry, and then it's basically asking, the basic minimum wage is 30,000 naira. And as a young person, probably you've been through school for like 4 or 5 years. We saw what they did with some very funny program within the last 7 years. They call it, I don't want to mention the name, but they are not basically empowering us. So what does the future hold? What does the next administration hold for us? What do they have in terms of minimum wage? What can we look up to?
Yeah, His Excellency has talked so much about paying Nigerians living wages. You see, the truth of the matter is that we have not come to understand that every human being would make a living out of the current job he has. If someone lives on 100,000 a month and you pay him 30,000, he's going to make the difference, the 70,000 difference from that job. This is one of the major things that is for corruption. I remember when Prof was talking on the security platform, he talked about the police. How do you give a man a gun and you pay him less than 100,000 a month and you expect him to respect the citizens he's supposed to protect? So part of the things His Excellency is bringing on board is the hourly wage and paying Nigerians living wages that are adjusted to the inflationary rate. You know, someone that was earning 30,000 a month in 2015 is actually not earning 30,000 a month this year because of the inflation. You have over 20-something% inflation rate, and you're paying people the same rate you were paying them when exchange rate was $290. Today, exchange rate is $700-something in the black market, and you still paying people the same rate. Of course, most Nigerians, their wages can't take them home. And part of the things the government will do is, if you really want to fight corruption, you must pay people living wages.
Okay, so I mean that's one thing that I always feel like, because no investor comes to your country if people can't even afford their products. So purchasing power has to be something that we need to actually look at. Yeah. And you have to start from this particular wage. So I'm going to look at it from, okay, so now we have that particular side of the supply side, or the demand side. Then let's look at the job creation side. Now you've mentioned the skill, but then of course, if I have a skill and then I have to look at that particular supply side, I'll be able to say, okay, these skilled people, they are going to come. We're going to talk about skills much better. I mean, because I want to actually get that idea of small business or probably youth business entrepreneurship. What are your thoughts on this particular area? I think I do have some of my own thoughts, but I still feel I want to actually get your thoughts as it were. What are those things? What are those concrete and very appropriate programs that you feel that, okay, these are the basic things to say, youth out there, because these are very, very important to the youth. We have a lot of youth who cannot find jobs, and it's not always the case that they don't have skill. So, and like I've said, we're going to talk about the skill. Now, you have a young person. So, we have some youths who they want to be gainfully employed, but we have some youths who are ready to actually create jobs for the other. So, I mean, I want to be able to say, okay, so if you have someone who wants to create a job and you have someone who wants to get a job, then it's only normal, it's only appropriate that we should have it's sort of like a very, very determined government policy for those who are ready to create the job. And when I mean policies, I mean some steps of policies that will not just be basically on funding, but also in terms of governance of the funding, because within the last 7 years, we've having a series of funding. Okay, we're having some series of fundings that the government have been coming up with. But then, of course, it seems that these fundings are not appropriate because, okay, apart from the fact that the funding might not be much, but then we also have the situation where they are giving this funding wrongly. Do you understand? Okay, let me get David's thoughts on some of this area. Let me get David's thoughts. David, please, I would like to get your thoughts on the area of what do you think about business funding for the young people? What are your thoughts basically on how you feel government should have a strategy of funding for the young people?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure why it's not letting me show my video. Maybe the host wants to sort that out. But anyway, let's get to it. So I saw a few days ago that there was a bill that was actually thrown out of the House of Representatives, a bill that I thought was potentially a very good bill that was essentially trying to make the National Youth Service Corps program optional. And that in the absence of it being a mandatory program, as it is now, that young Nigerians should instead be given the opportunity to use that funding that would otherwise be used by the government to enroll them in the NYSC program to start businesses. So it was essentially going to turn what is currently the NYSC into probably Africa's largest small business accelerator. I thought that was a brilliant idea, but for whatever reason, it's been thrown out of the House. Right, the House basically had a big problem with it, and the issue that the House raised with it was obviously that Basically, there are a number of states in Nigeria that use the existing NYSC program as a technical subsidy for their education and health sectors because they don't want to invest in those things. So they'd rather use young Nigerians as cheap labor, as a sticking plaster. So instead of solving the long-term problem, which is that you don't have enough qualified teachers and doctors in your state, and you don't want to make the investments necessary to put that into place, you'd rather just have young Nigerians coming in a steady stream of young Nigerians coming in every year, and you pay them peanuts, and they're obligated to do it. They have to do it by law. And, even the deteriorating security situation and the risk that puts them in, you don't care because all you're looking for is your own advantage. So I think this illustrates just that basic disconnect that exists in the way a Peter Obi and the way the political establishment sees the future of Nigeria. Now, when it comes to business funding and business acceleration, a simple look at the population demographics of Nigeria should tell you something very simple. Something like 65% of Nigeria's population is under the age of 35. Statistically, Nigeria is one of the youngest countries in the world. Our median age is something like 18.9. Very young demographically. What that means is that we are on the cusp of something called a demographic dividend. A demographic dividend is basically when the vast majority of the country's population is within the young working age. So between 18 and 40. That's a demographic dividend. Typically, when countries go through demographic dividends, they are supposed to enjoy explosive rates of economic growth. So when China and India in the 80s and 90s experienced their economic booms, they were passing through their demographic dividend. Nigeria is about to enter its demographic dividend, and it should be clear to everyone that being that we don't really have that much of a large structured formal sector. The vast majority of Nigeria's economy is informal. Something like 60% of Nigerians are employed in the informal sector. So the only way to properly harness this demographic dividend and enjoy the economic results of a demographic dividend is to encourage growth and expansion of small businesses. That's the only way it's going to happen. That's the only way the economy is going to develop that heat and friction that it needs to drive Nigeria into the 21st century. You take advantage of your youth population and put in the investment it takes to get them to grow the economy, to grow businesses and by extension, grow the economy. And that's how you take advantage of a demographic dividend, not by distributing, you referenced the N-Power program, distributing 10,000 naira every few months to people, that does nothing. All that does is that it funds a little bit of consumption. It does nothing more than that. It will buy food for a few days, and that's it. That is not what young Nigerians need. Young Nigerians.
Sorry, wait. Can you turn on your video now? I think you can come up now.
Okay, perfect. So as I was saying, what young Nigerians need is the opportunity to grow their economy. And young Nigerians have already demonstrated the capacity to develop and to grow businesses. What young Nigerians categorically do not need, is just these little subsidies to fund consumption. So these electoral bribes, which we refer to euphemistically as Anchor Borrowers Program, N-Power, whichever fancy name you use to cover it, which is basically very tiny sums of money, which are essentially just little bribes to poor people. That is not what young Nigerians need. Young Nigerians need
me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, no, something just occurred to me. I mean, you are the very, very well-respected investigative journalist here. Did you think there is an iota of truth to the 75 trillion naira stamp duties? I'm getting somewhere because you see, I have this very crazy idea about how we can fund the youth business. And I've discussed with my role model, Professor Pat Utomi, and he has never considered it very crazy. But then, of course, when I talk to other people, they think, me personally, I feel we should have a yearly 20 trillion naira youth business development fund. And then people will ask me, how do we fund this? So understanding this, let us go into the area of the stamp duty. Is there any iota of truth in the very fact that we are we have a situation where we have 75 trillion naira unremitted stamp duties. Is there any truth there? Maybe probably I can then go to, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Well, so I don't know about 75 trillion. That's a very large figure. Being that Nigeria's total annual budget is just about 7 or 8 trillion. So I'm not sure 75 trillion is a realistic number. If you had said 75 billion, maybe. And by the way, I don't doubt that there's definitely some level of corruption going on in the stamp duty remittances. It's the amounts that I'm not too sure about. But going on to your point about the possibility of funding basically a nationwide business accelerator program, I think this is not just a good idea. I think it has actually been done before. So if you recall, under the previous administration, there was something called UWIN, right? Now, for whatever reason, either the administration didn't make as much of the meal about it as it should have, or the media didn't do its job. But this was actually rated by, I believe, the World Bank at the time as one of the most successful government-driven business accelerator programs ever on the African continent. And why was it successful? The simple reason was that the government itself wasn't directly in charge of administering it. So the government funded the program and then hired your corporate consultancies like KPMG to actually manage the actual day-to-day process of selecting people, judging business plans, that sort of thing. So the decisions were made purely on a business level. They weren't political decisions. So it wasn't influenced by where this person comes from, who sent a letter on behalf of this person, who this person's child is. And as a result, that was a fairly successful program. So I believe something like that can actually be done and scaled up using a similar model where the government itself isn't directly in charge of making funding decisions. And the application and funding process is privately driven and it's transparent, so that people have a significant amount of trust in it. I think if that can be done, that definitely could be a solution, one of the solutions to this long-term problem of youth unemployment and underemployment.
Private sector. And I believe that the best approach to monitor funding disbursed, for me, I believe in equity structure. I really do not believe in grants very much, and I don't believe very much in loan. But I believe that if you give money, if I'm going to give my wife money to start business, I think I want to do it in terms of equity, so that I will be able to monitor the business, because I'm now a part owner of this business. So I can actually see some kind of governance structure into this. Then if you have an effective governance structure, an effective system of that kind of thing, then you can actually then talk to angels. There are thousands and thousands of angels across the world who actually want to invest in young businesses. By the way, before we continue, please do well to donate to the account over there. I mean, we very much love to get your donation. So David, I'm going. Let me get back to you. Well, let me go to Dr. Chidi, for instance. For Dr. Chidi, what are the basic governance approach to? For me, like I've said, loan is good, grant is good, but I actually love equity. I love a situation where if I want to invest in your business, it's not because I want to pry into your business, but I want to invest there so that I can actually monitor it. So what are your thoughts on that kind of funding structure? For me, it is not something we cannot do. There are thousands and millions of angels out there who wants to actually invest. What they are just interested in is that there is a very strong and a very efficient governance structure in order to monitor the young businesses that we're actually talking about. What are your thoughts on this particular area for the Obi-Datti administration should we actually come in May?
Yeah, I think we are starting with bringing in transformation in the way government agencies operate. One, as of today, most of the government agencies operate as enforcers of the law, not enablers of businesses. These are two very different things. When the agencies of governance begins to work like enablers, business enablers, for instance, NAFDAC will begin to work as enabling small businesses to develop standards that are acceptable to the international community and not enforcing them to do that. some will begin to become an enabler of small business to meet the international standards for their products.
Okay.
A lot of things will change. Now, there are so many government agencies that have been established to support businesses, but the bureaucracy that is involved and the corruption that is involved is what makes us not work. If you look at what David Hinde said, now, the past government of Jonathan, I think what they did was to contract a private sector, KPMG, to manage that processes. Because when the government comes in and the processes are compromised, quality, competence, and capability is not taken into consideration, everything fails. The moment you do not consider the competence, the capacity, and the quality of the business plan, then the money might have gone right to the wrong person. So this government is coming in to equip all the institutions, development institutions, like the Bank of Industry, like the Development Bank, like the Bank of Agriculture, to get them to begin to do the work they were established to do. Put in right people in those places who understand their responsibility and their roles.
Most importantly, like David was trying to say, it is the fact that the private sector must still play the key role in the governance.
You're coming back to the private sector. Now, part of the reason why a lot of investment are not coming to the private sector is because you don't have a rule of law. Part of the things the presidency is bringing to play is rule of law, establishing a rule of law, and ensuring that every case that goes to the Nigerian courts is concluded within 12 months. No case should exceed 12 months. So if we have a dispute and we go to court, it shouldn't be there for 10, 20 years. And when people know that if I have a disagreement or misunderstanding with you, I can go to court and get justice, then I will be comfortable with investing money in that. And then a lot of things will happen. When you create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive, and knowledge is celebrated. Right now in Nigeria, knowledge is not celebrated. That's why creative industry is not growing at the rate it should grow, because knowledge is not celebrated.
Sorry, let me get David's thoughts. David, please.
Yes.
On the area of small businesses, funding small businesses, as someone who has been involved in business yourself, and you know how difficult it is to actually grow business, what kind of governance structure would you want? I mean, if I give 10 million naira to business now, I'm actually, I run a fund, and when I give 10 million naira to a small business or to a startup, I know the sort of governance infrastructure that I must put in place. What are the kind of governance infrastructure that you feel, based on your experience, something we can actually learn from and say, okay, if I had not, these are mistakes I've made. So there is a sort of like a young panel of young business person like you that have been successful with what you're trying to do. What are the kind of processes you feel government, working together with government, and then having a sort of like a private sector governance infrastructure? What kind of structure would you like to see in those kind of regard?
So I'm not exactly a business guru, because I only have some experience in running a small business. So I will speak based on the little experience that I have, with all humility. I would say the going from the mistakes that I made when I was running a copywriting agency back in 2019, what I would say is the number one thing that you want to do is make sure that as a business owner, you have someone that you are accountable to. Because it's very easy to, if you have what you think of as a successful business, the cash flow is good, you have money coming in, it's very easy to forget that you and your business are supposed to be two separate entities, and your personal funds and your business funds are not supposed to commingle. You are supposed to pay yourself a salary. There's supposed to be that separation and discipline, right? I personally made that mistake quite a number of times. So for the purpose of taxes, for the purpose of even sustainability of the business, there needs to be someone you're accountable to. So what I would recommend is that instead of the usual sole proprietorship model, even though it costs a bit more and there's a bit more legal paperwork involved, people should look more into a limited liability sort of structure with a board, so that there are people that one is responsible to, so that even if one is the central executive personnel in the business, one, for example, doesn't have free reign to just dip one's hands into the company accounts as and when one pleases, that one has someone always sort of keeping one honest, keeping one accountable that this month you have to make payroll, so and such has to happen, and that no matter what, you cannot withdraw more than so and so amount from the business. Because from my experience, a very large part of the reason why most young businesses fail to make it past 3 years is not necessarily because the business proposition is bad. It's not necessarily because there's the cash flow problem or there's the consumer problem. It's simply because the business owners are not sufficiently do not have the requisite discipline or skill to keep a business running. Because keep running a business and having the skill set required to offer a service or a commodity for sale are not the same thing. And that was my own experience.
That was what I mean. So now we have the governance and then the skill set. And then that will take me back to the youth skill set that you actually talk about. Now, David, an idea like incubation centers, maybe probably one in local governments. What do you think about this kind of thing? For me, I feel in a community, if you look at a community, for instance, there will be lots of people within that community that are gifted, right? Or maybe probably lots of people that needed that skill set, maybe entrepreneurship or employability training. What would you think about the idea of the incubation centers? Like, where youth can actually say, okay, if I need to actually learn something, if I need to actually get funding, if I need to actually become a small business owner, I would actually, there's a place I can actually go to. What would that kind of thought? How will it go in your mind? What would you want?
So there are actually such things that already exist. I don't know if you know about an organization called the Seed Stars. So they run a global network of such incubation centers. They're trying to expand across Africa and across Nigeria as well. So far, they only have a space in Lagos and I think Abuja, but they're also trying to expand. How I think a government would key into this would be, obviously, there will be a significant amount of government funding involved, right? The government has to invest in this. But very crucially, instead of it being government property, the government should rather partner with a private sector entity like Seed Space, right? So the government will have equity in that joint venture and then let the private sector drive that thing. So there can be a bit of, government incentivization involved. So for example, where in places where it may not necessarily be that viable to cite an innovation center or an accelerator, maybe because the skilled population maybe isn't really there, but for the purpose of government presence, it would be expedient to put it there. Such things might be possible. So the government is the one putting up the money, right? But it's driven by the private sector. The day-to-day operation is driven by the private sector. So such that, because if you leave it completely to the private sector, what tends to happen and what has happened elsewhere is that everything gets centralized in one or two places. So the private sector obviously will go straight to Lagos, and then everything will get centralized in Lagos, and then everybody keeps on coming into Lagos. And that's not really how to grow an economy, right? Even though it's good to have a hub like Lagos where you can access everything, but bear in mind, Nigeria is a country of close to 200 million people. So you can't have 200 million people in Lagos and Abuja alone. So you need to have 5, 6, 7 other, mid to large sized viable cities, which have their own, large economies too. So you need to have such things in Ibadan. You need to have such things in Benin, in Kano, in Port Harcourt, in Warri, in, that kind of thing, in Enugu, in Onitsha. So how a government would key into this would be to put up the required funding, but going through the private sector. I can't stress that enough, because if the government tries to go it alone, it just becomes yet another Nigerian government scheme, yet another subsidy, right? And we know what the history of that is in Nigeria. So,
David, your thoughts. A lot of ideas has been discussed around this, and I'm of the opinion that if you really want to develop the people, for me personally, I think and I've discussed it extensively with Professor Patu-Tomi. Very great concept. We want to be able to say, look, can we have this incubation? They don't have to have the same characteristics.
Okay, let me come in here.
Okay,
now.
exactly. So
that's what Prof called local factor endowment. Now, you want to set up an incubation center, for instance, in Kano. You're not going to say this any type of incubation center in Aba. They have different local factor endowment. In Kano, you could set up incubation center on businesses surrounding meat processing, rice and skin and all that. Maybe in another place, you say about incubation center, about rice production and processing and all that. And in our you set up incubation center for garment making, for shoe making and all that. So we take into consideration the local factor endowment in that area and then set up incubation center that serve that local factor endowment. That way, you even reduce the urban migration. For people don't need to live where they're living. They can do that thing from their own local environment.
So you can then have a sort of like an industrial cluster around that particular value chain.
Every geopolitical zone.
I mean, David, this is something that I feel basically that it's a no-brainer that the government should actually think about this. It's something we shouldn't have to be talking about in 2023. But then, of course, it's good. The most important thing is that there is a government here that is here and is cared to listen. So in other words, now tying this whole incubation centers with the funding that we've talked about and then bringing it back home to that area of skill, then it then means that if there is a particular incubation hub around, say, rice processing and as it were, it then means that we're going to have to provide the requisite skills in that area to the young people in that particular environment.
Yeah, exactly,
so
exactly.
David, what are your thoughts on this kind of situation? What they just mentioned, this is a very, very, very great idea around localizing incubation centers within a particular area. And
based on their
factual endowments. Will that solve the problem of this over-clusterization of incubation? Because I'm aware of more than 20, if not 50 around the Yaba alone. And a whole lot of them are trying for office spaces. Meanwhile, there are lots of villages. So, this is actually a very, very great stuff. So it then means that we need to actually have a sort of like a database of, for me, just, my...
Well, we already know what every local environment in Nigeria, what they're strong in. Is just to look at that thing and set up a business incubation center that takes advantage of that endowment in that environment.
I completely align with that. I completely agree with that. And what I'll just add to that is that this feeds into something which if a few people who are active in the economic policy space in Nigeria have been trying to stress over the past 7 years, especially that in economics, there's something called comparative advantage. And that it seems as if the Nigerian government is determined to ignore the existence of comparative advantage, which is why, for example, when you see the Nigerian borders being closed, land borders being closed because somebody believed that it will stop the importation of rice, which would then somehow boost local production of rice. Meanwhile, there is no evidence that Nigeria has a comparative advantage in rice production as it stands. So instead, all that happened was that rice prices went up for everybody. Food inflation went up, and everybody's standard of living declined as a result because they don't take note or cognizance of comparative advantage. So that what you've just described is basically comparative advantage, but within the country. That when setting up the business accelerator hubs or industrial parks, whatever those things are, that it's very important to take the local context into account. And the reason, not a reason, but an observation that I've made is that Seed Stars, for example, which I mentioned earlier, which has been trying to expand, they seem very focused on just tech alone. So the idea is we're going to go around Africa and we're just going to start building tech accelerator hubs so that everybody in Africa is going to learn how to code. Meanwhile, that's just not true. That's not the case.
Let's quickly go on a short break, and then when we're back, I think we're going to continue this. This is not a topic we can exhaust. So.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you we are obedient. No one to no. That the person waiting me. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We will want to know. That the person will be.
We are the structure, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
My name is Mrs. Suzu.
Okay, ma. Ma, I want to ask you, ma, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us why?
Because I hope he is the best president I can pick among them. I think he can lessen the burden that we are suffering now, as I can see him.
Okay, are you obedient?
Yes, of course.
Oh, lovely. So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
Well, I'm just looking forward to I haven't seen him in a very long time, so I feel like it's for him. I feel like there could be differences or changes that could help us positively. So that's why I'm supporting him, and I'm looking forward to him. So,
why are you voting for Peter Obi?
Because he's a good person to be there now. You know, I feel he's going to change some things if he enter like Tinubu. Then I feel there's going to be a lot of doubts when Tinubu enter. I will.
Okay. So, ma, are you obedient?
Very well.
Very well. Okay. So, ma, can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Number one is my brother. And number two, I know that he's going to rule Nigeria very well, more than others, because he's not there to eat money. He's there to rule us well. Yeah.
So, hope you're not supporting because of your brother.
Not really, because he's a young guy, because I'm a youth woman, as you say.
Okay. So, ma, if you're given the chance to japa, will you japa?
I go japa sharp. Sharp. Children, they might go confess.
So, Japa, if you have the opportunity to japa, Will you japa?
I'm a Nigerian by blood, and it is green all within me. So I do not think I would really want to japa based on residency. I basically just want to go for fair trips, basically fun fest essentially, and we're back here to be based.
Sir, if you had the opportunity to japa, meaning to travel and you not come back to this country, will you do that, sir?
Well, I can say I will do that, but who will I leave the country? I'm not to remain for this my country now. This is my own country.
If you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
I'm there already. Definitely.
All right. Oh, thank you. I mean, you're welcome back, please. David, are you with me?
Yeah.
I'm having the studio with me, Professor Pat. The eminently Professor Pat. The question of or the demands of the youths, it's something we cannot exhaust. Believe me, there are so many thoughts in my mind, so many things going on. If you can see, I'm not really settled. If you give me 3 hours, it's not something I can exhaust, believe me. And so in that very short period of time, I'm trying to cramp everything. But I'm very, very glad we could be able to look at the area of industrial clusters and trying to have characteristics in the manner in which we have incubation up, so that it will not look like the business as usual. And then in the area of the funding, we've been able to touch on that. But then, of course, we cannot exhaust it. So I'm going to have to let you go for now, but I hope it's something we could actually catch up on later. But I have with me in the studio, my prof. So, sir, what are your thoughts generally? We've talked about the funding, we talked about the governance, we've talked about the incubation centers. But then, of course, I know so much, we've discussed so much. Very, very much. Yeah. And there is a lot.
We spent many hours talking about these things. And David is a remarkable example of a very thoughtful person who applies ideas to experience in a way that these blew out. He made a point about the simple idea of comparative advantage. Today in structural economics, they look at latent comparative advantage. Because you can use industrial policy to accelerate a comparative advantage in building value chains. But let's not talk that kind of grammar right now. I just want to leave everybody with a shocking thought. We can make every 21-year-old Nigerian a millionaire within 15 months of a new government.
No, that's not possible.
I expected that to shock you, but
that's not possible.
It's true. The Accountant General, how much did they say? They took
107 billion.
Whatever billion, but it's billion.
Okay. 7 billion.
In this government, we've been having billions. And at the point we're having trillions.
And let me take that idea just a little further, so that people don't feel scandalized that I say we can make every 21-year-old a millionaire in 15 months. In 2003, two professors of economics at Columbia University, Arvind Subramanian and Javier Salaye Martin, wrote a working paper for the IMF in which they said that the government of Nigeria was so incompetent that Nigerians would be better off without the government. That's an IMF working paper. That is, if you take the welfare that Nigerians get out of their being governed and just don't have a government, just say, okay, these are Nigerian revenues, 100 billion. Okay, all of you, your share is so much. Nigerians would be better off. That was their thesis. Now, a friend of mine, who was a Norwegian-born economist at Harvard at the time, later moved to Columbia, where these people wrote out of, and is currently an editor of the Financial Times in London, Martin Sambu, took the concept a little further. Martin argues that essentially why Nigeria is badly governed is that the people don't know that the money that they're playing with in Abuja is their money.
Yeah.
That if you collected all of Nigeria's revenues, wrote to the Sorosoki champions, all of them, and said, look, oh, your share of this Nigerian money is 20 million naira for 2023. My money, but they won't give it to you now. Say, we are going to tax you at the rate of 99.9%. So what is left in your account will be 50,000 naira. You can go and spend it as you like, but we've taxed you at this rate and we've taken 19 point something million. You see, people will get ready to fight.
Yeah.
You take all of that, my money, like absolutely. Money will then be utilized in a way that makes your life much, much better. In the United States, a state called Alaska, in a certain month of the year, sends out checks to every citizen as their share of oil revenues. In Canada, Alberta does it. In Nigeria, a few big men steal it and leave you poor. Even when they spend it in a way that will make you poor. And so here's a simple idea. It's funny, I've been thinking about it, talking about it. Some guy walks into my office and says to me, look, get 20 banks, credit every Nigerian with this from this revenue, the basic idea of Martin Sambu. Leko, where's your account? First City Merchant Bank. Okay, we're going to pay 20 million naira as your entitlement. But we want to make sure every child goes to school. And so your son's school fees, we're deducting 800,000, whatever it is. From that 20 million, that's your money for your son's school fees. For this, we're going to deduct. After you've deducted everything, you still have 1.5 million left in your accounts. And you can spend it as you will, and you'll be taxed as you spend it. We can make every 21-year-old Nigerian a billionaire, a millionaire within 1 year of this administration, if people are just going to be serious. So let them not deceive you. Nigeria is poor because Nigeria is run poorly. And the youth can change it and take that into an entrepreneurial engagement that will change everything for the Nigerian people. Let me leave that thought. You want to be a millionaire? Vote right. 15 months from now, you'll be a millionaire.
And we shall do. We shall vote. Thank you so much, Prof.
You're
It's been quite enlightening. Thank you so much, David. And Dr. Chidi, thank you so much. Over to you, ma.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
Thank you so very much, Kolade, Chidi, David, and of course, Professor Otomi, for talking about the demands of the youth for the Obi-Datti 2023. It's safe to say that all of the sounds you've been hearing at the background is the donations from all of our people across the globe. Thank you so very much. We appreciate your donations. We appreciate your charitable contributions to this purported worthy cause of Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Event, the historic one here in Lagos, Nigeria. Right about now, we do it the poetic way, and it's time to invite Ayomide from our studios to your screens.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ayomide Fashedu, and I'll be doing this poem. There are 4 categories of Nigerians during the elections. The first category are those who were able to like gold chain slaves to their own indifference. No be election, not selection. They don't decide winner. It not depend on us, they say. They forget that not choosing is a choice. All they do is rant about the dilapidated economy, mass poverty, nepotism, but they still do not have a PVC, don't you know? Don't you know that you cannot sit on the fence and stand tall at the same time? Have you forgotten that we are the masters of our own fate? That the power to fix Nigeria is in your hands. Remember that our liberation is in the revelation that this is home and we must fight for her. The second category of Nigerians are the ones who sell their votes. The ones who forget that when you sell your soul, when you scratch backs that should be stabbed, you're saying, do whatever you want with me, even though I do not agree. Why do you forget that if your votes didn't count, they wouldn't be trying to buy it? They wouldn't be trying to own your PVC, precious voters. See, can't you see that your future is in your thumb? Please be sure to use it wisely so we can stop running after vehicles, after visas, after and for our own lives. The third category of Nigerians during the elections are tribalists, the ones who would rather let men with shaky legs that use football age run the country than vote a competent candidate that is not of their own ethnicity. Let me ask you this. When a man is killed in the chaos around him, what language does he die in? How can you forget that when we have burned all the bridges, there is no way to trudge through the fire? How can you forget that the number of languages we speak doesn't mean our lives will count when we get caught in this crossfire? How can you forget that before anything else, we all are Nigerians? The fourth category of Nigerians are the ones who believe the no kasala can kill my vibe Nigerians, the ones who dream of a country where freedom will be free and take steps to achieve it. The ones who know, the ones who vote, the ones who hope. Dear you, dear leader of tomorrow, our tomorrow is today. Thank you.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man who will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man who will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president. Attention.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, we are obedient. No one to load, no. That the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We don't want to load, no. That the person will be.
We are the structure, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
Are you obedient?
Yeah, fully.
Okay, she's fully obedient. So if I tell me, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I just feel he's the man for the country. Like it's what we need in our country. He has what it takes to be the president.
Okay. So if I can tell us, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Of course, I will.
Don't you want to stay and develop Nigeria?
No. I'll definitely japa.
I'm Blessing.
Okay, nice meeting you, Blessing.
Same here.
Blessing, are you obedient?
Sure, I am.
Okay. So can you tell us, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Okay, I feel he's young, intelligent, and he's going to move Nigeria forward.
Okay. Blessing, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you
Yes.
japa?
Yes, I will. If I have the opportunity, I will.
Peter Obi knows better than other people talking this and that. Peter Obi knows better because I've been trying things like this before. Peter Obi knows better. He has this experience, unless they don't want to give it to him.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have the opportunity to japa, meaning you leave the country and you will not come back, will you do that?
I would not really like to leave my country and go somewhere else. For the fact that the country belongs to us. If we leave it, this one leave, whom are we leaving the country for? So we have to say, I have to stay here.
Stephen, nice meeting you, Stephen.
Nice.
Stephen, are you obedient?
Yes, 100%.
I'm serious.
100%.
Okay. Stephen, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
We need a new Nigeria. So, and Peter Obi is the only person that has that capacity to give us that new Nigeria. So, it's the man for me, actually. Thank you.
Okay. So, Stephen, if you had the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Oh, what's the option? Japa or what? Stay?
Yes, japa.
Why will I stay? It's japa, obviously. I'll japa, definitely.
Chidima.
Chidima, nice meeting you, Chidima. Chidima, are you obedient?
Sure, I am.
Oh, okay. So why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Yeah, because I feel he's capable and he's more intelligent, I believe.
Okay. Chidima, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you japa?
Yeah, definitely. I will.
You don't want to do Nigeria.
Maybe when I jump, I'll come back again.
Okay, thank you.
Hey God, what am I doing here? I already have this opportunity. Like I've already planned. I'll run. I don't want to stay here. I'm tired. I'm tired. Serious. If I have the opportunity, I'll go. Serious.
If you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Yes, I will. I will run.
Okay.
I will.
Yes, I will. Like, if you don't, it's a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
We no want to load, no, no. That the person will be if you want better tomorrow.
Thank you so very much, Ayomide, for your poetic spoken word. I could feel the calmness and passion in your voice. I could taste it. And we hope that this calm is what we'll be able to use to resolve all of the Nigeria's needs. Yes, because we are agitating for a new Nigeria. Honestly, it's been a good day for us, friends. We've spent a lot of time trying to analyze, to talk about every of the things that are important for Obi-Datti 2023. We've talked about insecurity, health, economy, power, infrastructure, you name it. But right about now, it's time for technology. You know, technology does every magic you can ever imagine. Yes, so we'll be going straight away to Nifemi, who is going to be taking us on a ride with his panelists. Nifemi, hi.
Hi, thank you very much. Amazing. Good day, everyone. Like you said, my name is Nipemi, and I'm here with two wonderful experts in the technology space, where we're going to be talking about, the potentials, the boundless potentials that technology has to offer this great country, Nigeria. So to my left, I have Kunle and David, who are technology experts in the financial technology space and in maritime security. So real quick, I think the first thing I'll be posing to them is the question around what are the potentials that you two see that are untapped in leveraging technology to improve the state of the Nigerian economy. I'll start with you, Kunle.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Kunle. So technology, basically, there's no bound, there's no boundary. There's no class. There's no class in technology. It's for everybody to learn. There's no, how would I put it? There's nowhere you cannot reach with technology. You can do anything. I'm into maritime security, and in my space, we have technology as well. We have sonar radars, all these things, and we build things, and have people that can build things as well. So in terms of and education-wise, I think Peter Obi movement will do a lot when it comes to education-wise. A lot of people can learn from what we do and what we can achieve more. There are a lot of gifted Nigerians that are only given the opportunity, they will do a lot with technology.
Thank you very much. David, over to you. Any thoughts you'd like to share real quick?
Okay, thank you, Nifemi. And thank you for the conveners for bringing us here. Happy to share our thoughts around this. Technology is quite a very passionate subject I like to speak about because technology, it's nothing without adaptability. So what technology has been able to do is to simplify processes. Technology is not meant to bring in new things, but technology is meant to simplify existing things. There are a lot of areas which technology can actually make things a lot simpler for the people. Typically within my space, which is the fintech space, we've seen how technology has been able to help us include people, take financial access to the remote areas where insecurity has hampered a whole lot. Technology through financial inclusion, you're able to provide digital financial services to the unserved and underserved, which is very, very critical. As you know, also in the recent trends, a lot of banks are closing down their branches and they're leveraging on agency locations in ensuring that financial services gets to the last mile. So this is something very, very critical. We're moving away from the traditional brick and mortar banking to technology-led banking systems where the woman in McAfee can actually have access to financial services. And also that man who is in Doma, Nasarawa State, has access to the same services you can access in Lagos. Quite interesting times ahead. And I'm very excited about the movement and the initiative they're using technology in solving problems. That will be my opening shot.
All right. Thank you very much, David and Kunle. I think just to take it a step further, Another interesting subject that I would like to get your opinion on is around digital identity, because as David was speaking, you did talk about financial inclusion, and if we take a step back to look at some of the hindrances to financial inclusion today, you would find out that digital identity has played a major role in inhibiting how quickly the financially excluded have been captured. So in your opinion, right, what are some things that, we need to be talking about, we need to be looking into as far as, digitally including the digitally excluded Nigerians are concerned? So for instance, putting into perspective, we have the NIN today, which is now the, national driven identity forum, but, prior to that, we had the BVN, which was the identification that was pushed by the financial services industry. Right now, there's some sort of synergy that is trying to happen in that space where you can't even get a BVN if you don't have a NIN and all that. So the question is, what's the role that you think digital identity is going to play? And for me, it's a question of what other potentials exist when we're able to tackle that problem. You could even, tie it up into how digital identity could be the first step to digitizing the next election.
Okay. All right. So in terms of digital identity, there's so many areas you can tackle into. For instance, I was talking to a young man the other day, and he built a software that identifies with the blind. So how can a blind man transfer money? So he used voice recognition in terms of the blind man can talk into his phone, and his phone will identify, his app will identify his voice and be able to transfer money based on his voice. So if we do that as well, in terms of even election, because you can tell a blind man, for instance, how can somebody go with him and put his thumbprint, but he can do it digitally if he's allowed to, if we open that space up,
Okay, I totally agree with you. Quite a lot is happening with the use of technology in solving problems. We're all aware of artificial intelligence and how it has been able to build trust. For people in the banking system, it helps you to make forecasts. It actually helps you to do planning. It helps you to reduce the cost of labor, the cost of operational cost, where you can actually put in inbuilt responses to chatbots who can respond to inquiries by people. Very, very critical. Then back to Nifemi's question, where he made mention of the NIN and the BVN as being identity. In the United States of America, you have what is known as a social security number. It's very, very critical to help in knowing the people, knowing the faces behind the screens. And that's a big problem, a big threat in technology. The introduction of unique identifiers where you can use to link an individual's profile is very, very important. And it actually even helps in credit. We know one of the biggest problems that SMEs experience is the fact that they're unable to access credit from the brick and mortar banks. But when you have the use of technology, which can help aggregate data across different touch points of what you do, it helps to clearly underwrite you and, of course, give you access to finance that can help expand your business. So very, very interesting times ahead. Very, very interesting times ahead. I was listening the other day to one of the manifestos that Mr. Peter Obi put in place, where he actually made a whole lot of impression in using technology, introducing technology. While we were waiting for this session, David Hunday, I really very, very happy to hear about what he said in terms of the breakdown of world population, where 65% of African population is within the ages of 35, within the age range of 35. This is very important because this is the same age range that has they are mobile savvy, and you have high level of internet penetration. So these are interesting times ahead where you're able to link identity, where you can actually even pick up data from phones, where you can do underwriting of the people. And of course, you have seamless commerce across different parts of the world. Very, very interesting times ahead.
Thank you very much, David. And, I like that you even touched on one of the points that your namesake made when he was speaking earlier, right? Because if you look at it, he talked about, how much more government should be doing, and although he came at it from the context of, empowering youths. But you find that, the delivery of technology these days have come thanks to a lot of, foreign investments into the Nigerian tech space. And the question is, at what point is the Nigerian government going to start tapping into that, huge market? again, foreigners have come, invested in Nigerian businesses from the scratch. We've seen some of these businesses become billion-dollar businesses, and foreigners are cashed out literally, from the Nigerian economy. And, it's almost like our government is, well, hopefully they'll even play catch up. So the question is, picking back off what he said, what are also your thoughts on, an era where we now have, remember what Obasanjo did back in the day, right? Where we had PPP, private-public partnership. So what do you think about, government being actively involved in partnering with the private sector to help deliver technology? So from funding to even concessions, already some sectors enjoy concessions. How about, some tech companies, that are doing well, enjoying tax breaks, and, government also providing them the levers to be able to deliver at grand scale. We have the likes of, System Specs in the past who have done stuff for the government. How much more of those are we raising today? We have a lot of, fintech companies, health tech companies. What do you think, the government should be doing in terms of partnering with the existing companies to do more for both the companies and the economy at large? Okay,
so very well said. The government should do a lot more than that, because there are quite a few like venture capitalist companies that do IT projects as well. I know a few, and so they are quite underfunded, and they rely on grants from foreigners. But we Nigerians, the government can actually fund these people, give them money, encourage our youth, because these guys are smart. You have to tap into that thing. That we don't have to always allow or rely on foreign investors, because we have it. We have the technology, we have the resources, we have the mind, we have the brains. Let's tap into that. I think government should focus more on these companies and encourage them more and do more for them.
David, your thoughts?
Okay, I feel very excited about this question. And of course, we've had conversations of this in the past where there is need for more of the government's intervention in the fintech landscape. Over time, we've had companies in Nigeria who have shown to be market leaders. When we have general conversations across African fintech, Nigeria is termed, Lagos is termed as the fintech capital of Africa. Very, very important, where we've been able to raise companies who have raised quite large sum of money from foreign investors, venture capitalists, right? It is very, very important first for the government to have stakeholder sessions. And I believe the Central Bank of Nigeria has started that a bit. The House of Rep also passed a bill on the startup bill, which allows quite a whole lot in terms for the fintech and the budding businesses that are actually being led by the youth and of course, technologically driven. Very, very important for them to understand the landscape. And I totally agree with you where you have like tax relief to all of these people. It is also very, very important to know that most of these fintech companies have been able to provide jobs to a whole lot of Nigerians. And it's quite an interesting terrain. If you speak to 5 guys on the street, you have 3 of them who want to work in the fintech space. Very, very interesting times ahead. And of course, because of the revenues being made within the fintech ecosystem, you have additional revenues coming into the government in form of taxation. This is very, very important. Source of livelihood has also improved. It's very, very key and very critical that we identify these key things that have been done. So typically, I think the government can actually put aside a fund, just like David highlighted in the last session. They can put aside funds where they can invest, just like people can invest in government bonds. The government should be able to invest in fintech companies where they've done their due diligence and of course support. Fintech business is quite lucrative under the right circumstances. Thank you.
So I think on a closing note, right, we had a pandemic in 2020, and I think since 2020 up until now, there's another pandemic that has hit the Nigerian space, which is the Japa syndrome, if we can call it that, right? And I don't think any technology conversation would be complete nowadays without talking about that, because one of the things that we've now experienced is, the brain drain syndrome. We have, a lot of technology talents that are relocating. Either they're even outrightly relocating in terms of, moving themselves, or they're relocating in terms of where they now offer their services. So you still have, talents within the country, but, they work or offer services outside of the country. And, I think on the final notes, the question is there a world where a better Nigeria would be responsible for keeping our talents in Nigeria?
Yes, I think there is for the future, because like you said before, Nigerians are bright people. You're smart. So all these jackpot syndrome that it's happening here, the foreigners are taking our people away from us. And yes, it's hard. Nigeria is difficult. The right government can make it better for these people to even come back to Nigeria. The people that want to come back to Nigeria, but they find it difficult to settle down because there's no opportunity for them. You know, we're losing doctors. There was a time that the banking industry had lost all the tech guys, and we suffered. We all suffered. But I mean, the ones that stayed. You know, so I think the government can do a lot better, and we bring back people, bring back our people, basically.
Okay, so Nifemi, that's quite a tricky question, but I'm happy to respond to it. Yeah, very tricky question. So 25 years ago, we had the reverse case where a lot of Nigerians who have been well established in other parts of the world coming back to Nigeria to set up infrastructure and of course to build the system. Pitiful case, very pitiful case right now. It's a reverse case where people are actually, Nigeria is exporting talent right now. But I think there's hope. I see hope. A lot of these people are going out to protect their intellectual property, to protect their sanity. They have talent. They are thinking of a whole lot. They want to live in a country where there's safety. They want to live in a country where cost of operation is not higher than the revenue you make in your business. Nobody wants to go into debt because most of these companies, before you can actually expand, you need to get credit facility from banks. You are not guaranteed that it's going to increase in terms of your revenue. So it's like a 50-50 case. Why not go to a country where you can actually even just sit down and of course do your job, work within good times. You are secured, your family, there's health, infrastructure for yourself and your family. But I see hope. And that's why I'm interested in this conversation that we're having today, because we have an Obi-Datti team up that's been able to show us what can work. And we're happy to support this movement. Once the security is available, once people are sure that the security of life and property, there's opportunity for you to do business. Nigerians are creative. Nigerians are built to survive. Nigerians are innovative. We'll still export talent, but trust me, you still have a lot of these people coming back to Nigeria because home is home. Home is home. We want to build our home and we're happy to be part of this journey. So that will be my parting shot on this.
All right. Thank you very much, Kunle and David. I'll just say on a final note as well, technology provides us with a multi-billion-dollar, industry. And like, I started with, we are already seeing companies in Nigeria who are an active part of that industry. However, there is the risk of losing a lot of potential that could build that market, that could foster that market, and losing them, to a lot of external countries. Canada has taken enough. The United Kingdom has taken enough. The United States have taken enough. And the question is, we cannot sit down and watch everyone leave this country. The ball is now in our courts. Every Nigerian youth, every Nigerian, in fact, the ball is now in our courts to vote for the right government, put the right government in place so that people who are happy to take, $1,000 jobs because it's worth 700K would still earn 700K and the dollar rate potentially comes down and, the value they're still getting out of it is the same. Because the major reason why people are moving is for greener pastures. But why not make Nigeria the land that is flowing with milk and honey, our green pasture, and we all stay. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be handing over to the amazing them. Thank you, guys.
Well said.
Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Very much, Nifemi. We are so appreciative. And of course, Sule, thank you for staying back and not running away. And to David, my extreme left. Yes, it seems we have a lot of David on this panel. So just perhaps we may be having the David dance after the election and the eventual announcements. Okay, we will be using technology to salvage all of this in Obi-Datti 2023. Okay, so I'll need to remind you that we've seen all of your questions, but peradventure you just want to send in more questions, please make use of the hashtag Obi-Datti Telethon on Twitter, Instagram, on YouTube. We have, techie-minded personalities here that will be collating all of these questions because we have a question and answer segment for you. So right about now, we'll be taking a commercial break, but please do not forget to make your donations. Just go to nigerwecan.org for Nigerians in diaspora, and of course, Nigerians in Nigeria. Make use of the FCMB and EcoBank account. Do not go nowhere. We will be back in the squeezing of a lemon. Please stay tuned.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria with many others.
For president. For president.
Nigerians are yearning for Nigeria. Nigerians are yearning. A greater Nigeria is possible. Nigerians are yearning. Vote for double B. Nigerians are yearning. Your PVC is your power. Vote Labour. Vote Peter.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you we are obedient. No one to no. That the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
But you want my no, make we unite, do the right thing.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
President, I want better tomorrow. We know what to no. That the person will be. Say you know what I mean. Me, I go back to you. We are the structure, a new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
You are?
I'm Benjamin Olusegun.
Okay, nice meeting you, Benjamin Olusegun.
Yeah.
So the question is, are you obedient?
I like him, so I've not really decided about it. But I don't know what you mean by am I obedient? What you mean anyway?
Okay, I'm saying, do you support Peter Obi? Do you support Peter Obi's presidency?
I'm yet to decide, but I like him as a person. For now, I like him as a person, so I'm yet to decide who I'm voting for.
Okay. So can you tell us why you like him?
Because he's young, and I think so far, among the three, I think he's still my favorite. So, and due to what people have been saying about him. So.
Okay. So the final question is, if you have the opportunity to jack one, will you jack one?
Man, that's a kind of a tricky question. With the situation in the country, if I have a way, at least for my family, I will. But I will still definitely come back. No, I love Nigeria.
You are?
My name is Yewande.
Okay, nice meeting you one day.
Nice to meet you.
Yewande, are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yewande, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
So basically, among other contestants, it seemed like someone that has realistic goals and someone that has a plan in mind and intends to take us somewhere. And in a way, it seems more healthy, it seems fit, and to an extent, is very educated. And it seemed like someone that is full of promises that would most likely execute them.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I would most likely, because as much as things look like they might be getting better, there's still the possibility of just go for greener pastures. It's better for you to come back and do your own little contribution than staying.
Ma, are you obedient?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Ma. So can you tell us why you supporting Peter Obi? Why are you supporting him?
I just like him. That is why I want to support him. Tinubu has enough. He has enough. So we don't want Tinubu to enter. We want Obi, not Tinubu again. We don't want APC. We want another party. So that is why I'm supporting Obi.
Okay, thank you, Ma. So, Ma, if you have the chance to jackpot from this country, will you jackpot?
I will, oh, my brother. I will. I will jackpot, and I'll be sending home to my children. Yes.
Good day. I'm Saint, and you are?
I'm Amati.
Okay, nice meeting you, Amati. Amati, are you obedient?
Of course, I am.
Oh, lovely. Amati, can you tell us why you're supporting Peter Obi?
I feel like for the sake of restructuring, we need someone who is reputable and who can handle issues without nepotism or, favoritism, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, Amati, can you tell us, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Well, my own kind of jackpotting is to go and flex and come back. That's it.
Are you obedient?
Yeah, fully.
Okay, she's fully obedient. So if you tell me, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
I just feel he's the man for the country. Like it's what we need in our country. He has what it takes to be the president.
Okay. So if you can tell us, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Of course, I will.
Don't you want to stay and develop Nigeria?
No. I'll definitely jackpot. I'm Blessing.
Okay, nice meeting you, Blessing.
Same here.
Blessing, are you obedient?
Sure, I am.
Okay. So can you tell us, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Okay, I feel he's young, intelligent, and he's going to move Nigeria forward.
Okay. Blessing, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
Yes, I will. If I have the opportunity, I will.
Peter Obi knows better than other people talking this and that. Peter Obi knows better because I've been trying things like this before. Peter Obi knows better. He has this experience, unless they don't want to give it to him.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have the opportunity to jackpot, meaning you leave the country and you will not come back, will you do that?
I would not really like to leave my country and go somewhere else, for the fact that the country belongs to us. If we leave it, this one leave, whom are we leaving the country for? So I have to stay here.
Stephen.
Thank you so very much for still staying tuned and riding on this journey with us for the Obi-Datti 2023. In case you're just joining us, honestly, you have missed a whole lot because we have been here talking about so many things that would benefit us for a new Nigeria. It's still the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising event. We'd like to say another thank you to all of our donors across the globe. We say thank you so very much for making your donations. We have received your donations and we say thank you. And in case you're just joining us, just like I said, you can make your donations. Just make use of the barcode and it will take you to nigerwecan.org. You can make use of your phone and then you make your donations. You can customize your donations. You can make many as you want. And to Nigerians here, you can send your donations to FCMB and of course, EcoBank. We'd like to say thank you to our studio audience. We'd also like to say thank you to all of our viewers across the globe on the social media space, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Telegram, everywhere. We say thank you so very much. And we are streaming live here from Plus TV Africa. Right about now, we take you through another plate of poetry, and this time it's from Ella Forte. Take it away.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity.
Good day, viewers around the world. My name is Ella Forte. I'm a spoken word artist, and I would let the spoken word do what it does best and let it speak for itself. It's hard writing a poem about home when home is nothing to write home about. Here, the motherland eats her young, blood between her teeth like macaroni, a meal. This is what it is to hold grief in your two hands. Where I come from, death is no longer a threat, it is our reality. The very same that we live daily, this is our Nigeria. A broken home built on a foundation so faulty. To live here is to know pain by her middle name. This is our land, where the lawless uphold the laws of those who pay enough. Where a demand for justice is a worse-off crime than banditry. Where killers and kidnappers are pardoned, but citizens treated like inmates or worse, e.g. Lekki toll gates. Did you think we forgot? The insecurity is roped like a noose around our necks, hoping to stop us dead in our tracks, but still we move, putting one foot in front of the other, wearing resilience on our chest like a badge of honor, like play, we don't turn warriors, and so we would fight. For the heroes we have lost, we have not forgotten, we cannot move on. Because in this nation, what doesn't kill you now hibernates for 4 years, mutates and tries again. See, this is not the time to sell another 4 for agbado, beans and dodo. It's not the time to sit chilled, sipping shakily on geriatric zobo. This instead is the time to do the right thing, vote, in hopes of maybe a saner tomorrow, not a presidential fling. So we lift elegant middle fingers to posterity, to their false promises of protection for our lives, our property. Now we are being obedient to the law of the land, hopeful our lost dignity would be found, building from scratch, a nation one that we can truly be proud of, with biblical Peter at the helm, chopping off ears in protection, since them know they hear what. And since national cake no reach our hand, together in unity, let us bake a national pie. And truth is, if this truth shall kill them, my people, it's time to let them die. Thank you.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many on the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
Picture of IPOB. Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment, young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them.
Lagos of our heroes past shall never be in vain. We are citizens. We are not slaves. The future of our youth is being stolen. The generation that is not yet born, they have stolen their future. That's not the Nigeria that every one of us wants. Enough is enough. And I tell you today, it is no longer business as usual. It is now business unusual. The sea finish whether they see people. Tell them which way it will stop.
Sort of criminality, sort of non-fuel, sort of currency increase, sort of electricity, sort of poverty. That is the sort of we want to throw away.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the keeping. Travel to the road. Because you will not kill the rise of the man. Because the country you know what? The challenge is in your hand. Get your business.
My name is Mrs. Suzu.
Okay, ma. Ma, I want to ask you, ma, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us why?
Because I hope he is the best president I can pick among them. I think he can lessen the burden that we are suffering now, as I can see him.
Okay, are you obedient?
Yes, of course.
Oh, lovely. So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
Well, I'm just looking forward to a change that I haven't seen in a very long time. So I feel like if I should vote for him, I feel like there could be differences or changes that could help us positively. So that's why I'm supporting him. And I'm looking forward to him. So
why are you voting for Peter Obi?
Because he's a good person to be there now. You know, I feel he's going to change some things if he enter, not like Tinubu. Then I feel there's going to be a lot of doubts when Tinubu enter. I'd be
Okay. So Ma, are you obedient?
Very well.
Okay. So Ma, can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Number one is my brother. And number two, I know that he's going to rule Nigeria very well, more than others, because he's not there to eat money. He's there to rule us well. Yeah.
So Obi, I'm not supporting because of your brother.
Not really, because he's a young guy, because I'm a youth woman, as you say.
Okay. So Ma, if you're given the chance to Japa, will you Japa?
I go Japa sharp. Sharp. Children, they might go confess.
So Japa, if you have the opportunity to Japa, will you Japa?
I'm a Nigerian by blood, and it is green, all within me. So I do not think I would really want to Japa based on residency. I basically just want to go for fair trips, basically fun fairs essentially, and be back here to be based.
So if you had the opportunity to Japa, meaning to travel and you will not come back to this country, will you do that, sir?
Well, I can say I will do that, but who will I leave the country? I'm not to remain from this my country now. This is my own country.
If you have the opportunity to Japa, will you Japa?
I'm there already. Definitely.
Okay, so it's about that time we baked another national pie if the national cake is unavailable according to Ella Forte. Thank you so much for your spoken word. So next up is talking about the power sector in the present day Nigeria and the way forward. To be doing this is Professor Pat Utomi and of course, Austin. Thank you for always. Over to you now.
All right. Thank you. Glad to be back and to be talking power this time. Obviously, we have had some dislocations with so many weighty people around trying to shuffle the decks properly. We wanted to take power a little earlier. At the time, the focal person on power was at the airport at Heathrow trying to catch his flight to Nigeria. But he's since taken off, I believe. He tried to leave us some of his thoughts. I hope that we can go to 8. Unfortunately, I think it's a little too long for our format, but we'll take some of his thoughts. And then we'll get our panel to begin to engage the issue. One thing is very, very important. Without power, we will not be able to go to any manufacturing economy. Without a manufacturing economy, we will not be able to create the jobs that we need to create for the millions of young people out there. And the goal of the Obi-Datti administration is essentially to get a demographic dividend out of our youth bulge. What has not been done has led us to where we are. And the youth, median age of this country is what, 18? These youth that are a huge asset have become an albatross to us. That's why we have all the insecurity in the land, because we did not get power right and a development strategy that would make the young of our country an asset rather than a frightening liability that it seems to have become. But we saw China turn that around. We've seen India work that around. We must do that and do that much, much better in Nigeria. So if we can take Jerome now, let's take a few minutes of his recording of his analysis. But if he's not, then we'll push into this conversation. Sam Amadi is supposed to join us. I don't know if Professor Amadi has keyed in. And Sam ran NERC, that's the National Electricity Regulatory Agency, Commission, for quite a number of years, and has clearly deep insights into the underperformance of the power sector. What is certain, and I did, speak some to that in an earlier segment, is that the power problem has been with us for a whole generation. If there is anything that suggests that there has been something fundamentally wrong in how Nigeria is governed, it is power. Vietnam survived a long and terrible war. Some of us who grew up in the 60s were defined by the Vietnam War. And carpet bombing and all of that, Vietnam was literally, plastered off the map. And what did Vietnam do? At the end of that war, needing to rebuild infrastructure completely, they brought in barges with turbines on them, went up the Mekong River, stationed them at points, generated power that drove their industrial revival, or if you will call it revival, because they were not an industrialized country even before that war started. A couple of years down the line, here's the real scenario. Every March, April, May, Vietnamese businessmen descend on Nigeria like locusts, buying cashew nuts, believe it or not. They will load sacks of cashew nuts. Their favorite destinations are Kogi, Enugu, and some of those states, Benue, whatever. And then they ship cashew nuts from Nigeria to Vietnam, where they are processed, value add, the value chain we're talking about. They buy it for peanuts in Nigeria and then move it to Vietnam. They process cashew nuts. I'm going as basic as cashew nuts. And then they sell them to those Western airlines, and Nigerian big men eat it in first class and business class. Money that has escaped their country. And the fundamental difference is that the Vietnamese were smart enough to realize how important power was, that they got emergency power through those barges. And while those barges were busy providing power of an emergency type, they began to put proper power infrastructure in place. In fact, as they began to get rid of those barges, Lagos state government actually got some of them to come here. The famous Enron scandal in Lagos in the early part of our democracy. So here we are, a generation since that time. Nigeria is still producing 5,000, 3,000 megawatts of power. Egypt, over there, and I'm trying to be sure that Sam is on. And somebody confirmed to you Sam has come on.
I'm on, sis.
Oh, Sam, yeah, you're there. Ah, okay. You're making me speak all this grammar. But while I was waiting to come on. Okay. Okay, I just finished my thought on Egypt, and then I'll come to you to go on. So, Egypt, down there, Assisi, president of Egypt, gets to power. He wants to increase power generation in Egypt. Nigeria wants to do the same thing. Both countries turn to the same company, Siemens. And what happens? Egypt says, look, we can provide you some sovereign or some guarantees, sovereign guarantees. Go and raise money, build up this power, want it ready in X number of months. About the same time, when Nigeria says, okay, Siemens, we'll find the money we will do this. This for 1 year, it was going back our Federal Executive Council. By the time we finished even talking about it, Egypt had several thousand megawatts additional power in place running. Government hadn't spent any money. Nigeria had collected all the monies we could have used to do better things, improve education. Okay, Siemens, take money. When will our power be available? We're going back and forth and back and forth. Something is wrong. Sam, take it away from there. What is wrong?
Well, Prof, thank you very much. I think it's good to start with the example of Egypt. Egypt has not even privatized up to now. So Egypt has added about 10,000 megawatts to their capacity in a couple of years. First is two things, probably the problem. One is modeling, the other is project management. So in terms of modeling, we are more ideological. In 2000, we rolled out the National Power Reform Policy, NEP. And the focus was to restructure the power industry, first unbundling, which is when you unbundle, commercialize, corporatize, and then privatize. In 2005, we had the act, the law that prescribed some of these steps. In 2010, when they had the presidential roadmap, I think there was too much focus on privatizing without reforming. So first, you needed to corporatize. What that meant was that we are not going to run the power sector as fully commercialized corporate entities with corporate governance. We didn't do that. We continued to bureaucratize the power industry. Even though we have literally 18 different companies, we ran them as a department of Ministry of Power. Appointments were not based on merit. We didn't have clear corporate governance. Where these companies, we have clear mandates to be profitable, to be managed efficiently, and to produce clearly established mandates. And so we modeled into privatizing, and the focus was so much on sales assets to persons, probably Nigerian businessmen, working with some MOU with some foreign firms. So unlike Egypt, that defined a project parameter, we needed 10,000 megawatts in 4 years. And to do that, we had to give Siemens a clear project and delivery template, and it delivered for us. We didn't do any of those things. We had a company called Power Holding Company with 18 branches, 6th generation, 11 distribution outlets, supposedly companies, but without any independence to make corporate policy and manage efficiently. So the modeling, the notion that once let's just privatize. Now we privatize without building the capacity. We privatize without strong, firm regulatory framework. I did the first audit of the NEPA ever. So the first audit of their finances was done in 2013, 2012, 2013, run up to privatizing. By the time we privatized, we didn't even have a clear customer numbers. None of the discos knew their customers. Those who bought the assets didn't have any clear data as to the losses, the different state of the assets. So we just believe that the magic of private sector just privatize. And that's why many years after today, everybody's saying, oh, it didn't work. It didn't work because we didn't pursue it with clear-minded project management process. Rent-seeking, corruption, and this modeling, this lack of clarity as to what we're doing. So Egypt, like you said, example, was very clear. These companies are still publicly owned. Now they are planning to privatize. They had a very systematic and clear process of building capacity, commercializing. They are planned that by 2024 or thereabout, they will now start letting out these companies so that they are now privatized. After they have attained capacity, they have practiced a commercial process. They have ingrained corporate efficiency. Then, in order to manage public sector borrowing requirement, in order to pull public finance from this disco, from these assets, they hand over to private sector, who now have both corporate code, corporate practices, going companies that are solvent, that have capacity, that have power to sell. We are trading 4,000 megawatts for 200 million people across 11 discos. That is not even a capacity to start with. So our market is notional. Egypt, their market will be real because there's a product, there is corporate structure, there is efficiency, and there is now commerciality. People know how to trade, pay, and receive their money and remit their finances. Today, we still have a market that is insolvent, where the debt, 2/3 of power sold, is never paid for. The debt is spiraling out of control, and gas suppliers are not very happy to sell to the generators. And so we have over 2,000 or more stranded capacity. That means power that's ready to go to the grid, but no gas or no transmission to evacuate power or to generate those power. So I think that the key point at this point to make is, look, we're not sure. We wanted to reform the market, the commercial, the electricity market, but we didn't reform the state. The government that was really driving it was not very clear as to what they want to achieve, and was a government that was not willing to allow the sector to be managed in clear, corporate, efficient manner. Up to now, we don't even have a clear board of governors for TCN that's insulated from government control, instability in the management of even the government side of it. Today, up to now, we don't have an independent system operator as the Act wanted. And we have a ring-fenced ISO, a ring-fenced TSP, so efficiency in the transmission side. And these are part of things that the P2B manifesto talks about, creating an independent system operator, independent service provider, so that these entities can be monitored, they can be efficient and accountable to market players, and they will have clear deliverable, and they will have penalty for failure. So they will behave like real market players who will suffer penalty for failure and who will be rewarded for efficiency. So clearly, the modeling problems that were not clear as to what we want to do. And we had too much ideological faith in just privatization. We tell them that privatization builds from efficient and successful privatization builds from clear corporatization and commercialization, in which case privatizing would be handing efficient entities to private sector in order for government to recover savings from finances that be used for other things. It's not handing over inefficient entities to inefficient private operators without clear corporate governance and regulatory and policy control to ensure efficient service delivery.
Thank you, Sam. This is such an important point to make. And that's why I want us to listen to Jerome. Dr. Jerome Okolo is one of our best and brightest around the power sector. He's worked assiduously with the manifesto committee. He's our focal person on power in the policy review and future view committee. And he's tried to elucidate that. We also have Rick, who is an American investor in this sector. I wonder if we have linked up with him.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Rick, you're welcome. Please,
Thank you.
we could use the benefits of your reflection on this manifesto that you have had the opportunity to look at.
Yeah, I'm happy to comment. First, let me thank you for the opportunity to join you all today. And second, let me congratulate Governor Obi and the team that put together the manifesto. Quite frankly, with regard to power and energy, I don't think they're far off the mark. I think it's a very comprehensive and very compelling strategy. And Dr. Sam was just addressing some of the structural issues having to deal with the institutional framework of the power sector. And I would listen to him because I think he knows what he's talking about. And setting those issues aside, I would say that the conditions that need to be met for international investment in Nigeria are go a little bit farther than what I read in the manifesto. Let me see if I can put my video on here.
Yeah, we'd love to see you, that's for sure.
Here we go.
All right.
Good morning. Or afternoon, I guess.
Here,
Where I was going to go with that was that for international investment to come into Nigeria in the power sector, the first thing that you need to have is a credible and bankable power purchase agreement. People need a take or pay guarantee of a certain amount of money over time so that they can pay back the debt on the project, on the capex, and can have the necessary funds in order to operate and maintain the plant. And that's pretty obvious. One thing that I would say that Nigeria should do is to ensure that, particularly with technologies like solar and wind, there is a clause in the PPA contract so that the materials, the solar panels, the metal frames, and in wind, the towers and the blades are all recyclable. You don't want to find yourself in 40 years with square miles of waste material that is going to deteriorate over time. And that's an easy thing to fix if you put it in the power purchase agreement. And as far as I know, that has not yet been included. But the other requirements that need to be met are a little bit less obvious. And one of them has to do with what Dr. Sam was just talking about, and that is the transmission infrastructure for large-scale projects has to be adequately constructed so that the big power plants can inject into the grid. And there are a lot of places where projects have been proposed where the transmission infrastructure is not adequate to absorb that power, and therefore putting a plant up doesn't make an awful lot of sense. And the last criteria is one that's not really very obvious, but from my perspective is among the most important, and that is we need to find a way to have Nigerian investors, and I mean the people of Nigeria, not the government of Nigeria, but the people of Nigeria have to be ready to step forward and both commit to and commit financial resources to the project and benefit from it. The worst thing that could happen is that we end up with all foreign investment in Nigerian energy, and everybody in Nigeria is paying a power tariff that's eventually leaving the country to the benefit of just the international investors. But let me tell you that from my perspective, the most important enhancement of the long-term survivability of a project is the commitment of the local community. And having that community dimension involved in the investment and elsewhere, I think is a really, really important thing. The other thing that I would comment on with regard to the manifesto is that while I totally agree that the large-scale solar and wind is a good thing to pursue, and I did see some sections in the manifesto talking about smaller grids associated with industrial parks and local communities, and all of that is good. But there are other technologies in addition to solar and wind that could play a role in, I would say, making the renewable energy revolution something that touches everyone. And I think particularly about biogas technology, where the agricultural sector is both a contributor to the what we call the feedstock and also a beneficiary in terms of not only the electricity, but also the effluent from the digester, which is a spectacular fertilizer and soil amendment. And so this integration of the agriculture sector and in a way the waste management sector and the energy sector is an ideal circular economy construct. And I think that's an area that kind of low-hanging fruit of the most beneficial projects could be identified. Any of the industrial parks around the country that are doing food processing are a logical place for this technology. It's at a much smaller scale. We're talking about projects that are in the 3 to 10 megawatt range for the most part, but that's what makes them local. And they're 24 hours a day, and they're, base load electricity as well as heat for processing the industrial park, and allowing for the local investment to come into the project. So I'll stop there because I don't want to get on a soapbox, but those are some thoughts that I had in reviewing the manifesto.
Well, thank you so very much, Rick, because power is such an international community, and the investors are going to come from all over the world. And
Indeed.
if we don't get a good perspective of a view from outside, then we'll be lost here. So we truly value your input. We're going to go very quickly because we don't have so much time. But Austin, a general perspective on the challenge of power before we try and still get in some of Jerome's thoughts on this segment.
Yeah, Prof, my own idea or what I have to say is this. First of all, that the issue power challenge is more political. One is political, two is vested interests, okay? And then three is that, the importance of power is so that apart from helping industrialization and all that, manufacturing, bringing the costs, the economics of it. And the other, quality of life is important.
Even security.
Security, yes.
Robert Kaplan's The Coming Anarchy.
Yeah.
And part of his, pessimism about the future back then when he wrote that book nearly 25 years ago was you can't secure a place where there's no light. At night, anything can happen and stuff like that.
When, I think it was the former governor of the Delta State. People, the house was something said that they were spending so much money powering the street lights.
Yeah.
But the study they did showed that power has actually helped them to reduce crime in Warren, Delta State. The street lights are on, and the crime rate reduced by 40%. Now, another issue is that some of the things that he mentioned, Rick mentioned about the biogas and all that. When I was representing LBS in the UNIDO OPS, organized private sector, the Japanese guy in charge of UNIDO then, at one of the meetings, he asked me, I said, I'm from Ebonyi State. He said, there was a project that they wanted to do with Ebonyi State 10 years ago or more, and that the government refused to provide counterpart funding. Since Ebonyi State is good at producing rice, they could use rice husks to generate power. What that will mean, what that means is that this gas, this rice husk will be used, once it's used to generate power, to encourage people to cultivate more rice, therefore providing employment for people, but we're not able to capture that. So, and I think that if we, based on what the manifesto and all that, if we have different sources of power, it will thermal, solar, and all the likes, it will go a long way to, improving our power distance.
Well, let's see. Do you have Jerome? Can we take Jerome for a few minutes before we come back to Sam and wrap up this segment? Okay. Well, since there seems to be some problem with playing Jerome, let me return to Sam. And Sam, there are many people who I feel so frustrated with the power sector. And as Austin just said, a lot of politics in making it not work. I was speaking to the current minister of works. A lot of politics in making it not work. I was speaking to the current minister of works. A lot of politics in making it not work. I was speaking to the current minister of works. A lot of politics in making it not work.
Hello, Prof. The system is hacking.
Sure, I know. But ask them, why is it so difficult to play this tape from General Makolo?
I think I can hear you now.
I know about the noise. The video. The question is the video. Is it? No, the video is here on my phone. Why is it not ready? It's right. What is it? Just. We've had this video since morning.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. Power is something everybody is worried about. Power is something everybody is worried about. I know very well that the federal government of Nigeria as the government today have removed power from exclusive list to concurrent list. For me, I will go, and for the government, we will go further than that. Because if you look at our power problem today, we have privatized generation and distribution, leaving the critical link between these two, transmission. That is where we have the, what you can call ineffective problem that needs to be dealt with. So for me, the first thing I will do to ensure power is, one is to liberalize transmission. You're going to look at the power companies because the privatization, I don't want to go into the problem of it, but we can support the existing companies that are involved in power to ensure that there's a dedicated gas supply, which is part of their problem today, gas to power, ensure that the generation, transmission, and distribution is properly aligned, have clear certainty of policy and regulatory environment, which is what President mentioned. There's no certainty of the regulatory environment for them to operate. You have policies from assault every day. You need to be clear. Support them to have access to funding that is attractive and deal with some of the tax incentives. Ensure that you deal with immediately issue of embedded power and renewable energy. We have to go with all facets. Issue of power would be an emergency that we have to deal with all means possible. And I've studied a lot of things. My sister was talking about issue of access to the resources to deal with this. You can actually do it involving the private sector aggressively. Government doesn't need to be entirely involved. Where the government is going to be involved, like what happened in Egypt, they just give a sovereign guarantee. And that you can deal with when it comes to the issue of power. Power is something everybody is worried about. I know very well that the federal government of Nigeria and the government today have removed power from exclusive list to concurrent list. For me, I will go, and for the government, we will go further than that. Because if you look at our power problem today.
Welcome back. Okay, those were words from the Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi. We will be coming back to take more on power, but right about now, we have a live performer in the studio, Ronelle, and she will be performing Still Green. And shortly after that, we will be having news on the hour from Plus TV Africa studio. Please do not go nowhere. We have more for you. Stay tuned.
I believe in a new Nigeria, and I'm sure you do too. The land is still green, our flame revived, hope unending. We believe we'll still see a giant, and it is rising, rising again by the hand of God. We are Nigeria, this is our home. Defend our unity, redeem our ego. On you, Nigeria, let's restore our dignity. We believe in Nigeria. The land is still green, the world's finest. Our future is calling. We believe diversely beautiful, with one vision, shining again by the hand of God. We are Nigeria, this is our home. Defend our unity, redeem our ego. On you, Nigeria.
a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the bucket. Our nation.
They say they can't.
I can hear you. Young is not putting on top back.
I only have talk front. No talk back. Okay, I think I've overfed the presidential.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you think we are obedient. No one to load, oh no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load.
We are all out for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to know. That the person will be. We are the stronger, the new Nigeria.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
Attention, please.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish? My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come.
short, lovely classical melody from Johann Sebastian Bach. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, T-Mac, for the ever-present classical performance. Okay, so we're about gravitating towards the end of today's show, but today will definitely be incomplete without this next set of panel discussion we will be having. But before then, I'd like to remind you that this is still Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Event, the historic one ever present here in Nigeria. We'd like to say a very big thank you to all our donors all over the globe for your support, for your charitable donations. We appreciate you so very much. But peradventure, you have been unable to do that. Just make use of the QR code on your screen right now, and then it will take you to nigeriawecan.org for Nigerians in diaspora. And for Nigerians here, you can always pay into the FCMB and EcoBank account details rolling on your screen right about now. So it's about that time I take you through to Professor Pat Utomi, where it will be, of course, telling us about our guests, our speakers, knowledgeable, in-depth, versatile. Thank you. Take it away.
Oh, thank you, Adeboye. Thank you so very much. You know, in my next life, I'll be as clever as you and able to manage this thing. I'm really working at that. But this is advanced to a higher level. And I'm not kidding. As a business teacher for a long time, and one who's had to wonder about how best to get the Nigerian economy revving, I have argued for a whole generation and a little more that what Nigeria should be selling is culture. Culture is probably one of the most profitable ways that we can build our country. You know, while people are worried about petroleum product prices and all crude oil pricing and all of that, I used to say many years ago that if Nigeria could only harvest culture, it would be as rich as it wanted to be. And lo and behold, shows up from nowhere, Nollywood. And Nigeria picks up soft power. I mean, it really came to me in Zambia, of all places. I arrived in Zambia and I gave the immigration fellow my passport. Nigeria, you have that power in your film? I was looking at that. The guy was, he said to me, who have all these big houses in Nigeria, soft power. And then music comes along. And boy, I tell you, last year, I was in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And in a taxi, all I was hearing was Nigerian music from the radio station. And I thought, my goodness. I thought I was kind of being funny. I didn't know I was being prophetic from more than 30 years ago. So culture, I've got the one and the only Sonny Rambo here with me, of course, the elegant stallion herself. Onyeka Onwenu, and guess what? T-Mac is here. You know, T-Mac, people don't know that, I don't know what 1970 something, we used to live opposite each other back in those days. And I came into your apartment one day and I thought, well, these are people who will set the world on fire. And then you disappeared to America. We saw you back. Come on, culture, we've touched the world. Please, Onyeka, take it away.
In 1973, 72, 73, correct me if I'm wrong, when the economy of the US was down, it was Hollywood to the rescue, virtually saved the country. Right now, what Nigeria is doing in entertainment around the world is phenomenal. And it is something that we started by going on strike in a military administration when it was only a civil offense to pirate. And we said, no, it's criminal. We began to make the point that the entertainment industry is so important to spreading our culture, getting people to know us for who we are and what we can produce, and also for employment. When you see somebody like T-Mac, please look behind him, and there are families that are standing behind him that through his music, through his performances, he is supporting. So when people see us, they think, oh, it's this ego thing, oh, they're stars. No, 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 no. It's called show business. It's because you cannot have the show without the business, and you can't have the business without the show. So in terms of earning power of the young people, and even us older ones, still, we're hanging in tough. There is so much to be gained from the entertainment industry, but we don't take it seriously. The gains that we have made have been individual efforts. And quite honestly, we don't need government to be involved in everything. What we are asking for is that proverbial and enabling environment and a level playing field, so that we, with our brilliant ideas, with our films now catching the eye of the world, with our music rising high, we can tell them what Nigeria is about. There's greater respect for Nigeria because of the entertainment business. And in terms of what we're here to do, when this administration comes in of a man who is a businessman, who also has an idea of what the entertainment industry can do, and his running mate, I'm talking about Obi-Datti, the whole thing changes exponentially. We are going up, because I don't want to operate in a country where there is so much violence, I can't carry out my craft. Going for a performance, we're talking in the waiting room that you could perform in Zaria, you drive down to this and you go Kaduna, Kano, this and that, and it was all fun, and we were all sharing and getting to know parts of the country, and then getting to know our music. We've lost all that. I rest my case.
Yeah, no, clearly, it's not about government giving, it's about the environment.
Yeah.
You know, when Frank Nweke was Minister for Information and Culture, at this time I was at the Film Corporation in Jos. They set up a committee, panel, whatever they call these things, to look at how the motion picture business could be financed. And for whatever sins I had, they asked me to chair it. A lot of work was done. Where are the fruits? So we need to find different ways to create that enabling environment so that we can thrive through culture. And you, Sonny, you have been in the middle of everything in Nigeria for the last 900 years. Why hasn't it happened?
I think there was a major, setback
there's no willpower from government to even allow the enabling environment to nurture. And then the film industry wrestled its life from source. They didn't wait for anybody, because if they waited, nothing would have happened. Music industry, the same thing. So I'm not surprised. Everything Onyeka said is not only just so true, but Tima, who is here with us, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you very
I
much.
haven't seen you in years. With your flute, you used to just make your statement, whether government was listening or not. Well, we in the media, I think we did our best. Maybe not enough, but we did the best we could to make sure that individual talents had room to express themselves and their talents. But then the buying public was prone to piracy, enablement in being able to buy and sell, and then there was no control. So all of those things put together made the entertainment industry a wishy-washy business, unfortunately. Now, the government said when, and I like the use of when. When this government comes in and it wakes up to its responsibility and promise, I have a feeling that the entertainment industry will skyrocket.
Oh, I know it will.
And that's why I think we can profit so much from T-Mac. He has worked the two sides of the great pond. Like I said, I used to go to him across the road. I wasn't quite sure whether I was just an entertainer or a businessman.
He's everything.
Then he disappeared and showed up in Hollywood. And on that side, he made impact. The question is, how do we manage to get young entertainers to understand the business that is show business?
I would say show business is a reflection, is a mirror of the health of an economy. When a country does well, there's surplus money, people go to shows, they buy CDs. When the economy is down, show business suffers. But if you have a listening government, they will help. I'll give you an example. In Holland, where I worked for maybe 1 year, I knew a saxophone player who was fed up with his saxophone. He broke it and went to the government and said, this is giving my income. The government bought him a saxophone. Can you imagine? Now, I'd like to give you a short story. When Christian Essien died, I got a phone call from His Excellency Peter Obi that he would like to be part of the funeral arrangements.
And he was.
You were there?
He was.
He sent a private jet to pick up the coffin. All us, we flew there. He spent 3 days with us. He gave a plot of land, 10 million for the mausoleum. And the best story, I must tell you, was we had breakfast on the day of the funeral. And Madame was late. He said, well, you see, T-Mac, ladies, they always delay. I only have a black and a brown suit. I said, I don't believe you. He said, come upstairs. So he took me to his bedroom. And because it was a funeral, he was dressed in his black dress with his black shoes. In his wardrobe was one brown up and down and a brown shoe. I said to him, Your Excellency, I believe you. Down to earth, honest, supporting the entertainment industry as I have never seen anybody. And we need a president like that, because with a little effort, moral support, some of our problems in the National Assembly supported, we can make the entertainment industry to support Nigeria as much as crude oil.
Yep.
Because
much,
we
much
have,
better.
look, we have the talent. Sometimes I'm astonished. I get hundreds of CDs of people who need help. Banks don't help. The private industry doesn't help yet. They have not yet understood the value, how music and the films are now whitewashing Nigeria. Everywhere you go, people talk about Fela, they talk about whiskey. It is a revolution.
Yeah.
So you need the right person to channel it, and let's make money out of it. The big money, as we make abroad.
Now, you got to humor me with listening to this story. In 1996, in the early days of the Lagos Business School,
Yeah.
we went to visit the dean of Wharton and wanted to meet
The famous business
business school in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know, their
The
top
University of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. You know, their top finance guy, world famous. This. So we go, and the dean calls him up and says, 6 people from Nigeria would like to meet with you. And we walk into this guy's office. I was expecting him to have horns like this, and this great finance guru. He says, "Hey, you from Nigeria? Do you dig fella?"
Oh yeah, they were digging him.
And so, besides the revenues that we can get as a country from selling culture, which is huge. In fact, Hollywood essentially shapes America's dominance of the world through the blue jeans that everybody wears.
It's because of the movies.
The movies made it the export for the world.
Music. It used to be that I'll say to my children, "Hey, which of my songs do you want to hear?" "We want to hear Michael Jackson." And I go, "Oh, Michael Jackson." But they had Michael Jackson's music, American music had taken over. We began to pull it back for Nigeria.
Yeah.
And let me say this very quickly. You have a population of 200 million people. Can we please realize the market we have here?
Even if it's half of
Even if that, so now we're enjoying our own music. We still love the American and the whatever, but we are digging our own music. We have a huge market here in terms of Nollywood, second largest, or is it third largest in the world? We are buying and also sharing with the rest of the world. And very quickly, I'd like to add to what my brother Timai said here, because when you spoke about the LP candidate, by the way, when you're voting, you're not going to see his face. What you're going to see is the party, Mama, Papa, and the king, the family. That is where you put your thumb. And if your thumb is too big, use your index finger so that it's not extending to the side of the...
And if your fingernails are too long, take it off.
The finger. You can put it back on. Thank you, my brother. So in what you said about Christy, so true. What about P Square? What about Chimamanda when she needed help? It's called empathy. When you have a man at the top who empathizes, not just with musicians, but with ordinary people that he can spend his Christmas and his New Year. That tells you the kind of government that you're going to. Yeah, I call him Namoche. I'm from Arondizog, which is in Imo State. My mom is from Anambra, Obosi. When my mom died, and I let him know, I don't know, God must have spoken to him because I'm the one carrying everything. I'm the one burying my mom. I had relatives, I had siblings, but I was carrying everything. They say he doesn't give shishi. No, what he does, he doesn't give carelessly.
Yes. Yes.
But because of that empathy, he reached out to me. He sent his vice to represent him there. That was a big deal, support for me. He sent me cash. Oh boy, did I need it that morning when he came. He sent me a carload of drinks. Oh, did I need it. Now, I can talk about the other candidates. They all too have this empathy, but we're here talking about the LP candidate. And I want to bust that wrong impression. He doesn't give shishi. No, he doesn't throw away money. He doesn't use money carelessly.
It's not frivolous.
His use of is not frivolous. It's purposeful. It's directional. And he's a good man. God bless you, Namoche.
Yeah. So, really, what we're dealing with here, we've talked about the economy so much today, but people forget that culture is the economy.
Yeah.
A strategy for enabling us to turn culture into a major source of income.
Tourism, income.
One of the problems that we have in our country is that we have a day economy. We don't have a night economy. Because one, power, two, security, and all of those. When we were younger, when I was an undergraduate here in Nigeria, we used to go to, what's the place in Martin Street?
Phoenicia
restaurant.
Or Kavan,
Leave at 3 to the taxi.
Yes.
Leave. Now, that's hardly what you can do. We need to restore the night economy because we'll employ twice as many people. We have a day economy and a night economy. And that's what gives life to an economy. Because all those people who earn money are going to spend it and create more possibilities for other people. That's why in economics, we talk about the secular flows of income.
Absolutely.
And these keep flowing around from households to government, their taxes, to companies when we purchase things. This is what we need to get this economy going. And a big part of it is culture.
Dr. Tommy, you know, because I have to mention a few other places where we used to go and party, because I don't know, you're too old. And we need to bring it down. Sonny would agree with me, and Tim, I remember Lords.
Oh, yeah.
Even that shift.
Yeah,
So phase two. Where are they?
Urbanization just went down the drain.
It did.
That's what happened.
But they are very important for
security.
tourism.
Tourism.
Yes, gentlemen. No country has a good tourism without entertainment industry.
Absolutely.
As an example, Thailand is the best example. Everywhere there's music, restaurants, nightclubs, in the open fields, parks. On the king's birthday, the late king, the whole country had to play jazz because he was a saxophone player with Count Basie before he became the king as a young guy. And I had the pleasure to perform about 20 years ago. And I said to myself, Nigeria has to copy that, because people go to visit the country, they don't to go out at night, listen to some Afrobeat, listen to some jazz, listen to local music, Fuji.
What do you think is one of the great passions of the president of France?
Music.
Fela. He used to go to the shrine.
Yeah.
And as president, even,
he came back
and visited the shrine.
Yeah,
right. So,
that's correct.
Power, soft power.
Yeah.
Can we
It's part of what it
the
gives
banks
us.
in here?
The what?
Banks. Okay. I like the scratch.
No, I was
why I brought that
my
up.
hearing.
Yes, okay. The reason being that, I mean, for such economy to thrive, you have to have a base. Urban centers should normally encourage enterprise to the point where you raise money, you can save it in the bank, and you can get access to it and recycle it into the system. That
can I answer this? The Bank of Industry is actually doing a good job, but they don't have counters. They finance Nollywood movies. I had good meetings with them. If an artist comes with a good proposal and he has no collateral, they will listen and they help. They are the only ones. But there was a couple of years ago, the rumor that the World Bank had 200 million available for the entertainment industry. And I worked very hard with them together. In the end, there was no money there, actually. But I realized one thing, that then the people in power did not understand that it would be actually better use that money and create money in investing it into medium-term no trading or something, so you can give a grant and not a loan. You can give somebody 10 million naira because he deserves it, not as a loan, but as a gift, but make the best out of it and account to us. And that's what I'm trying to talk to banks. You are so rich. You're making billions and billions every quarter. There is actually the endowment of the art from Festac time saying you put money into education and the art. It's tax deductible, up to 10% of your pre-tax. And nobody remembers that. You can write it off your tax. 10% you can give the entertainment industry. Give it to credible people. We formed the Entertainment Cooperative Society. They know that. We formed the Entertainment Foundation, where you can put money in. We know which of the musicians are serious. We don't give it just to anybody and disappear. There are many musicians with a little financial help. They could do much more. They would be up there.
See, Mike, let me remind you that we here have been in the business for a long time, and we've been there. We got to the top and we stayed at the top. Why? I'm self-financing. In the 1980s, the record companies began to divest from Nigeria in droves. EMI, them, Polygram, Decca, the whole, they closed down. were people like us who formed record companies. You go and do your shows, you save your money, and you put into your recording. You are financing even up until now. And it's because we don't have that environment where people understand that investment in the arts is really good investment that you make money from. We need that enabling environment.
That enabling environment.
That's the key.
When the new government comes in, I would hope and pray that I say so.
Yes, that new government does need some pushing from the people at play.
Yeah.
Because institutions are the very bedrock of human progress. And institutions do not get decreed into existence. Institutions come from interested parties engaging in a manner that they begin to create boundaries within which you can predict conduct. That's what we need to do. That's what the people who have gone out and are doing things in Nollywood have started. The thing is to build on what they have done to make those concrete and allow the state to use it to ensure that people get the opportunities that they deserve. So we can build a great country, so our children can be proud and show that green passport and say, yes, I am Nigerian.
Well, the idea of being a Nigerian, and proudly so, it is happening already.
Mm-hmm.
There are Nigerians in governments of the world.
Oh, yeah.
The United States governments, British governments, European governments.
Yes.
So what is left is the challenge is for us now to recognize what we have, who we are, and the talents we possess to make all these things work.
I mean, talk about talents. The Nigerians who are living abroad, who are actually entertaining successfully and making money abroad.
We're not bringing it home.
Well, yeah, they now live abroad. We have to find a way of ensuring that as global citizens, we work the world and invest in Nigeria. That's.
I'd like to say to my people in the entertainment industry, we have a marvelous opportunity here to rescue this country. Don't sit back and think that somebody's going to do it for you. We've had our complaints, we've had our issues, and for some reason, everything is coalescing together. It's coming together that we have a listening candidate who would make a listening president, who is going to fight corruption, which leads to the flight of funds outside my country, so that I don't have that investment coming in unless I bring it personally. Wherever you are, if you do not have your PVC already, go and fetch it. Go and vote. Do this for yourself. Do it for your children. Do it for your grandchildren. Do it for the future. We don't have an opportunity. We know we've come close to the brink so many times. And this God who is a Nigerian has always pulled us back out. But this one, get as it be. He has given you the opportunity. He has given you the candidates. Now it's up to you to do something about it. You will put them there. So don't sit back and think that other people are going to do it for you. You will regret it. Please hear me and hear me well.
I may add here something which is very important. After the new government is there, musicians and actors have to support the government in paying tax. We have to add to the gross domestic product, so we become valuable to the government.
Absolutely.
The moment we all pay tax, we become more and more important to the government. I was involved with trying to get musicians to pay tax, and then we had to go to the way asking MTN, Glow, etc., to deduct from the at source from the ringtone. I found that some musicians were making 10, 20 million naira a month and not paying tax from ringtone.
Yes, but some companies were paying and some were not paying. And I'd like to complain about that. I'm not going to name them. But when this government comes in, things have to be done properly.
Yes.
We do a lot of work and people are violating and making use of our intellectual property. We have fought and fought and fought. We need a reasonable government that will make sure. There are many musicians who are hungry. That's why you don't see them. They are starving. It's not everyone that has the opportunity to bring out a song and it goes to the top 10. It's not everybody that has the opportunity to do a live show. We are fortunate, thank God. But I'm thinking of my fellow musicians who cannot put food on the table, yet they're so talented. I'm thinking of the young people that God have given them such huge talents, but no way to show it.
Yeah.
This is the problem we have.
Anyway, time speeds away when you are having fun. And it has done so to us. This has been a marathon, but sometimes it's almost all gone. We have only 2 hours and a little to go. So we must end this, even though we're enjoying ourselves so much. What is important is that culture matters.
Yes.
Yes.
Culture, tourism, entertainment.
Crucial.
Absolutely.
Crucial. Go there and vote.
Ensure that you collect your PVC and that you vote and you beat that revolution will move us to the next level. Yes. Take it away.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
My name is Mrs. Suzu.
Okay, Ma. Ma, I want to ask you, Ma, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us why?
Because I hope he is the best president I can pick among them. I think he can lessen the burden that we are suffering now, as I can see him.
Okay, are you obedient?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. So can you tell me why you're supporting Peter Obi?
Well, I'm just looking forward to a change that I haven't seen in a very long time. So I feel like I should vote for him. I feel like there could be differences or changes that could help us positively. So that's why I'm supporting him. And I'm looking forward to him. So
why are you voting for Peter Obi?
Because he's a good person to be there now. You know, I feel he's going to change some things if he enter, not like Tinubu. Then I feel there's going to be a lot of doubt when Tinubu enter.
Okay. So Ma, are you obedient?
Very well.
Very well. Okay. So Ma, can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Number one is my brother. And number two, I know that he's going to rule Nigeria very well, more than others, because he's not there to eat money. He's there to rule us well. Yeah.
So you're not supporting because of your brother?
Not really, because he's a young guy, because I'm a youth woman, as you say.
Okay. So if you're given the chance to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I go jackpot sharp. Sharp. Children, they might go confess.
So jackpot, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you jackpot?
I'm a Nigerian by blood, and it is green, all begin meat. So I do not think I would really want to jackpot based on residency. I basically just want to go for fair trips,
basically fund first, essentially. And yeah, we're back here to be based.
So if you had the opportunity to Japan, meaning to travel and you will not come back to this country, will you do that?
Well, I can say I will do that, but who will I leave the country? I'm not to remain from this my country now. This is my own country.
If you have the opportunity to Japan, will you Japan?
I'm there already. Definitely, definitely.
Good day, my name is Saint, and you are?
I am Gabriel, but you can call me Melody.
Melody. Nice meeting you, Melody.
It's my pleasure.
Melody, are you obedient?
Yes, of course, I'm obedient to both God and man. Yeah.
What I mean is, are you supporting Peter Obi?
Like I said, I'm obedient to God and man.
Okay. Just to get things clear.
Yeah.
So, Melody, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Well, having passed through fire, I'm not just speaking for myself, but to every citizens of this country. I mean, we all know exactly what it is. So I feel everybody should be wise and then do everything possible to support a change. I'm not talking about the kind of change that we've been going through, but a positive change. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, Melody, if you had the opportunity to Japan, will you Japan?
Well, that's a very hard. It's a very hard nut to crack. Yeah. In a way, if I have the opportunity to Japan, I would. And at the same time, my heart goes for this country, because if we all Japan, then who would stay and make the change that you're looking for? So,
yeah, thank you so
much. At least for now, I want to stay and see everything I can do to contribute to the positive change that we all await. Yes.
So if you have the opportunity to Japan, will you Japan?
Japan, of course.
To develop the country.
We will. Of course, if Peter Obi wins the election, I wouldn't be thinking about that. Or if he doesn't, I'm sorry, Japan.
Oh, okay. I also ask a question, man. If you were given the opportunity to Japan, that means leave this country and don't come back, will you do that?
No, I love my country. I will be there. No. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm Lou.
Okay, nice meeting you. Lou, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Because everybody's supporting him. I feel he's the right person to lead this country. And I hope he does what he's saying.
So if you're given the opportunity, will you Japan?
The opportunity is good because I can't go abroad and be washing toilets. She gets.
Yeah.
You feel me now? I can't be if it's big money, contracts.
Japan. Nice meeting you. Nifemi. Nice meeting you, Nifemi. Nifemi, are you obedient?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. So can you tell us why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Because I think he's like a better option than the other guy, basically.
If you're given the opportunity to Japan, will you Japan?
Yes, I will. Gladly.
We no want to load, no. That the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, we are obedient.
for a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Confidence are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to know. Not the person we need.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba, we are not Hausa.
I hate to bring this up, but it's a recurring decimal. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high and we cannot afford it. The cost of the civil service, the cost of the National Assembly. If we saved some money and added to what Dr. Teriba has said, we will start to build up our revenues. On the other hand, we do have a lot of idle assets. Railway lines, silos for grain storage, refineries, all kinds of things that we can monetize if we concession them out and get the private sector to get involved in their utilization, their refurbishment, and so many other things like that. What are the things that we stand to see to let us know that we are on a ship moving and going somewhere?
We're going to have asset registry. These are some of the things we want to deal with as quickly as possible. So we know the assets of the country and ensure that they all put into production. Remember that I said we're going to move it from consumption to production. All assets must be productive. No asset will again, and I can tell you to make it productive, we are going to remove it from government to private sector driven. I'm not talking about transactional private sector driven, genuine private sector driven. Cost of governance, I don't need to tell you more about cost of governance, except to go and verify what happened in Anambra State. That is all I can tell you. I have an allergy for waste. As a person, and the same thing will apply in government. On the issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them. we talked about what ASU is minding. ASU asked, it was 2009, almost 13 years ago, that this agreement was reached by government. And I know it was about 1.3 trillion, out of which Jonathan's government paid 200 billion, remaining 1.1 trillion. Let's say that is the situation. The waste, the stealing, would have paid that since. With effortless ease. Look at our oil tap. At a time we critically need every single resource. We are the only country in the world that is not meeting our OPEC production. In July, we have 717 shortage daily. Multiplied by 31 days is 22,227,000 barrels. On the average pricing of oil in July, it is 110. So we lost $2,445,000,000 in 1 month. Even like you said about their rates, which I mentioned when I talk about rates.
Arise, oh compatriot. There's no time for regret. As we come as one, we make so strong. We'll unite and we'll rise. Through storms and trials, we'll stand. Through night and darkness, we shine. Whatever it takes, we'll stand.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, from Nigeria. Lost to be Africa. We'd like to say very big thank you to all of you who have been tuning live on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and of course with all the social media spaces. And yes, for those of you who have been tuned to the STV on Star Times, we say a very big thank you. Not forgetting our donors, Nigerians in diaspora. Thank you so much for supporting, for donating, and sending your charitable donations to NigerWeCan.org. And for Nigerians here in Nigeria, thank you for sending your donations to FCMB and EcoBank. We appreciate and we love you. So right about now, we are talking about the affairs of Lagos State. And right in the studio, we have the Lagos gubernatorial aspirant for Lagos State. It's back to you now, Professor Pat Utomi. Take it away.
To go up for road because of waiting there on talk again. I like for their campaign. Carry your logic go. Back it for we want to be. Back it for we want to be. Take it over the prayer they talk. 2023. Most of back it for Labour Party, in your beat will be 2023. In your beat will be 2023. Make una no throw una vote come 2023. Make we vote. Gbadebo road survivor for governor of Lagos State. Labour Party, Papa, Mama, begin.
All right, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for being a part of the Telethon. We are also here, we're here, the members of the Lagos, members of the team with the Lagos gubernatorial candidate, Mr. Gbadebo Road Survivor, and also other members, we have Mr. Kola and we have Mr. Shegon. We're all members of the team, and we're so glad to be here today.
Yes, this is a wonderful historic thing. and I'm very happy that a lot of people have tuned in and are also showing a lot of support. Donations have been coming in and people are really showing that they're ready to get mobilized and help people, help us put in a leader that will be a servant leader.
Oh yes, oh yes. And speaking of leadership and servant leadership, my name is Priscilla Amadi, by the way, pardon me for forgetting to do that. We have our own servant leader in Lagos, and we are so thrilled to hear what he has for Lagos, what's the plans for Lagos in a nutshell, basically, before we go into some nitty-gritty?
So I think that the key things that we're going to talk about today are mainly three pillars and issues that we're going to address. One, traffic situation in Lagos State. Everybody knows that the traffic situation in Lagos State has been unending and it's gotten worse and worse, and some that must be tackled. And then also that directly links into housing and accommodation all across the state, and also ties into the quality of development that and how it's going to happen across the state. And then lastly, youth unemployment.
Oh my days.
Which has reflected in so many ways. I mean, from the agro situation that is constantly multiplying on the streets of Lagos, everywhere, in every corner. And even the bus drivers starting to complain about it, and how they've become another level of governance in the states that pretty much just milks the citizens, and you have a situation of monkey they walk, baboon they chop, being normalized in Lagos State. So those are some of the topics that we're going to address, and if we have time, we'll delve into other topics that are more interesting to go into.
Oh yes, we'll be doing a lot of that, and please do note that as members of the team and supporting our gubernatorial candidates, one thing we are very happy about is the fact that our candidate is extremely capable. He has good character, he's competent, and he has proven in various ways that he's willing to take the bull by the horns. Considering that the current leadership has currently been there for over 20 years, having a fresh new leader, I mean, take a look at us, we're looking all white. Take a look at us. So we are trying to do something that has not been done before, and that's because we want our Lagos, because everybody knows that Lagos is not working. So sir, what is it, Mr. Kola? So briefly, would you like to tell us what is it that your own concerns about Lagos? What are your concerns?
Thank you very much. I think the first thing we should realize is that by May 29, the current government, will have been in power, not for 8 years, not for 4 years, but for 24 years. 24 years is a long period. In 1965, Lee Kuan Yew took over Singapore as a third world country. By 1990, when he was handing over, he handed over a first world country. 24 years is a long time to achieve almost total transformation of a place. Now, sadly, the International Economist has done a review of the quality of life in 172 major cities in the world, and Lagos comes 171. That's a testament to how much better things could be. So I believe that Lagos can do much better. I believe that Lagosians ought to realize that they are the only place in Nigeria that, as it were, are voting in 2 presidential elections. And I know that, I say that. So, Lagos is the only place where the governor, if he does the right things, has enough resources to better the lives of the people, regardless of what is going on in Abuja. Exactly. Lagos is a place where, in all of the West Coast, the next biggest economy after Nigeria is Lagos. So the reason why I'm here also to speak for a generation, if I have the time.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm here to speak for my generation. You see, it's an Algerian philosopher, Frantz Fanon. He said, every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission and either fulfill it or betray it. You see, there's a generation of my grandfathers, the generation of Herbert Macaulay's and Zeke and Awu. That generation got independence for Nigeria. Don't trivialize what they did. There were a small bunch of graduates who were essentially saying to the Queen, before the Queen was ready to go, leave us alone. They delivered that. The generation after that, but the generation of the soldiers, the General Obasanjo, the T.Y. Danjumas and co, they may have foisted on us an imperfect union, but they did something. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. You see, my generation, those of us born from 1950 to 1969, it was our job to set this country on a path of irreversible progress, the path that will make us achieve our potential, and we failed. It is because my generation failed that we have this nation. We have this. Nothing is more symbolic of the failure of my generation than the fact that we have never chosen for ourselves who will be our ruler. There are only 2 people from my generation who have led the country: President Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan. Those were anointed for us by the generation before us. Peter Obi will be the first time that one of us will be waking up on his own terms and say, I want to be president. That's why I'm saying everybody born after 1950 has a duty. This is the last chance we have to select a president that is of our own making. One of us says, I want to be president, not because President Obasanjo wants me to be president, not because General Danjuma wants me to be president, because I think I have ended. This is our chance. Then the second thing is that because of the failure of my generation, those coming after us literally have no platform to stand on. Look at the rate at which they are abandoning the country. The excuse my generation used to give was to say that because of the army, that the army was in power and so we were incapacitated. No, every generation has a big challenge. And I'm so delighted that a young man trained in the best institutions, you know, a young man who has worked with some of the best organizations, rather than opt to go and work abroad, for the last 10, 15, 20 years, has stayed close to what is going on in the country because he's determined to make a difference in Lagos. I've interacted closely with him.
Yeah.
So this is a generational call. If you are born from 1950 to 1969, you ought to vote Peter Obi because he's one of us. And you ought to vote Gbadebo Rodsvival because it is a generational debt to create a platform for those coming after us. And of course, if you are born after 1970, here is one of you who is saying, I've learned, I've gone to one of the best schools. And beyond going to one of the best, you see, we are all in white. It was deliberate. The candidate said, come in white. Development and corruption do not go together. Development and waste do not go together. Mr. Rodsvival has severally told me that he reviewed the affairs of Lagos and found that projects are done at an average of 4x World Bank standard costs. That can't support development. So I want to say to everyone, if you are born after 1950, you have a duty to vote Peter Obi for president, and you have a duty to vote Gbadebo Rodsvival for governor. We will much be the better for it. 24 years. I mean, look at the bridges. If we build one new bridge every 6 years, we will be on the 7th mainland bridge now. We have not built any bridge since the military handed over to us. In fact, we are not down by one. The military handed over 3 bridges. Bridge is down. There isn't a 4th mainland. We should be on the 7th mainland bridge if we are building one bridge for 6 years. So, Mr. Gbadebo Rodsvival, the other thing that distinguishes him from my interaction with him, you know, those of us in the faith that I subscribe to, love and empathy is important.
Yeah.
I've watched this man who, by the grace of God, I pray and call governor in waiting. I've watched him closely. And he genuinely wakes up with a care. He does not see why the child of the sweeper on the street should not have access to the best quality of education so that he can write. You see,
we'll get to
that makes a difference. So
so
that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here with total support for this candidate. And if there's anyone who cares to listen to me, I recommend him to you unequivocally, unabashedly, and very determinedly, knowing that this candidate will make Lagos the kind of Lagos that will serve all of us.
Oh my goodness. And I don't know if we should clap for them, but then this is the kind of passion we see on the streets of Lagos. If Lagos was working, we would not be having these basic concerns. And one of those basic concerns for us as well is housing. So, Mr. Segun, what do you say about the current housing situation in Lagos right now? What do you have to say about it?
Well, as we know, like you said, Lagos is not working. And one of the things the current administration likes to tout, it is revenue collection. And the basic concept of revenue taxation is a progressive tax. Essentially, the concept is you tax the wealthy so you can provide for the less privileged. And you can see that in Lagos, that is not being done. And housing is one place where you can see where it manifests tremendously. If you go to a place like Lagos Island, that place is simply not habitable. And yet they give some of the largest votes to the current administration, the current party in that government. And it's time for those people to wake up and ask themselves. It's essentially because you can't keep voting for the same people and they don't deliver. We need to have a concept in Nigeria and Lagos like Chelsea. If the coach doesn't deliver, i.e. the governor, sack him until they do. Forget who's going to figure it out or how they're going to do it. They would now figure it out, knowing that if within 4 years they don't deliver. Now, why I have joined Gbadebo's campaign, because he has a comprehensive plan for housing. I mean, first of all, when he's going to solve the traffic problem, which actually undermines the economy and which basically affects everyone's lifestyle and everything. But with his housing program, he's going to have a plan where he's going to have, because Lagos is congested, there's not a lot of land space. You're going to have to organize. I mean, there's nothing in Nigeria, there's a problem that cannot be solved with us organizing ourselves for production. That's what society is. And he has a plan whereby he's going to take a place like Lagos Island. You're going to try to bring the landlords to cooperate to build more modern, higher capacity housing. So the first thing that does is first of all, it's going to dampen the cost of housing because there's more availability, because it's a demand and supply problem. And then those currently there are in more habitable housing units. And then the last thing about that is that even where you are, where he hasn't built, because you created more availability, your landlord isn't feeling that, there's not that pricing pressure. So the point is, this is the first administration. I think we have a 4 million housing deficit in Lagos. And he has studied that. And he has a comprehensive plan such that, for instance, when he builds a rail network, it's going to make more far out places accessible so that you don't have to leave in the city center. And it now makes it functional for you to get to work, but at a cheaper housing with better lifestyle and things like that.
Oh, that's amazing, Mr. Shegun. I mean, you literally broke it down in an amazing way. For me personally, is waste management and the young men on the street running after cars and just asking for money. You see, those two things give me headache. Like in the morning, you're just driving down or you're taking public transportation and then you get a certain location where there's traffic gridlock. You're not just dealing with the fact that your car is not moving. You're dealing with the stench coming in to the car. And that alone can reduce the quality of your life by how many, I don't even know how many years you can get. Sometimes you feel in the car, you can just literally see your years dropping in the car, you can feel it. And you're wondering, like with all the IGRs, I mean, by H1 2021, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, now Lagos did over 267 trillion, but you are living with dirt on the street. I mean, that's basic human living. Like you should be able to make the environment livable. And Lagos rose up in ranks to second worst livable city in the world. I mean, how do you do that with that much amount of money? So it makes us think, how about the young men on the street? So one morning I was going to work. What happens? I see a young man with swollen face, literally swollen face. He had just gotten beaten that morning. And that's supposed to be a tax collector. I mean, the money you collect from those buses, I mean, it's indirect tax. So that's a tax collector. Shouldn't they have more respect than being beaten or hit by a bus or fighting, you know, or running in rugged shoes? Sometimes you see them running in bad shoes. And I'm wondering, the people in charge of these things, are they not concerned about the welfare of these young men that can be further placed in better situations? So those are my concerns. And that's why, of course, I joined the campaign of our amazing Mr. Gbadebo Revival, because he speaks to these issues. He cares. He's particular about this. So would you like to address our concerns that we've highlighted here today?
Yes. I think that the foundation of the better Lagos, the new Lagos, is the transportation system. First of all, we need to have a circulation system across Lagos State that creates a truly intermodal means of transportation across Lagos. So we're going to properly dredge our waterways and have industrial ferries connecting people and moving people around the way it was done in Lateef Jakonde's time, right? So we're having people move from Ikorodu in record time to Lagos Central, right? So we are also reducing the pressure on our road infrastructure and our bridges. Also, we're going to deliver 4 rails in 4 years, right? Currently, it's taking them 20 years to do 16 kilometers of rail. Meanwhile, they took money, according to their books, 1.2 billion to be able to do 160 kilometers. So at the rate they're going, it's going to take 200 years for them to properly rail Lagos State the way it ought to be. And we don't have that time. We don't have that time at all. You know, so we're looking at delivering 4 rails in 4 years. Now, the wonderful benefit of that is that, like he has said, it then reduces the pressure on land in Lagos Central. We start to open up places like Ikorodu, the Badagry axis, or Jaw, and Badagry, and also make sure that we're restoring transportation that's going down to Badagry. Currently, the blue line that they talked about so much, nobody is using it today. Nobody got on the blue line today. You know, and Lagos State has been run on so much tokenism and politics. And we're trying to get away from that. So as opposed to stopping at mile 12, that blue line is going to get to Badagry. So we start to rebuild the tourist industry that we used to have on that axis and allow people to be able to have access to that. So also doing that then starts to reduce pressure on land and starts to make more parts of Lagos feasible for developers to build in. And also, like he mentioned as well, our plan is to have a situation where funds that we get from heavy value real estate is channeled into a social housing development fund.
Okay.
Right. And we're also going to involve the private sector heavily because we don't believe that our government should be limited in its development by its purse strings. The private sector needs to come in and get involved because Lagos State is a state that can actually afford to allow for a lot of projects to be feasible. The role as government is to have oversight and to ensure that the price points that these services are delivered to the people of Lagos is extremely competitive, is extremely affordable, and then the project is done with high quality in the fastest possible time to have the most impact on the most amount of people and ensure that these projects are then transferred back to government in record time. So that is what our interest in, but we must ensure that maximum amount of projects are going on at the same time. That's what we're going to in terms of transportation.
Yeah.
And that also ties in housing.
Yeah.
Because then you can now have a decentralized level of development. Currently, all development is too centralized.
Yeah.
We need to decentralize it. Also, we're going to open the BRT lanes to the private sector as well, especially innovative ride-sharing buses. From your business, you can book a ride for all your workers. And if you have the bus that can take that capacity, why can't they use the BRT lane? Why should it be a monopoly?
And BRT also shares our lane too.
Exactly. And also, you also know that we are highly underserved because you're waiting for a bus, it's waiting for almost 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
So literally, we want a situation where every 3 minutes a bus is coming.
Yeah.
And that's because we've opened up that lane. Also, we're going to set a benchmark for the quality of roads that we have in Lagos State,
yes,
and tie the life expectancy of that road to the payment to the contractor. Because the scam of 6 months doing road every 6 months and washes away a rainy season is something, is a scam that has to go.
Exactly.
You know?
Considering Lagos is in a center where it rains a lot. So
exactly.
why are these raised?
And a key driver that's going to put all of this together is to have a robust, autonomous local government system. Where you have potential governors as local government chairmen that are visionary, that live to serve their people. So all those inner roads across Lagos State, Jeremy Felodo in Oshodi, in Badagry, these places, it should be their focus. The state government has no business doing inner roads in local governments. And we need to ensure that local governments are autonomous, they're receiving money, because that also ties into security. That ties into data gathering, right? And having a robust local government that works will make my own job easier, right? And allow for me to have more oversight responsibility. So we've touched on transportation, we've touched on housing, and we're talking about security now. Youth unemployment is really what this is about.
Yes.
But it has even a bigger problem with society, because you see, the more young people in primary school are looking at a 17-year-old carrying a plastic and hitting a bus and getting money, and the people they are looking at are people that are rubbing shoulders with potential presidents or want to be presidents and governors or ministers and all of that, then you have set a precedent. These children will not finish school. They will just go on the road and be like their older brother or their cousin. And if you trace the number of agros in 2015 to the number of agros now, they've multiplied. And all of this is also tied to drugs. It's tied to a culture of violence, because the more violent and aggressive you are, the more you can rise. But then you see, the issue is this: if one of these young men that are running on the road get hit by a car, that's it.
No welfare.
No welfare. They generate 120 billion every year. These funds are not accounted for. These funds you don't see it on these people that are collecting this money. So we need to have a system and all of this system is created in such a way so that every 4 years, these young men can be used to perpetrate voter suppression, voter intimidation, and all of that. So we're going to do the work. So we depend on people to put us in power. We don't need any of these young men to be doing that anymore. What we're going to do is create an alternative means for them to earn a living, give them new skills, and build this policy with them based on the local governments that they are based in, right? And after 2 years of doing that, then anybody that is still trying to pervade the law will then face the law. But the idea is that we'll work with them as stakeholders and give them skills and employability skills, because it's not just about them on the road. It's about the young people that are coming out after
that.
the young people that will not finish primary school or finish secondary school because they are looking at these people and feel that that's the way to go. So these are some of the things that we're going to tackle and ensure that the young people of Lagos become productive members of society. And you know, as His Excellency Peter Obi constantly says, we're moving Nigeria from consumption to production. And that is going to happen in Lagos State.
Yes. Oh, Lagos, you can hear that. We are moving also, as the whole Nigeria is going from consumption to production, we are going along with them as well productively. Yes. Would you like to add something?
Yes, Amadi, I wanted to respond to something you said about the tax collector being beaten up. And I think it's important for Lagosians to understand that what we have in Lagos, take it or not, is actually feudalism. It's normally in the feudal culture and history that you have tax collectors of the feudal lord being beaten up. People need to reflect on this. Lagos is actually the one place where you've had the same government for 25 years. So everything you can't say it's because of the rotation. Now, what you have is a system where you can actually have someone use the resources of the state, run for president. We all know that's happening. We all have a system, and it's just intolerable. Normally, the way you usually overthrow a feudal lord is people carry stakes and fire and run him out of town or burn down his castle. Now we don't have to do that. All you have to do is show up and vote to change that. And Lagosians need to wake up to do that, because this is not going to change otherwise. It's not going to change by itself. Understand that you're in a feudal system, and the structure is built to serve that system. And that is really what this whole race is about.
Oh, that's so sad, actually. Would you like to add something to that, Mr. Kola?
I just wanted to appeal to Lagosians. You know, anytime a group of people look, and it appears that the character of the government is not exactly representative of the character of the people, you then have to ask why.
Why?
It's a different thing if soldiers do a coup, and because they came in by the butt of the gun, they may not represent us. I think Lagosians are, by and large, decent people. They are welcoming people. They are considerate people. The question we need to ask is, why does it appear that our government is different? And I want to appeal to Lagosians. It is because, for example, in the last election, for a city of 20 million people, only 1 million people elected the governor. Don't let anybody tell you that your vote does not count. I want to appeal to everyone. Let us come out and vote.
Yes.
There are 7 million of us. By the time 7 million of us come out to vote, that government that we elect is most likely to represent our character. When 500,000 or just 1 million elect leaders for 20 million people, there's a very high possibility that the government you are electing is not representative of the wishes of the 7 million.
True.
Don't let people tell us that our votes does not matter. If it does not matter, why are they buying? Why are they attempting to buy the votes?
Why is it being?
If it has no value, why are they paying us? Why are they attempting to buy it? Your vote counts.
Yes.
The parents, I understand. His Excellency was showing me some data. The parents have passed a vote of no confidence in education system. In Lagos State, 17%, only 17% of primary school students are in public schools. Only 25% of secondary school students are in public schools. He showed me that our vote makes a difference. This election, let 7 million of us come out and express our preferences.
Yes.
And then let us see whether the people we elect will not be those who are like us.
Yes. And like Mr. Kola has rightly said, we cannot overemphasize the importance of ensuring that your vote counts. We have an amazing presidential candidate in the center, and that's our incoming president, Mr. Peter Obi, telling us that he's going to do all these amazing things that we believe in. But you see, the president is not going to do everything. You still need a governor that is going to impact your life directly in your state, make all the right decisions in your state. Lagos currently has one of the highest number of registered voters. So we are not just going to sit back and let a certain number of few who have been induced by some certain welfarism to vote their choice, and it doesn't actually represent the people. We want the candidate that truly cares and is going to build an inclusive Lagos that does not practice a kind of class system where some people are more important than some people, or some local governments where a certain party chieftain lives, gets the good road, and the other ones, everybody else can go to hell. We have Mr. Gbadebo Rose-Vivo as the preferred candidate of the Labour Party, and also by the grace of God, our incoming governor in Lagos. Do you have one or two words for the electorates in Lagos and even in Nigeria as a whole?
Yes, thank you. Lagos State is the largest, has the largest number of registered voters. So this state should play a defining role in the emergence of a president in this country. So I call on everybody that is trying to get their voters cards to not give up. I know that they are frustrating you. We are watching, we are monitoring, and we're also going around to meet all these INEC officials to ensure that voters' cards are being released. So we know that they're trying to suppress our voice. We know that they're trying to suppress our votes. Don't be discouraged. Go out, do your best to get your voters' cards. And on the day of election, try and make sure you talk to at minimum 10 people that you know have voters' cards to come out and vote. This year, this election will be like nothing that Nigeria has ever seen before. It will be like nothing that Lagos has ever seen before. And it's time for us to put in position servant leaders and leaders that will work for us, be accountable to us, and will ensure that our interests are met. And that's the way Nigeria and Lagos is going to move forward. So we are counting on you. We don't have bullion vans. We are counting on you, the people, to ensure that you install leaders, not rulers, leaders that will work and serve you well. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And that kind of brings us to the end of this segment. My name is Priscilla Amadi, and we have Mr. And we are all members of the team, and we are telling you, Lagosians, allow your votes to count, participate, and be heard. Don't complain the next 4 years. It's going to happen in March. Be ready, get your PVCs, and God bless everyone. God bless Nigeria, and God bless Lagos State. Thank you.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the bucket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
The future of our youth is being stolen. The Culture of criminality, culture of non-fuel, culture of rice increase, the culture of electricity, culture of poverty. That is the culture we want to throw away.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the giving. Because we will not kill the rise of the man. The change is in your hand.
Ma, are you supporting Peter Obi for president?
Yes.
Oh, can you tell us why?
Because from my side.
Okay, Ma, why is your side? Where are you from, Ma?
I'm from Cross River.
Oh,
Yeah,
Peter Obi and Igbo man, it's not from Cross River.
Yeah, so we are the same.
Okay. So is that the only reason, Ma?
Yes.
Okay.
To support other people.
Okay, Ma. Ma, if you're given the opportunity to leave this country for good, will you go?
No, I don't old now. I don't myself. I cannot go. My picking can go.
My name is Larry, but my friends call me last Equator.
Okay, nice meeting you.
Okay, nice meeting you.
So, quick question: are you obedient?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, why are you supporting Peter Obi?
Okay, you said I should be obedient here, and I'm still obedient. And fine. I don't think I'm supporting anyone. Yeah.
Greatness before our eyes. Stand for our beloved country. We are Nigeria, and Nigeria will rise again.
Looks like the story's ended, and we're yet to grow. We're getting older, but there's nothing to show. We serve our fatherland like slaves wearing robes, but the land is green and fertile, but then what seeds do we sow? Arise, O compatriot, it's time to take a stand, for a treasure lies beneath our feet and greatness at the end. Arise, O compatriot, there's no time for regret. As we come as one with faith so strong, we'll unite and we'll rise. Through storms and through trials we'll stand. Through nights and in darkness we'll shine. Whatever it takes we'll stand. For we are Nigeria. For we are all we have. We're the change we need. We raise our voice as one to the courts of heaven, raising one petition. We call on you, our God, for this is the moment, this is the hour. Arise, O compatriot. This is the moment, this is the hour. We'll shine for the world to see. We will rise through storms and through trials. We'll stand and we'll stand. Tonight and in darkness we shine. We'll shine. Whatever it takes, we'll stand. We'll stand. For we are Nigeria. We are a chosen nation. We are a land of hope. We are God's own creation. A motherland of hope. Yes, we are. We are a chosen nation. We believe. We are a land of hope. We confess. It's time to take a stand for a treasure lies beneath our feet and greatness at the end. Arise, oh compatriot, there's no time for regret. As we come as one with faith so strong, we'll unite, we'll rise. We are a chosen nation. Through storms and through trials, we'll stand. We are God's own creation. Through nights and in darkness, we'll shine. We will rise. Whatever it takes, we'll stand. We'll stand. For we are Nigeria. Rise. Through storms and through trials, we'll stand. Through nights and in darkness, we'll shine. Whatever it takes, we'll stand. For we are Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Damian, for that timely performance. Of course, this is the time and the moment is now. Our presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Obi-Datti 2023, it might interest you to know that he is available right about now. He is online waiting for all of your questions. He is readily available. Okay, so I'll be handing over to Prof now, and we are talking about education. But before then, I'd like to remind you that our phone lines are extremely open. You can send in your questions, and when it's time, you ask your questions as well. So I'll take it 0909-840-8408. I'll take that again, 0909-840-8408. Prof, over to you now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nigeria. Thank you, diaspora. Thank you, the world. I've got Mr. Peter Obi on the line. He's been campaigning in southern Kaduna areas most of today, and it's been a crush of a campaign. The surge was such that I am told he couldn't even get out of the car at some point because of the crowd and the pushing. But he has come out of all of that, and he is going to speak to us. He would have been here to set it rolling in the morning. We agreed that he would then finish the campaign, jump on a plane from Abuja, and be in Lagos before now. But we know what it is like. He's at the airport in Abuja, and so he's going to join us from there. Let me remind us that we started this morning talking the healthcare policies in the manifesto. And we went on to the economic policies in the manifesto. And we went on to culture policies and how Nigeria can be transformed. But it's better to hear it from the horse's mouth. If you look at his mouth very closely, it's not a horse, but we call it the horse's mouth. So I'm going to invite him, in spite of the pressures of the day, to join us via Zoom, since I doubt that his flight will get to Lagos and for him to get here before 10 p.m. So let's welcome the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Peter Gregory Obi.
Hello?
Okay, yes. We know that you are at the airport, but
hello?
Yeah, welcome. We just want you to speak to the world like you did from Chatham House. What is the essence of Peter Obi-Datti Baba Ahmed presidency?
Hello? Hello, Prof. This line is not very clear. I'm at the airport, so I've just tried as much as possible. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, first, let me start, Prof. let me start by thanking you and the whole team for what you have been doing all day. I sincerely apologize for the inability to join you since morning, but at the same time, thank you sincerely for the huge work you're doing for our country. What you're doing is not everybody's just making sacrifice for their country and everything. I'm just spent the whole day in Southern Kaduna in Kafanchan today. And as you've been mentioning all we are trying to do is to see the possibility of setting up a new Nigeria where things can work. As I did mention today while in Kaduna, if you go to Kafanchan, you see a railway, which obviously was being used in the 60s.
I used it
And
myself.
Today, thank you. And today, you can't even use the road to go there. So people who were able to use train in the 60s, who are using a fast train by now and are no longer using train. That spells out how bad things are. So it's left for all of us to do that sacrifice and be able to say, this is what we want to do. This is how we want to set up a country where we'll be able, I was able to visit most of the communities that are having security issues. I'll be able to tell them that the enemy is no more formidable. The criminals are no more formidable. What is lacking is the leadership to deal with the issues decisively. And that is very simple. Is either state exists or it doesn't. And that is what we want to see who can change. Have a secured, united Nigeria. I met a situation in Southern Kaduna today that everybody should appreciate, where the chief imam and the bishop of the churches in that area are working together as a family. I've never seen such sense of unity. They even have a charter, which they said is strictly for them in order to be able to build a new place where everybody will be proud. So as I thank you in what you're doing, let me restate that our manifesto is there for everybody to see. But following what we've agreed to do, number one is to secure and unite the country. Two is to ensure that we have a country where there's rule of law and order, setting up a regulatory environment that will allow businesses to thrive. Three is to ensure that we move the country from its abysmal position of conspicuous consumption to production. Today in Southern Kaduna, that was the debate. They have vast land that they are no longer willing to cultivate. And they were asking me if we help them with fertilizer. And I said, we're not talking about fertilizer, we're talking about the vast uncultivated land in the north can generate far more money than oil. And that's what we want to tackle. And using that agrarian revolution to do this thing. Prof, I probably have a bit of a problem. I'm going to take this addict to Lagos. I have an emergency in Lagos. Yes.
Okay.
Prof,
Seems
let
like
me just
the flight is
sort out a few
boarding,
things in the airport again, and I'll call you back now.
he is continuing to Lagos. But we've got a sense for a direct experience that he has had today on the campaign trail. The problems, the challenges, and the solutions are there before us. We've been talking about all of those since 10 o'clock this morning. And we've had the experts, the members of the policy review and future view team speak. And the time has come now for people to ask us questions. So the phone lines are open in asking us questions while the questions are getting ready to come. We have a number of issues we haven't dealt deeply enough with. One of them is education, which is frontier. Education and healthcare determine the progress that we can make. So we speak some to education. I've got another Lagos Business School professor, Efan Nzewu, with me here. We are going to speak to some of the programs that we have to engage the Nigerian people. One of them is how we clean up Nigeria. And when we say clean up, both physically and figuratively. In physical, we begin this cleanup. We've started this cleanup Nigeria initiatives, but next week, Saturday, is a big bang across the country. The support groups, youth groups across Nigeria are going to go out there to clean up Nigeria. Dr. Chidi Akbaluba, who manages that out of the big tent, will speak to it. But in the meanwhile, call us on any of the issues that we have dealt with. But let's start with you making some comments about the challenge of education. In my opening remarks, I talked about Angus Deaton and the work on the Great Escape.
Thank you, Professor Tommy. There's no doubt about it, that today Nigerian education is in crisis, and this crisis, is enormous. Because the crisis is enormous, I think it is about time now to have a change in the Nigerian political systems. There's no country, on earth that can not be able to develop without education. So education is the key to development. And we look at education right now, it's a big problem. So I'm delighted that the new president, Peter Obi, will come in here and then revolutionize education. The education system comes in a three-segment, the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary one. When you look at, for example, what he has in his portfolio in education, basically is that the education system will be reformed, totally reformed, in such a way that we can take back an educational system that has been lost. Starting, for example, with the primary one, is in policy that in this particular segment, in the area, all the areas, that they're going to be a system whereby, all the stakeholders will be involved. What do I mean by stakeholders involved? Both teachers and also parents that are being educated, in such a way that in primary one, his policy is that we're going to come in and come out with a parental, administration, whereby, for example, they're going to be a PTA, different areas. They're going to come out with about 5 board members, 5 to 9 more, no more than 5 to 9 board members, whereby they can be able to meet it together. And then in the area of pre-primary education, he planned basically to make sure that the primary education still exists in the primary and secondary school level. And then at the same time also, you're going to be able to come out with a big innovation idea, whereby, for example.
Okay, sorry, while you can hold your thought, let's take a caller and we can return to your thoughts. Yes. Hello, yes, please, very quick.
Good evening. It's been a very interesting program. I've watched you all through the day, and I'm so pleased with the level of commitment you guys are giving. With respect to education, we know the situation of educational situation in this country, where ASU particularly have been on strike before they came back for over 8 months. Now they are back, but the issue is not clearly settled. We know that they're going to go back to strike because the stress is still there. When Jonathan was there, out of the 1.3 trillion, he paid 200 billion, and the issue has not been settled. What will this government do if eventually they are elected into office and Peter Obi will become the president, what are the modalities that people will use to stop ASU strike once and for all? Because our secondary schools in Nigeria are now glorified primary schools. The infrastructures are not there. We are talking about a situation where a lot of children in this school are now Yahoo children. It's right from that tender age they have been incorporated to this Yahoo. And it's now become a national crisis. And the issues are there with a multi-dimensional poverty level of 133 million persons, poverty in education, poverty in housing, poverty in health.
Thank you so very much.
People do I know that you're a think tank and you have vast experience in financial management. What are you people going to do to ensure that our primary schools, when I was young, I went to nursery school, that our primary schools, our nursery schools, our universities can be compared to world-class standards. Harvard is not in utopia. Harvard is not in the sky. Harvard is somewhere around the world. Why can't we build institutions in this country that will be able to educate the citizens?
Okay, thanks so very much. We appreciate the passion with which you are asking the question. Let's start with a simple fact that Mr. Peter Obi makes. When he became governor of Anambra State, Anambra was 26th in the federation. He made a number of policy decisions, which included essentially getting the traditional providers of education to take back the system against much opposition. In 2-3 years, in WAEC, what's the other one? NECO results, Anambra went from 26th to 2nd and then 1st. It shows that the stakeholder engagement process, which Professor Zegu was talking about a moment ago, primary schools are where we shape our children. If the parents are involved in policy, if the local administration is engaged, it's a very personal thing, and they will ensure that their children will get the very best. And so that is a starting point from that point going forward. Again, Mr. Obi likes to make the point that when he was governor of Anambra, they got to a position where ASU, even till today, even long after he left, ASU at Anambra State University did not join the current strike because they created a certain level of engagement that literally took them out of the pressure points that our university system experiences currently. So at the heart of this is stakeholder commitment, resourcing of the educational system to enable us get the best. And then, of course, because values shape human progress, who are the providers of the socialization of the children? How do they get molded, character formed? This is very important for education, you know.
Maybe I can comment on that.
Yes.
Because I was part of the policy manifesto committee on education. One of the key things, currently our educational system is dysfunctional. The key function of education is to draw out the greatness in people. But when people go through the dysfunctional education we have in Nigeria today, that greatness is not brought out. So one of the things we agree the pure government will do is to create a functional, practical, and relevant educational system in the primary secondary school segment that is going to be free and compulsory. Now, the education is not just going to be for the child to just go and learn academics. It's going to be a total man education that will involve the physical, the mental, and the emotional development of the child. We're going to expose a child, every Nigerian child, from primary 1 to vocational skill training, and sports development. All that will be part.
Okay, we have another caller. Yes, please, very quickly, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are fine over here. I want to appreciate you guys for the hard work you are doing. You know, everybody will say that we in the diaspora, we cannot vote, but we have families down back at home. So that is our concern. So please, I want to contribute to the issue of education and the rest. Mr. Peter Obi has analyzed everything. Even it was yesterday, was with AY, he answered a lot of questions. I know people will keep continue asking this question about how things will be done, But I want everybody to believe that this change has come. Let's accept the change.
Thank you so very much. Thanks. We've got the one and only Pastor Itua Ighodalo with us, and he has fixed many things in the past. How are we going to fix education?
You know, what has been lacking in Nigeria is sincerity. Sincerity, sincerity, sincerity. Nigeria has more than enough resource to take care of a lot of these things. And even if there's no resource, there's help, you know, from anywhere to fix education. Education was at a certain level at a certain time in Nigeria, especially in Western Nigeria. And people were getting educated, people were getting scholarships, people were going abroad. We all knew the standard of education we had in Nigeria barely 40 years ago, where if you went to school abroad, it was simply because you probably couldn't make it in Nigeria. So what we need to do is to start from a point of view of really looking critically at the system. We all know what the problems are. Well, number one is underfunding. Number two is government getting involved in what it shouldn't get involved in. I don't know why government is in charge of the federal government colleges. I don't know why it cannot spin off these colleges to the Old Boy Network or to some NGO or to somebody.
Well, I mean, in some ways, you and I are both Ibadan boys.
Yes.
We went to school in Ibadan. The old school I went to had an old boy that became governor. And we battled him until he left. He couldn't deal with what Peter Obi dealt with in Anambra, by the way. He didn't return to school. But eventually, changes are taking place. The old boys have gotten together, gone to the governor. Still, why is it so difficult? Your mother was the first woman to become a permanent secretary, as you were back in those days. The kinds of policies that, why is it so difficult to make those kinds of things happen today?
Part of it is corruption. Part of it is a wrong tone at the top. Part of it is insincerity, as I said before. And part of it is the political will. There's no big deal about returning schools back to the original owners. And that's what it should be, you know, because they started the schools in the first place. They had the vision for the schools. They knew what they were trying to do, and so on and so forth. But you see, if you go to most of the ministries and all that, one director somewhere, one permanent secretary somewhere, somebody somewhere is sitting on a lot of money, budget and all that. And that really simply is sometimes what mitigates against this thing. But if you have a governor who is strong, who is sincere, who is determined, and he issues that within the next 6 months, these schools should go back to where they're coming from and whoever owns them and all that, it will happen. It will happen. But we all play politics. We play too much politics with our lives, with our future, with our education, with our health, and so on and so forth. The graft is unbelievable. And until we can really take out this graft, it will be a problem.
Okay, we've got another caller. Please, very quickly, maybe you should say your name, and then in 30 seconds, please ask the question.
Hello. My name is Timothy. I'm coming from the UK.
Okay.
Yes, I just want to commend you for what you're doing. I've been following it up this morning, and I wanted to kudos to you guys. I don't want to take much of your time, but I just want to make a lot of contributions, and one contribution to make actual question. I was listening to His Excellency in Asia, and the lady asked him a question regarding those that are stealing our money and those that are stealing our money. So I just want to ask, because that is an area we can help to pay our debts. So if we are saying that we're going to leave those that are stealing our money, so then there is that anybody that comes can just steal and they don't go back to teaching them. So if we can have somebody like Shuriman, the EFCC, I believe it's someone that can go after the people while to be, concentrate on the affairs of government. So my question is, I don't know, will we be taking in that direction to ask somebody to man the EFCC and go after the money, whereas he concentrates on government? Yeah, thank you very much. That's my question.
Well, thank you. I think that the way that the administration that is to come is gearing itself up is it will be an engaged one. It will get people of competence, of character, with compassion to man the appropriate organs of government so that the kinds of challenges we have today will be reduced. But I think what is more important is using culture, is using technology to prevent rather than waiting to cure. You know, we're often looking at catching the thief, and we can prevent the person from stealing in the first place. Today, we can easily use technology that is available, which enables us to all see at the same time the transactions that are taking place, such that, you know, the opportunity of discretion, of hiding around the corner, which is then used to get corrupted, is far less there. And that's why we see that institutions are important. The average person in the UK is no more honest than the average person in Nigeria. But they know that there is consequence. And when because they know the consequence exists, it will catch up with them. Today, even traffic, you know that even if there's no policeman around, the camera will pick you up and you will get the ticket and you will have to pay. You then begin to avoid those. After a while, it becomes a habit not to run the light. And in the institutional economics school, it's sometimes described as the settled habit of a community. But the same people in the UK who are now with that settled habit behaving appropriately before traffic lights, leave them in Nigeria after 1 week, they'll be breaking traffic lights. So I think that this turning to technology and all of that and preventing that is better. Any thoughts or reactions to his question? Zanda caller, okay, please come through very quickly. Par, mention your name and question.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ahmadi Carlo, and I'm calling from Owerri.
Okay.
Please, my question is this. In 2012, when APC were doing their campaign, some of them were loyal, very, very loyal. But when they get to office, when Nigerians elect them to office, they now become more powerful than Nigerians. So what are the assurance the obedient family is giving to Nigerians that they will be obedient to the electorate? They will not be powerful more than the Nigerians that elect them. So what is the assurance are you giving the electorate? Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I can start with any of you responding to that before I come. It's what leadership really is all about, accountability. We have to have systems in place. In fact, one of the things that the group, the think tank, is considering is that there will be clearly stated contracts from the people or with the people from the government. And 3 years into the administration, if those things have not been met, if the government has not been transparent, a recall of the government should start.
Yes.
The Obi government is inviting you to recall it. If after 3 years, you see that it has not lived its promise.
I think this government is committed, or the Obi movement is committed, making sure that things are not done as they've been done in the past, making sure that there's transparency, making sure that there's accountability, making sure that promises are delivered. If not, we have recourse to the polls in 4 years' time. And that's the benefit of democracy. And that's the important thing, that the Nigerian people should rise up and start asking questions. Nigerians should stop being afraid and stop being cowed by government or the presence of government. And this is what is important at this point in time.
Okay. We have another caller. Let's take that one quickly.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your name, please, and question within 30 seconds, if you could.
Okay, sir. My name is I am calling from the United States. So my question is, we all know the importance of internet to be available for everyone. I know if, correct me if I'm wrong, I think using paid internet service as part of a human right. What is the plan of the coming government to make internet service available to Nigeria? Thank you.
There is internet, fiber optics in every state capital and every federal government and university or tertiary institution across the country to make internet available to every young Nigerian.
This is technology, and it's not rocket science anymore. Once the tone at the top is right, the funding can be provided and found. And in these days and age, is a sine qua non that every local area, every institution, every government institution must have first-class internet service. It's almost like having air and oxygen and water. You know, anybody who doesn't consider these things right now is not serious and is not ready to do business. And if the government does not do that, then the government must be held to question. The technology is available in different forms, and the technology needs to be deployed. And it's also a technology that will pay for itself over time with the usage and things like that. So it's a self-financing thing. It's not rocket science, it's no big deal. You know what I keep repeating like a broken record, what has been lacking in Nigeria for the past almost 60 years is sincerity and a determination to serve the Nigerian people and to do the best for the Nigerian people. The Prime Minister of Dubai, Sheikh Al Maktoum, says the job of a government is to make its people happy, to make sure that every single citizen is provided for, given opportunity, allowed to express themselves, allowed to grow and develop. Not this situation where it's them and the rest, and where people are given this sense of servanthood and lack of belonging in a society that's their own, where poverty is weaponized, where illiteracy is weaponized, and so on and so forth. There needs to be a change at this point in time, where there's much more relevance and importance and regard given to the people. I think we have another caller. And the person.
Okay, yes, we'll take that call quickly. And by the way, I'd like to ask our technical crew to check. I think Mr. Obi has not taken off. So if he's on the board, you can bring him in to say one more thing or even respond to any of the questions. Yeah, let's take a question then. Oh, he's back. Yes. Go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. We'll continue. Yeah, are you able to? You want to say something?
Hello?
After a very stressful day.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. I just listened to two questions where somebody asked about issue of education. Though I didn't hear the comments very well. I wish I had known.
That's part of the challenge of technology with low bandwidth everywhere. Yeah.
What this question was about education.
Talked about your Anambra's experience in response to that question.
The question
Hello,
was
are you hearing me?
Yeah.
What's your government going to do about education?
Hello?
Yeah.
Education.
The question was, what would your government do to transform education?
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Well, for me, like I also said, education is the most important investment any country or society can do for its people. And it's been clearly been shown
Okay. Well, yeah. While we're waiting for him to get a better connection, I'd like to just spend a quick minute and ask Chidi to speak to the initiative on Clean Up Nigeria in
that,
very quick.
and that were demonstrated clearly in Anambra State, where first we ensure that our education is well funded, well supervised, and everything, and everybody saw the transformation, where we had male issue with in terms of admission, because the males were going to school, so we had girl male issue in education. We're able to bring it back. We are male now and more in our secondary schools than female, at least equal. Before it used to be 80-20. We reversed that. If you go to Anambra State today, public schools are more attractive than even private schools.
Yeah, that is a very important point. Actually, I can share an experience. One of your predecessors of the bigger old Anambra State, Ekomodo Emeka Omerwa, I recall visiting him in Enugu, and I said to him, I was just coming from University of Nigeria. I had gone to visit the University of Nigeria.
You know,
having been gone for many years. And I said to him, my goodness, I was shocked going to Nsukka. Can you imagine? There's even a woman sleeping in my room. What used to be my dorm, the all-female, and yes. And he said, oh, that when he came to Anambra, he thought all the schools, anytime I went to visit to schools, thought the schools were girls' schools. And then he got to one, there were 2 boys in the class. So he asked them, you 2 boys, what are you doing in a girls' school? They said, no, it's not a girls' school, it's a mixed school. And that, you know, the boys were not coming. And, you know, he asked the boys, what's happening? He said, the other boys said that before these people finishing this school, they would have limited. They would have limited liability company.
Yes,
so, in fact, his commissioner, one of his commissioners, Professor Joffo, wrote a book on male enrollment dropout or something like that in Anambra State. And that was reversed during your time in Anambra State.
How were you able to reverse it?
It's very simple. It's by the time you started and investing in education, refurbishing the schools, making it more attractive, preaching it everywhere on the need for education. Even those who want to be limited, those who want to do anything, those who want to go to market, we're talking to them on the importance of education. That it is critical for whatever you want to do, education first. May it be to be preached in churches and everything, parents gathering, all various gatherings and everything. And you saw people, they started seeing the values and everything in what we are preaching, in what we are saying. And that's what they're turning around. Parents started enrolling their male children back into school. Instead, they started going back to school. We started encouraging various schools were giving back to the churches. We encourage them, like the male schools, to ensure that they go out attracting the male students back to school, which they did, and it all worked.
It's interesting. So governments come, governments go, they make promises, they don't keep their promises. What are you going to do different to make sure that the
It's
people
a very simple thing. Where we are now, like I told people in Southern Kaduna today, where we are now, nobody can afford to do fake promise. That's why they have to check people's background, people's record. If somebody is making promise, for example, saying I'm going to fight corruption or anything, let's go to where he passed through before and check what he was able to do. It's a simple thing. Let's know how much money he was able to, how he managed his resources, what he kept when he was living, how, these are things to look at. People must have track record when they are seeking office. We should be able to investigate the previous office they've held, where they are coming from, and be able to evaluate, would they do better if they are given another office?
Character is like smoke. It will always out. So if you can't establish the character question, don't vote. But I think a preacher put it very nicely. May your children be like those you plan to vote for. Say amen if you believe it. And people didn't say amen. So we should all go back and examine our consciences. Do we want to be led by people who don't want our children to be like? This matters. Another caller is here. So let's take another caller. Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Your name, where you're calling from, please, quickly, and a short.
My name
question.
is Tony Agbons, calling from London in the UK. Gentlemen, Pastor Itwa, Prophet Tommy, great to see you guys at Chatham House on Monday. I just want to quickly say that this is my constituency, and I will suggest that revamping our educational system, we have to really look at technical and vocational education first. The apprenticeship system, especially as it goes to do with our brothers in some part of the country, and even nomadic education. So this, to me, will be the holistic approach. Thank you, guys. Great job you are doing. God bless you all.
Yes, already there. Comprehensive. Starting from the primary
physical.
Yes. But nobody going to graduate without having that particular knowledge.
By the time a child is 16, so he is establishing at least one
skill.
Why he's also acquiring the educational certification. Nobody comes out from secondary school without being fully equipped with one functional basic skill he can live his life with. Everybody doesn't have to go to the university. Yeah.
Very comprehensive plan.
I mean, I tell to people all the time, if your plumbing is plumbing is needed in your house in Germany, the fellow who comes to fix it might show up in his 7 Series BMW because he makes more money than the PhD sometimes, because that's a skill.
Yeah.
That even locally here we can see it. Tiling. My favorite joke, or not joke actually, truth You enter a room where the tiling is straight. You know that some people from Benin, Mali, or somewhere have done the work. If you see the one that Nigerians have done, you'll be like River Niger because of a skill shortage. But guess what? Go to Lome. The finest houses there are built by those tilers tiling in Nigeria. You know, so skills are so important, and a skills emphasis in education is an imperative of the new education trust.
We're going to launch what is called Every Youth a Skill. So no Nigerian youth will be idle anymore.
Yes.
If you don't have a skill, we equip you with a skill so that you can earn a living by yourself.
Please, yes.
Okay, we got another caller. Yes, please tell us who you are, where you're calling from, very quickly.
Yes, my name is Mr. Osita. I am calling from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Johannesburg, welcome.
I salute you all. You guys are doing a great job for the country. I know this is a Nigeria project and not only His Excellency Peter Obi, and that is the entire team project. This is a Nigeria project. That is what I find this movement to be. Our concern here in the diaspora is the process of the PVC collection. What we are seeing in the media is not encouraging, and we are worried that this might affect the process of Labour Party during the election. So please, it's just an advice that we have a team that also monitor the issuance of the PVC, because I think that is the only thing that we are very scared of and worried of, that might affect the result of the election.
Thank you. We share your concerns. We're working very hard at it. All kinds of initiatives are coming up to respond to that. We have someone coming on Zoom. Another caller. All right. Okay. So anyway, Chidi was going to talk about the Clean Up Nigeria initiative, which is essentially based around the fact that our environment is a big mess, and environment matters in today's world. We want to orient our young people through their own action, showing example of how to take care of the environment. But it's not just that we clean up the environment, we clean up the consciousness of the country, because part of the garbage is the corruption in the heads of people. Part of the garbage is the nepotism in the heads of people. And as young people go around picking up garbage, they're talking to people about how we can have a better country. Chidi, just quickly.
Okay.
A little bit about.
Okay, we need to take a call.
Another call. Okay. Yes, please introduce yourself, where you're calling from, and 30 seconds.
My name is Dr. Sigbeme from Lokoja. My question, or rather maybe suggestion, is that I don't know whether, well, let me first of all commend the effort of the team. You guys have done excellently so well. We are watching and we are impressed, and we are happy that a new government is coming. The students that a chunk of number of the students that register, if you look at all of the federation, especially the federal government university, I don't know whether you have reached out NUC being the regulator of the university system to have a way of giving mid-semester break to students at least a week before the presidential election, such that chunk of the students can participate in the election and have the convenience to travel to their places. I think we can reach out to NUC, maybe through CUPP or APAC, or maybe the National Peace Committee to do this. Thank you.
Justice suggests that we do something like that. In spite of the fact that we have a lot of voter suppression efforts in places by people who shout that they have structure. but are so afraid that they are suppressing voting, trying to prevent people from collecting their voters registration card. I mean, this is the terrible part of incivility in public life that we see in Nigeria today. Lagos is a very good example of a place where that is happening, and around the country. People must stop doing that. But we say the incivility aside, we need decisions like giving the young people who are back in school a chance to go back and vote. Maybe a midterm break or something.
Well, that should be optional because you have to remember that some of them registered in school.
Okay.
So the schools must not be completely shut
No,
down.
no, yeah.
So
For 8 months, most of the new people
registered.
They just went back to school.
Okay.
I learned that most of the schools will be closing by the middle of February for the holidays, for them to go back and do the election. I'm not usually in section in Nigeria during elections. I don't know if this is going to be different.
Okay, question coming on Zoom. Please, let's take that Zoom question or those Zoom questions.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can I go on?
Go on, please.
Yeah. Good evening, all. Professor Watukomi and your team. I must commend you for the great job you are doing. My question really is the opinion of Labour Party and the principal P2B with regard to the withheld 8-month salaries of ASU members. That is my opinion. My question, PC.
The issue will be confronted and dealt with at the appropriate time.
Whatever people are owed, they will be paid. That's as simple as that.
I mean, justice is important. I mean, if the students graduated, people prepared them for graduation, and all those issues will be considered.
Okay, let's take the Zoom question.
Yeah. Good evening.
Hello.
Time.
Okay. All right. The other caller on the phone.
Okay, so maybe I have to hold on.
Yeah, hello, Mike. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Jonathan from Canada. My question is concerning
where are you calling from, Jonathan?
Not just the police.
Canada, okay.
I'm calling from Calgary, Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. My question is concerning police brutality, and I want to extend it to the men in uniform, the military, the Air Force, the Navy, the Border. So what is the plan that LP would have to stop, not just to minimize, to stop where we have situations, a soldier beating up a policeman, because they are supposed to set the example for a lawful society, but we are seeing break on social media where military men will be harassing a fellow military, not to talk of what they do to civilians. We want a situation where everything is taught and that nobody goes scot-free if you exercise such disgrace on the street, to disgrace the nation.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. This is a subject I've heard Mr. Obi respond to several times at rallies. And usually I like to watch the faces of the policemen around when he responds to that. And compassion, training, all of those things paying them decently will lead to a reorientation. And once you get them in the right place, consequence management. You do what is inappropriate, the consequence comes to you when the environment is properly set. Look, Hong Kong used to have one of the most corrupt police forces in the world. Today, exact opposite. You can achieve that in Nigeria. Unfortunately, there's a certain situation with the collapse of culture in our country that authority is seen as the right to bully. Anybody who has authority in Nigeria or wears a uniform usually assumes that as a license to bully. And we must change that. The statement, the police is your friend, has to become real. Sometimes it's not quite so today, but we know that we have men in the police force who can be trained to appreciate and behave differently.
Maybe I should add this. You know, when you change the working environment of the police, a lot of things will change. You know about the broken window theory.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to the police stations in Nigeria and see how terribly bad that place is, people that come out from that environment cannot actually be so civil. We are going to improve their working conditions and working environment and their living conditions and living environment and their take-home pay. When all these things are put in place, they'll become happy. Then they will begin to protect the citizens. But when they are not properly taken care of, they prove their anger on the citizens. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, as a caller, another caller.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now let's talk about the clean up Nigeria. We know today. You ready to go?
Right.
Yeah, we know today that Nigeria is in a total mess. It's actually sitting on the precipice. Okay, let's take this caller. Hello, yeah.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Yes, the issue here is that those that don't have their PVC and they have been looking for PVC, how are they going to get their PVC?
Those that don't have their PVC, there's still a few days of grace.
Yes. I think we may need to put pressure on INEC. I don't see the reason why the PVC collection should end by 29th.
Yes.
Why can't it be extended to second week of February?
Well, you know, the original law actually allows you to be able to even register on a month to the election and then get your PVC. But as I often say, we tend to favor bureaucracy over democracy. However, let all of us make the effort as if our lives depend on it, because in truth, our lives depend on this.
Correct.
This is a watershed in our country's history. If we don't get rid of the old order, Africa will mock us, because the rest of Africa has managed to begin to get rid of these kinds of deities of corruption that we call political parties in their countries. Look at the last couple of elections. The outside candidates defeated the establishment candidates, whether it's Kenya, Lesotho, Botswana, Malawi, all of these places. It's Nigeria's turn to get rid of the old bad rubbish and have a new order. Okay, caller. Let's quickly.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we are discussing clean up Nigeria, I know many voters who would be interested in knowing whether the cleanup of the voters register is something we'll actually have confidence in, because that is what will encourage the voters to come out to vote, that there's integrity in the INEC register and the process. How are we sure that there are no compromises in this INEC voters register, as has been speculated in the news? Thank you.
The subject. And as citizens, I think it's the duty of all of us, including you, to put pressure on the system to ensure that the right thing is done. Okay, actually.
Yeah, so we're talking about cleaning the entire system in Nigeria, cleaning our mental system, cleaning our value system, cleaning Nigeria from corruption, from work without enterprise, and then bringing Nigerians to the consciousness that, look, there's need for a complete change. We need to sweep out the old order, the political bandits that have held Nigeria hostage, and then bring in a new order of leadership that is totally responsible to the people. So we're going to do a symbolic cleaning up on the 28th of January, Saturday, 28th of January, 2023, all across the country. It's going to be a mega one. In Lagos, we're expecting about 5 million people to participate in this cleanup exercise, where we're going to go to the streets and clean up the mess on the streets. While cleaning up the mess on the streets, we're using the opportunity to talk to Nigerians, to look at their current life today and see if they want a continuation of that. If they don't want a continuation of that, then they need to join us in both cleaning the garbage on the streets and cleaning the garbage of what we call today government. And getting them out of the way, throwing them into the dustbin, and then bringing in a new set of leadership that will bring the kind of life we want into the country. So every Nigerian should participate in that. Come out on Saturday. We have 4 locations where you can come out. Ikeja Under Bridge, and Surulere Stadium, Apple Junction in Amodofe, and then Jakonde in Victoria, Jakonde in Lekki. Come out there. There are going to be buses all over the place.
Same thing is happening in Abuja.
Abuja and all the states of the federal
state capital.
Come out, be part of the change, be part of this transformation. Nigeria, a new Nigeria is coming. Don't wait to hear this.
You know who captured the problems of Nigeria many, many years ago? It's Mahatma Gandhi in the 7 deadly social sins. Yes. Wealth without work. You look at our country, there's many people who want to be rich without working.
Or who are rich already.
Or who are rich. Yes. Politics without principles. If you look at what we call politics without principles. We look at religion without sacrifice. There's some people who just kalu religion. Religion is about sacrifice. There's a pastor here. He will explain to us because our freedom came from sacrifice. We look at science without conscience. Without morality. Pleasure without conscience. I'm getting old. All of these are
no more sacrifice.
But we cannot continue with those kinds of values. We need to have a country that is clean. We need to have politicians who are principled. We need to have business that
run on value.
Essentially does not make profit to come above the humanity of those they serve. We need all of those things to define our new moral code and a new country that we build. So, any of the Zoom people coming through? Another question. If not, I'm going to begin to wrap up this session. We're moving close to the end of these 12 hours of programming. We are proud that this is something that has never happened before in Nigeria. This first time allows a political party to bring its policies before the entire planet, analyze it, and challenge people to ask them questions about it. No political party in the history of this country has ever done what we have done today, and we feel good about it. This is the new Nigeria. A new Nigeria is possible. Yeah. So we have a couple of minutes to finish.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Please come.
Hello.
Quickly, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, this is Dr. Kocha.
From Saudi Arabia.
Yes, from Saudi Arabia, bro. Yes. Okay, my question is simply, it's easy to say, okay, let's revamp the educational system. But the major problem is the culture that has been set already, whereby education does not pay anymore. And I say this in a way because I have a nephew who I'm ready to train in the university. And he tells me, Uncle, I don't want to go to university. I want to just buy me a car. I want to be a driver. And I look at this young man, what is going on here? He said, all his friends that have gone to school, they've not gotten anything out of it. So the culture is a problem we may have to deal with rather than just revamping education. How are we going to change this that has come to stay, whereby education does not pay? A professor cannot take care of his the training of his children, because it's not earning enough. Whereas ones that don't go to school are making a lot of money. So how do we change this culture whereby education pays again?
But when you begin to put emphasis on competence, put premium on knowledge, put premium on what people can do, the values they are bringing to earn money, you begin to see a change and transformation. People begin to know that, look, this guy was employed or got this because of this, the solutions he's bringing, because of the knowledge he has and all that.
It's systemic.
But part of it is
systemic.
Yes, and Dr. Kacha, basically what's happening here, the culture, that when you, for example, start from the foundation, when the foundation is well built, and that is why that particular issue, if you say, oh, buy me a car, because you don't have the foundation.
One of his 7 deadly social sins I was going through is education without character. It's a deadly social sin. And part of what has happened is because character has been lost in providing education, people don't see the value of education quite as they should.
And it's also systemic in that sometimes the education needs to be skilled and relevant and practicable.
Exactly.
And the economy is not growing because it has been stifled by people who have held the economy by the jugular, such that by the time you've produced somebody of a certain skill, there's no room for them to express that skill. And you keep pushing them down all the time. And then a lot of people have made money without education. They made money through psychophancy. They've made money through corruption. They've made money through banditry. They've made money through all sorts of things. People kidnapping. A time in my church, some young people came to see me and I said, what do you want to become in the future? And they told me 4 things. Number 1, they said, I wanted to be a soldier. The other one said, I want to be an armed robber. The third one said, I want to be a Yahoo expert, and so on and so forth. Why? Because we have pushed our trajectory in that very, very unfair way. So we have to change
But the one thing they don't know is that people who make so-called money that way, very often never end well. And it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. So we have to revamp the whole thing. We have to change the thinking. There must be quality education that gives skill and that is relevant. We must get institutions involved in that. Secondly, there must be a growing economy of real production that is receiving the outcomes of our educational system.
Yeah, let's talk about the Zoom call that is coming through. See if this Zoom call will come through. Because the Zoom calls are...
Can you hear me?
Kindly unmute me.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Ujua Gomo.
Okay, I can go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, my name.
Oh, somebody else is asking.
No, go ahead.
Let's go ahead. Let's see your face if we can.
We can hear you. Make your comment.
Okay, in the absence of that, let me. I've been trying to.
I'm on the telephone. Okay, my question is twofold. The first one is, what is the plans for the Labour Party to ameliorate the PVC collection bottlenecks, especially in Lagos State? That's one. Number 2, do you guys have any plans for a war room so that Obedience Anywhere can send them contributions in terms of ideas to address real-time issues that need to be jumped upon? Thank you.
The second question, the answer is yes. The treasury is in place already. Technology, all set up, people to man, volunteers, all set up. The first one is we're just going to have to keep putting pressure. We've responded to that question previously, but we need your support in many ways. Contribute to a fund that will enable us put in place the things that will help all of those things happen. And whatever you can, wherever in the world you are, there are people who are dependent on you or who you know, who trust your judgment. Call them and say, volunteer, first for this kind of cleanup we're doing next Saturday. Second, for door-to-door canvassing of your neighbors. That day, wake up and knock on their doors and ask them to go and vote. And be a citizen monitor, an ambassador waiting to count the vote. Don't go away, and ensure that you police your vote appropriately. Yes, let the Zoom question come. We've had many run-ins with Zoom questions that didn't.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Come.
Okay, this is Dr. Agomo, Professor Tommy. Good evening. Good evening and good evening. And thank everyone I've listened. And I just want to just say thank you for what you are doing. Thank you also to our incoming president, by the grace of the Lord, for standing in here. And I just want to say this as a way to encourage him and encourage all of us. Not too long ago, I was at the airport with my husband, and some people were trying to ask for a bribe. And he goes, "We're obedient. We know they give shishi." Do you know that all of them began to say, "We know they collect shishi"? And it was such a fun, it was such a great thing about that sense of belonging. We are coming there, and I believe that all we need is to just have this change, and everyone will begin to move to the right direction. I am persuaded to believe that. So I just want to say this to encourage you, and I will tell you, many people are praying, many people are working hard, many people are doing all that they need to do. I believe we need it all. Prof, that's just what I want to tell you now. So no too much question, because you've answered so many of them already, and your team. Thank you, everyone.
Let's take back our country. A new Nigeria. Definitely.
Yes, it's possible.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So another caller. Okay. Come on. Please do come on. Tell us who you are, where you're calling from.
Hello. How are you?
We're thankful to the good Lord.
Okay. The program is very interesting. It's very cerebral. You guys have taken pain to analyze a lot of issues and educate Nigerians. I want to raise two critical points. I think early this week, it was on the news that the Labour Party is making efforts with INEC to upload all their agents across the country, and the INEC was about to be closed. So I don't know what effort you guys have made to resolve that issue. Then number two, what the senior man on red said, sincerity is what we need to drive leadership in this country. The man on navy blue on the other side is just waving the questions, answering the questions. As Nigerians, we are in a very precarious situation. We need to look in between the lines. Leadership is sincerity. What the problem we have in this country is leadership failure. And this set of politicians that are moving, respect for our uncle there, who has taken pain to ensure that this country goes good, and they have traveled around the world to ensure that things are working. Nigeria has a very fundamental problem. There's monumental poverty. There's hunger. There's educational failure. There's, as I'm talking to a music generator to power my house, there's electricity crisis. All segments of this country is in shambles. So we should be sincere. Whole project. People are committed. That's why you see 8% of the callers are calling diaspora, because they know what their siblings there in Nigeria are facing. They are in an organized crime where things are working, but they are bothered about their relations in Nigeria. Look at the level of killing. Look at where a priest was burnt in his house life. There's no day you listen to news in this country, you have negative news coming out from the system. It's so sad. If this government is going to form in them, I think we should be very sincere. We should be very realistic. We should come up with the options that will be able to drive this country. I'm not bothered because I'm about those generations that it's about living. What of the next feeder generation, our children's children? What legacy are we going to put in place for them? These are all the issues that are very important. But when you drive on the streets of Nigeria, you see that the roads are bad, you see the hectic situation, you see poverty on everybody's face. Nigerians are not happy. So the man with navy blue should be sincere when he's looking out his issues in answering questions, because this is a very serious issue and we are bothered about it. We have been watching this program this morning. I've not moved out of my house. I've committed to this project. So you guys should be very ready. I trust the prof there. I also trust the pastor. I trust the elder man there. We should be serious. Even Peter Obi himself is serious. Look at the vice president, Datti Baba Ahmed. That's the best vice president we have ever got in the history of this country. He's not been elected though, but you see transparency, you see sincerity in his focus, in his face. So these are all the issues.
We should try to move this country to the next level. So the next generation here on board and those behind us that are not joining Yahoo will be very serious to get out of the situation.
By the way, just an aside thing, if you look, you can see God's hand in this whole thing. You know, in the way that an organic movement of the people found a P2B, you can see the way Obi-Datti, Baba Ahmed was found, the kind of person that he is. But I think God is ready to get Nigeria going in the right direction. I think we must be thankful.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been praying, you know, and when people pray, God seems to respond, and he responds into their hearts. You know, somebody was calling me from some part of Nigeria today. He said, we need this, we need that. Say, we don't need money. We don't need, nobody's asking for money. He says, I've never seen something like this before. Just send us materials. The people are ready to work. You see, this is time. It's time for sincerity. It's time for truth. It's time for honesty. It's time for us to tell ourselves the truth in Nigeria. One of the problems in Nigeria is that we don't tell ourselves the truth. We know good from bad, we know bad from good, but because of our own personal interests, because of our self-centeredness, because of our selfishness, we keep deceiving one another, and then we keep complaining that the country is going down. If you don't want the country to go down, rise up and you speak the truth.
Yeah, and one truth we have to tell ourselves now is that it's time for a break.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many on the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the bucket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before, a leader that can stem the tide and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we cannot afford to ignore. He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, he can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
I bless to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I bless to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I bless to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I bless to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. Hey, Obi-Datti movement, the movement for better Nigeria. Obi-Datti, yeah, yeah, the movement for better Nigeria. Obi-Datti movement, yeah, movement for better tomorrow. Obi-Datti, yeah, the movement for better tomorrow. If not pretty, you will not get them more. If not vision, you will not get them more, yeah. Obi-Datti, yeah, yeah, yeah. Obi-Datti movement, yeah, movement for better economy. Obi-Datti, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Nigeria go rise again, yeah. Giants Africa go rise again, yeah. We go follow Obi-Datti, go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Oh, hey. Obi-Datti next, Obi-Datti next. Focus, come on. Obi-Datti, hey. Come on. Obi-Datti move. Yeah, yeah. I go vote to Peter Obi. Oh, Sarah. Vote to Peter Obi. Igbo. Vote to Peter Obi. Yoruba. Vote to Peter Obi. Middle Belt. I go vote to Peter Obi. South Side. We go vote to Peter Obi. Everybody here. Vote Peter Obi for president. Labour Party 2023. This message is powered by the Big Tent Diaspora Support Group.
I know I've been in this studio since absolutely. Good evening, everyone watching. Okay, some people are even watching from abroad. Safe. If it be afternoon there, some people never wake up from sleep. So for Nigeria, we don't the time don't reach to sleep. Some of us are already sleeping. My name is Baba the Baba. For those of you who don't know me, they call me the master storyteller. I'm here for our man, the man of the people. So it's time for Nigerians to start telling the same stories people abroad are telling us. Because the Nigerians when they're abroad, they deceive us. So any small thing, I told one of my friends that I was rushing home, say rain they fall, make a pack cloth. He said, you mean you are rushing home to go and pack your clothes? It can't happen abroad. So he said the government will go and pack clothes for you. Because Nigerians, they will make us believe that the government, they do everything. Don't say you never chop. Because you mean you are hungry, a citizen, you are hungry. Abroad government will give you food. My soup sour one, that time my guy say I go somewhere, I don't fit come back house. He said, you mean the government allowed your soup to sour? So we need the government that will be helping us warm soup. So when they tell this story, when we were there abroad, they tell us. And they wonder, the same person go tell you, everything there is working. More than they go, they call you, say, when you find them money. But to say you say money food is abroad. So, Nigeria will get to that level where everybody will start enjoying. They just finished the segment of education. School of these days don't spoil. My son went to school, came back home, and was telling me that the teacher flogged him. I said, teacher, flog you? I thought it was a normal talk. If you do anyhow, they flog you. He said, teacher, flog. I said, my auntie flog. I said, calm down. I didn't know that now, if they flog you now, you go school, go fight. Parents now go to school to fight. When they flog your child, you go to school. You're not supposed to flog a child. And the school will sack that teacher. School don't spoil. Oh. During our days, I attended Army Cantonment Secondary School at Ikeja. Those days, every school must have a flogging teacher. Any school that didn't have a flogging teacher was not a good school. We used to have Mr. Wolabi. Oh God, Mr. Wolabi can flog for what does not concern him. If you see Mr. Wolabi in the morning and you greet him, good morning, sir. You go say, how are you? How was your night? He said, fine. You now pass him and greet another teacher. Good morning. You know, put sir. Come here. Why didn't you put sir for him? Say, it's not your sir. Shut up. He go flog you. If Obolabi flog you, you go call your mama. He go flog him. I don't know. Obolabi had flogged. Those days we used to have Christian fellowship and Muslim fellowship. I don't know if they still have it now, secondary schools. Our Muslim fellowship teacher, leader, I don't know what the guy did to Olabi. Olabi flogged this guy. Let the boy shout, Jesus. Olabi said, la, 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 la. You change your religion? Lie down. He flogged him again. You know, since those days we used to do, the man used to teach us inter-science. Now make a notebook, inter-science. So you must know book. If you like don't know inter-science, we don't know him. You know, the man used to teach us on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursday. So sometimes if you can't teach you Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, can't ask you on Thursday, you don't know him. The man don't flog us. He can't be say he can't born again. The man no can't flog us too much. He can't give you letter to Christ. Can't turn Tuesday to Judgment Day. And when I go to church, pastors are saying, Judgment Day is coming. Judgment Day. I have seen it. I have seen it. On Judgment Day, every Tuesday morning, he will come to the class. Now, you want to ask us questions. What you don't teach us before we don't forget. Because today, we want to do one short topic. Very short. Not be talking too much. Not be. Today, we'll be doing reproduction. Your current time for board, reproduction. And those days, we used to have students, they were too brilliant, not to write for that board, not anything to write there, they know them. That's where they go lesson. Once he just wrote it reproduction, they'll start shaking their those people they bear. They can bear. Teacher will just look them. All I do look them. Out of 80 students, because they get just as one A and B. A 40 students, B 40. So inside one class will be 80. Inside these 80 students, only 10 they go lesson. So those people they go lesson, they know book, not to write for, but they know them. So you can ask you, if you know it, stand up. Out of 80 students, only 10 will stand up. You say, if you know it, come here. If you have heard of it before, but you don't know it, come here. If you have not heard of it in your life, come this side. We, Mumu, will come this side. You can ask people, what is reproduction? For an ear, we know the ear. They have to define. You can say clap, you must clap. Oh, you know here, you must clap. Now, all of them go call define and they get them. You can ask them, where were you taught? These people, they will never remember his class. They go say, lesson. Well, because say, you mean you were taught in lesson? Go and bring your notes. They go bring notes. They go come check and see they did their notes. They go say, you lie down. You can't flog the 10-10. Now, they know it. They know it. But it's flogging them 10-10. Now, you that don't know it, you have the right to open your eyes and watch it. Flogging people that know it, you are dead. Now, see, they flog them, you can't know them. Man, can't get power. As they flog it, your head will go to reset. Reproduction, reproduction, reproduction. Production, when you produce something. Reproduction, when you produce it again. No. Interscience is human being. How do they produce human being? And so your head go there, catch fire. Now, as you don't flog them finish, you can't call me. Baba the Baba. Do you now know it? I say something like that. You can ask, what is reproduction? You know, those days, every teacher I love it. If you want to define something, you start with, it is a process whereby, hey, every teacher I love that thing, man. And I said, with confidence, so reproduction is a process whereby reproduction is a process. Us, everybody clap. As they clap, I go sit down. You say, hey, come here. It's a process of what? Say, sir. I said, I don't know. Like that. He go flog me. You know, things, you know, that is sweet. But now, that make you enjoy it. That make you not even fear fire again, because things I've seen in that school. The children these days are not even strong again. Any small thing. You know, if you flog Pekin, like carry typhoid. Typhoid, where the tea water supposed to give you. Then they give them now. So, if you check our women these days, I've realized that Nigerian women don't like made in Nigerian products again. Check their hair. Brazilian hair. Cambodian hair, Peruvian hair, Indian hair. Now, if you ask them, why all this foreign hair? They will say, it is real human hair. I beg, on a hair, animal hair. Check their shirts made in Turkey, shoe Italian leather, phone London use, even to cook soup, Cameroon pepper. Waiting Nigerian product do now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Baba the Baba. It's nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Baba the Baba, for capping that up with your comedy. It's about that time where we draw the curtain on today's Obi-Datti Global Fundraising event. It's been an amazing day, and of course, We'd like to thank every one of you who has been up with us all day riding on this journey. We cannot thank you enough. To all our members, our participants on Zoom, to all our participants on our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, of course, YouTube. Thank you for all of your comments. And I'm sure you were very excited when our incoming president for Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, made answers to your questions. We are super excited about it, and thank you so very much. And yeah, thank you for sending your big donations to the Big Tet account. And thanking, of course, Professor Tommy for convening all of us here today. We'd like to also encourage you that aside this, you can also make your donations after this event. You can make your donations, Nigerians in diaspora, Nigerians in Nigeria. You'll just make use of the barcode, and of course, make use of the FCMB and EcoBank account. So it's a good day to call it a day, and we will see you at the eventual announcement. But before then, I will be signing out. I am your host, Amazing Adeboye, but we have a word for you. So back to you, Prof.
Well, thank you, Adeboye. What a splendid and spectacular job of work you have done today. But we're not going yet. It's just that we're changing transmission points. The diaspora kicking. I have waiting on the East Coast of the United States a doctor who is very obedient. Dr. Udo is going to moderate the next segment of this. Dr. Cornelia Udo, who is an ophthalmologist, has lined up on the US side entertainers, other physicians, to give a diaspora perspective of where we're going. And she will take it from here to the end of the telethon. Can we please go America? I want to thank you from the Nigerian end. What a wonderful day. But God's own country waves to us. And this is God's own other country saying, take over.
My fellow Nigerians, once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again, perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Election
All right,
coming.
I need to
You cannot
start.
call yourself for now the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pekin. With LP, sit down near Gidigba. Now you go see for the paper where they take the vote, where they call ballot paper. You know,
We gotta start.
Only the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pekin. Now you go see you. Even self, you know, go see Peter Obi or Yusuf-Datti Baba Ahmed for the paper. Now the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pekin. Now you go look for the paper. You go see many logo, your own and our own. Now the one when you get Papa, Mama, and Pekin with LP when you stand near and Gidigba. Now there you go put your hand, take vote. When you put your finger for ink finish, JJJ put them for the box. So make you put them inside the box. No let them touch line. Oh. If you match line, you don't fail. Oh.
Yeah, what do I do to start?
Party. vote Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti.
What do I start? What do I do to start? I've been waiting for you guys. You know, you have to give me the code. Oh, okay. All right, I'm here. I've started. Please allow Dr. Cordelia Udo. Yeah. What do I do to start? Yeah, they can't let me start. I need to start. Okay, how do I start? Video. I did that, but I did. I have unmuted myself. Okay. Yeah, somebody's not doing. I have unmuted myself. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The countdown. Okay. All right. Hello. Good evening. Can they see me? Can they hear me? Can you see me and can you hear me? Yes, I am Dr. Cordelia Udo, speaking to you. I'm coming from Pennsylvania, United States. I'm bringing in some of my colleagues to share the evening with you and help you with the fundraising, and also lay out some of the things that we're passionate about. And I will start by lifting in some bullet points from Peter Obi's speeches over the months. I can't sleep because I know what to do. I have gone around the 36 states of the country like I have gone around 31 countries of the world. I know the problems of Nigeria and I know I can fix them easily because I can see them, I can fix them. Peter Obi. Hunger takes people to the streets. Job and food will obviously take them out of crimes. That's my specialty, creating jobs and wealth. Nigeria must move beyond oil. We must move from consumption to production nation. Peter Obi. I have not come out for myself. I have come out for the millions of youths that are losing hope in our beloved country. I have come out for the millions of women who are afraid of tomorrow and what it holds for them and their children. I have come out for the poor who are asking whether it's a sin to be a Nigerian. For them, I have come. Peter Obi. For people who are asking if Peter Obi has structure, what structure is bigger and stronger than the collective will of the masses on whose necks the knees of the politicians have been? What structure is greater than the determination of a people who have at least decided to take back their country, their only country? I would dismantle the current structure of criminality. Peter Obi. The battle for the rescue of the soul of Nigeria has just begun, and we must all contribute and participate in it. Peter Obi. Yes, we may not have the money to share, but we didn't steal any. We have come to enslave. We have not come to enslave, but to serve. Peter Obi. Have you imagined somebody giving you money to help you? Bribing you to go and serve you? It's wisdom to go for a permanent solution than a temporary remedy. Peter Obi. This battle is to help Nigerian youths
market women, struggling families, students, teachers, farmers, old and poor, whose hopeless looking faces I see everywhere I go. It's for these people that I, Peter Obi, have come. However, like a drowning man, they must bring out their hands to be saved, Peter Obi. In this battle, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. If you can't crawl, roll. If you can't roll, shout. By all means, we must be on the move and we must be hard. I would rather lose doing the right thing than win doing the wrong thing. Peter Obi. These people are more than 50 million of the Nigerian voting adults. They have the power. Their destiny is in their hands, so they can change it. If they will it, they will win it. Peter Obi. Remember, the man with energy will always be at the mercy of the man with strategy based on synergy. With God on our side, we shall not fail and we shall not fall. May God help us. God bless Nigeria, Peter Obi. Vote Peter Obi, vote Labour Party LP for better Nigeria. I will read out what the power of one vote. The power of one vote. Your one vote plus my one vote plus every other person's one vote are all we need to seize Nigeria from the controllers of these structures of criminality. Recall they put Nigeria and Nigerians in this quagmires since 1999. So let's freely give each of our one vote to Gregory Peter Obi of Labour Party, LP, and make Nigeria great again. Aren't you surprised that in 1649, one vote caused Charles I of England to be executed? In 1776, one vote gave America the English language instead of German language. In 1845, one vote brought Texas into the Union. In 1868, one vote saved President Andrew Johnson from impeachment. In 1875, one vote changed France from a monarchy into a republic. In 1923, one vote gave Adolf Hitler the leadership of the Nazi Party. And in 2019, one vote from Senator John McCain saved Obamacare from Donald Trump's ass. Who knows? If your one vote is what is required to make a difference, which will change the course of Nigerian history, the power of one vote is a civil imperative that can transform the future of Nigeria positively. You can make Nigeria great again by voting wisely. Go collect your PVC. Know the logo of Labour Party, Mama, Papa, Pekin, and where you must cast your vote to become part of the great historic event this year, 2023. No polling unit on social media. Be actively involved. Vote LP, vote Peter Obi. At this point, I have actually, let me declare what I'm contributing. I am donating 700,000 of small Labour Party stickers, 100,000 of larger Labour Party stickers, and 4,000 of laminated ballot papers. They've they're shipping them to Abuja to, what's his name? Mike, the architect Mike Morfo, the admin, okay? So the next person to talk will be our only high chief, Patience, Dr. Patience Onoha. How do I unmute her? Is she on? Let me see, is High Chief on? If she's not on, can we start? Is Chisom, the singer, on? Can we unmute these people?
I'm here, yes.
Oh, okay. You can take the floor and start your singing. Let's have some entertainment.
Sure.
While our High Chief will start to get ready after this.
Okay. My name is Chisom Orji. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I have 8 albums to my credit by the grace of God. And I have this original.
Can we have a video?
It's a difficult time in Nigeria, with many at the verge of giving up. Our dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent leader, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like
I cannot put on the video.
A leader that can stand
And it's not letting me to.
study the shoot. His name is
because your video is blocked.
Yeah, somebody has to unblock it.
Can someone unblock? Can someone let her show the video so you guys can see her?
He can be trusted. When the chips are down, you can count on him. His track records cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable. A vote for Peter.
Please, can you give the video? Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, son. You are ready.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited. Yes. My name is Chisom Orji. I'm a gospel singer-songwriter from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And it's indeed a great pleasure to do this original composition for His Excellency P2B. And the title of the song is Arise, P2B. There is a great man that we know. There is a great personality that we know. A man so intelligent, respectful, humble, and different. A man so much endowed with great knowledge, wisdom, and strength. His Excellency P2B, you are a chosen man for us. Mr. Obedient, you are a favored man of God. Mr. Peter the Rock, you are the Moses of a time. You will succeed. I know we have been through so many troubles. We have encountered so many challenges. We have faced so many storms of life. But we know all these are temporary. As we stand and fight for a freedom, we will emerge undefeated, unstoppable, victorious, and we shall rise again. P2B, you are the Moses over time. Miss Obedient, can you take us to that promised land? Mr. Water the Rock, can you lead us to the promised land? You will succeed. I can hear the sounds of sorrow. I can feel the pains of frustration. I can hear the cries of helplessness and defeat. So many dead bodies lying around. So much bloodshed in this country. So many childless, motherless, fatherless, widows, widowers, dreams shattered, lives killed. P2B, can you save us, oh man of God? Mr. Obedient, can you take us to the promised land? Mr. Peter the Rock, you are the chosen man for generation. You will succeed. Now arise and take your place. Can you stand up and take your position? We will support you. We will vote for you. We will stand by you, and you shall be victorious. P2B, Even one chineke gozira gozinu. Mr. Obedient. Even one chineke siteranyo. Mr. Peter the Rock. Even one chineke buliterel. Igadi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, the next speaker is our only one and only High Chief, Dr. Patience Onoha. Is she on? Can she be muted, please? Meanwhile, Chisom, you rock. Thank you. But meanwhile, if you have another song, you can start until they get the
My fellow Nigerians,
High Chief.
Once in every 4 years, we're
Where is
given an
High Chief?
opportunity
Please,
to end our pains or recycle it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end corruption or renew it. Once in every 4 years, we're given an opportunity to end poverty or reactivate it. That opportunity is here again. Perhaps the most important in the next 4 years. Will you use it to take back Nigeria or sell it for selfish reasons? My fellow Nigerians, you can't vote in a tired person and expect a vibrant administration. You can't vote in mediocrity and expect excellence in return. We are in a defining moment with only one credible candidate on the presidential ballot. We checked him out and he checked out. His track records are commendable. His knowledge of the North, South, East, and West is second to none. He's a force whose time has come. My fellow Nigerians, I present to you the man of the moment. His name is Peter Gregory Obi, a man that will defend us, not a man we will spend another 4 years defending. A man that will manage our resources well, and not a man we will have to manage again. Vote Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party for president.
Picture of IPOB. Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in the space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, we have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. We have created.
I gave you a list
level of massive poverty.
You can unmute them.
63% of your population.
Also, let them show their
poor. You're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister.
She is on as Zoom user. Zoom user.
Unemployment.
Oh, she's a Zoom user?
Okay,
yes.
In their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15%
I think she's on now.
unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering.
Okay,
I will talk and discuss with all agitators.
Finally.
People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them.
All right, go on. So our next speaker is High Chief Dr. Patience Onoha.
Greetings all, greetings all, greetings all. And my name is High Chief Dr. Patience Onoha, the Adamej Relamne, one of Ihiagwa, Omeron Hatu, or the Oko Namba. I hail from the town of Ihiagwa, from the village of Umuchima, Ihiagwa, Owerri West. And I live currently in the state, and a medical practitioner now for 20 years. Why am I here today? I am a co-lead organizer with my dear friend, secondary school classmate, a colleague, the one and only Dr. Udo Ezenwang. Now, we have joined hands in the quest of going through to get a vibrant and a new Nigeria. Everyone, it doesn't take anything to convince anybody that we are tired of what has been going on. We want a new and vibrant government that will lead us to our destination. We are very enchanted. We are very up there to do the best we can do for our country. Now, we started all this because of an educational engagement by Mr. Peter Obi. And that was all scheduled in December 10th. And then another Zoom meeting, December 24th. The momentum, though things didn't pack well the way we wanted, but the momentum is still very high because Mr. Peter Obi is one of a kind. Actually, it's a Messiah that had been sent by Heavenly Father, by some kind of force, because it's time for a change. It's time for us to snatch Nigeria from the evil politicians that have rigged a country of who they are. Nigeria is a filthy rich country, a country that we really are always very proud of. And even wherever we find ourselves, they know it. We are very intelligent anywhere we go. We are go-getters. We have work ethic anywhere, whether United States, UK, anywhere want to really employ Nigeria. So why are we in the pit hole? Where are we? Please, everybody rise up and vote for this man, Mr. Peter Obi, Labour Party. The educational engagement is not about politics. It's about Mr. Peter Obi calling up on the diaspora to see what they can do for their country. And that actually invokes the spirit of an iconic US president, Mr. J.F. Kennedy. He says, look for what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. Because once you start doing that, you will arise to be the greatest of all the greatest. Now, for me, why am I here today? A tree cannot make a forest. There are a lot of me out there. I'm a medical practitioner, but also I've been called and been honored as a renowned philanthropist. You know, one other writer has said, life is not so in vain as long as you can sweeten another person's pain. Myself, I do a lot for my village, my town of Ihiagwa. But you know, the impact I really want to create, I'm not seeing it because of a lot of restraints, you know, issues with security, issues with bad road. My home country, my hometown, Ihiagwa, in 2010, the whole secondary school collapsed. And even the government at that time were trying to use the land for something else instead of helping the indigents. I poured out everything I have to rescue that secondary school. And everything is like a bandwagon, everybody joined in and followed through. And now we have a secondary school up and running, you know, in no time. And this is why, in case you wonder why I'm called Adan Mejira Alanaya, one of Ihiagwa. I'm not looking for anything for me. I'm looking for the future generation. I have an NGO called Impacting, the motto is impacting life for generation to come. For generation to come. If it's for me, I will not look for anything. I'm looking at our young youth. When I look at them, I don't know what to do, but do the best I can do. But we have very bad security, very bad road. I have actually established a skill acquisition center. It cannot run without a good security. It cannot run without a good road. And all this corruption, I believe we have gotten a really message, we have gotten an answer, because Mr. Peter Obi is a no-nonsense human being. He's a human being out of this world. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know what is gonna happen to Nigeria. We cannot sink any lower than we are today. We cannot.
Hi,
so
Chief. Make it,
yes.
Wrap up. They said we
Yes,
have
yes.
only 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I have farmland, that can be used to provide a lot of opportunity, a lot of jobs, and that's what we need. For me, I need security. I need roads, for the entire Nigeria, good roads, good security, and good employment for our people, because crime will not know us, because issues like this push people to do certain things they shouldn't be doing. Thank you. I have donated a lot, quite a bit, over $10,000 to educational engagement, which is non-political. I need to make that clear. So today I'm supporting the Labour Party with $1,000. Thank you. We should ride on.
Did you say 1,000 or 1 million?
No, 1 million, I'm sorry. 1 million naira. Thank you for that correction. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Peter Obi and the Labour Party, and we must move on, and the time is here. And congratulations, you have actually won. Congratulations.
Thank you, High Chief. The next person, please give us time. The next person is Josephine, because you know her. You need to hear her and follow that. Once she's finished, she will make her donation. And then there will be 2 people that will sort of talk on what she's reporting, because she was heartbroken this morning. She called to tell me what was happening in Imo State. People sending money. So she will tell you. Please unmute her. Is Josephine in? Joe Onoha, are you there? Can you label your name so I can see you?
She's labeled as Josephine iPhone, I believe.
Yeah, but she's unmuted. She can talk. Joe? Yeah, hold on.
It's a difficult time in Nigeria.
She's logged out again.
On the verge of giving up.
Our
dear nation is bleeding out, bleeding from the eyes, bleeding from the heart, and bleeding from the pocket. Our nation is in dire need of a competent, a leader that can rise to the occasion and take charge like never before. A leader that can stand the time and steady the ship. His name is Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party. He is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Maybe you take another person, take the next person.
He has a blueprint that understands our pain. When the stakes are high, when the chips are down, you can count on him. His track record cannot be disregarded. His level of excellence and sagacity cannot be overlooked. He is competent, dependable, and reliable.
Please unmute Mr. Ephraim Jacobs.
bring this up, but it's a recurring decimal. The cost of governance in Nigeria is way too high and we cannot afford it. The cost of the civil service, the cost of the National Assembly. If we saved some money and added to what Dr. Teriba has said, we will start to build up our revenues. On the other hand, we do have a lot of idle assets. Railway lines, silos for grain storage, refineries, all kinds of things that we can monetize if we concession them out and get the private sector to get involved in their utilization, their refurbishment, and so many other things like that.
Mr. Ifran is about to take the floor
to let us know that we are on a ship moving and going somewhere.
We're going to have asset registry.
Huh? Yeah,
These are some of the things we want to deal with as quickly as possible. So we know the assets of the country and ensure that they all put into production. Remember that I said we're going to move it from consumption to production. All assets must be productive. No assets will again, and I can tell you to make it productive, we are going to remove it from government to private sector driven. I'm not talking about transactional private sector driven. No. Tell you private sector driven.
Yeah. Well, how come they can't
cost
start?
Of governance?
The video.
I don't need to tell you more about cost of governance.
Yeah, they're showing the video.
Let's go and verify what happened in Anambra.
Is Josephine Amoha there?
That is all I can tell you. I'm
yeah, but I think she can unmute herself. I don't know why she's not being able to unmute herself.
Please, can you
tell me apply in government?
Is Ephraim there? Please stop.
Election don't come again.
I think Josephine is
not do yourself for the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pikin. We help sit down near Gidigba. Now you go see for the paper where they take the vote, where they call ballot paper. You no go see Labour Party. No let the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pikin. Now you go see even self, you no go see Peter Obi or Obi-Datti Baba Ahmed for the paper. Now the logo of Papa, Mama, and Pikin. Now you go look for the paper. You go see many logo, your own and our own. Now the one when you get Papa, Mama, and Pikin with LP when you stand near and Gidigba. And there you go put your hand in. When you put your finger for it finish, JJ put them for the box. So make you put them inside the box. No let them touch line. If you match line, you don't fail. Vote LP, Labour Party. Vote Peter Obi and Obi-Datti Baba Ahmed. Vote Papa.
Make you go check the record. Obi. From consumption to production.
Okay. Josephine, start to talk. Start to talk, Joe.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Josephine Ngozo Noha. I have a pleasure to be on this forum, and I'm so happy with what is going on now. But I have a lot of concerns because I spoke to some people in Nigeria because I'm trying to promote P2B campaign. I spoke to some people, and what I'm hearing from some of them, there's a lot of insecurity going on now, and there's a lot of ringing of the election. One woman who is the leader of CWO informed me yesterday that some people, I don't know where those people are coming from, are giving them money, asking them to give them the PVC, their NIN, their BVN, and also the account information. And they'll be telling you where you can cast your vote. And they'll ask you to cast your vote here. And whenever you do that, your vote does not count again. So how are we going to make sure that we reach out to those rural areas to make sure that this will not continue? If the election is going to be free and fair, we know that P2B has won the election, and there's no doubt about it. But I'm so scared about the rumors and the news I'm getting from 3 different people. You know, this is a big concern. So how are we going to address these issues? Thank you.
Can you pledge what you're giving them, please?
Okay, I'm pledging to give in dollars $3,000.
Thank you, my sister. So $3,000. Later on, you guys can show your dollar account.
Okay.
Can Udedie, Clem Okoji, and Mr. Martin, can you unmute and talk about this? They seem to have a little insight, and then the panels are there. If you know what to do, what to educate us about this fear, at least educate us so that we can tell them in Nigeria when they tell us these stories. So Clem Okoji and Martin Ebwe, please unmute them so they can comment on this.
Let me go first then. My name is Martin Egbe. I live in the suburb of Dallas. From my understanding and from my profession as a network security engineer, I don't see any concern when it relates to the beavers' usage in this election. The only entity that can rig this election is the INEC themselves if they choose to. But as far as the collection of people's PVC card is concerned, the only thing that can affect or take effect is that you have just robbed them from their ability to vote, because without their PVC card, they can't vote. But the PVC card cannot be manipulated. The beavers cannot be manipulated except for, like I said before, the INEC. So I don't see any problem with the election. This election and the Electoral Act is going to be the only significant contribution Buhari
Can you turn on your video? Do you have your video?
I don't think I can turn on the video.
Okay, continue. Just make it another 30 minutes. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I think I'm okay. Let's see.
Okay, here you go.
There we are. Okay. Yes. Like I was saying about the beavers is almost impenetrable. Nothing is impossible, but I'll give the security of the beavers a minimum of 99.9%. The 0.1%, I don't see where the technology is there to break that beavers. Your fingerprint cannot be replicated by somebody else. Your picture is there. You're going to be registered before you vote. So I don't see any problem with the beavers. And as far as getting information from your wards and your precincts or whatever, have them use their cell phone to send you evidence. Without evidence, everything we are saying is nothing. That's all I have to say for now.
Is Clem Okoji around, please? Jump in on this topic. Is Clem there? Can you unmute Clem? Unmute Clem, please. Her hand is up. Please unmute Clem. Oh boy, I tell you, that is the problem here.
Dr. Cordelia, you are also a co-host. You can do the unmuting yourself.
I tried, I couldn't.
Really?
Clem, they said for you to unmute yourself. They have sent you something to unmute yourself. Okay, is Ephraim Jacobs, can you unmute your own self and talk? So we will move on. Ephraim Jacob, where are you? Can you
already can we get another song from Chisom, please?
Please, this is not working out well for us here. They give you this co-host, but you can't unmute anybody. Okay. You can't unmute anybody.
That's not good.
Please, can you unmute Clem Okoji? Oh, okay. Okay, you've made them co-hosts. They can unmute themselves. Huh? Yeah. So, Clem and Ephraim, you've been given a co-host status. Unmute yourselves. God. Okay. Is Steve Soniwobo online? Wow. Well, can you guys tell us about what has just been mentioned by the topic that Josephine Onoa had just raised, the concern that she raised? I wonder if the panels, do they know more about this? How do we advise our folks in Nigeria with such news? So
Hi, Dr. Cordelia. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
yeah, can I just say one thing because this is our turn? I'm gonna move on and talk about certain things that have been brought up, okay? Let me see. Gee. I can't even put my video on. Oh, hold it. Well, yes, Dr. Wampa, what do you,
So hi everybody, thank you. I wasn't really expecting to say anything, but since the other panelists were not able to unmute. So I think that Mr. Martin Egbe is very right about the beaver's ability to be almost impenetrable. What we have to remember is that after you are verified, then you are given a paper ballot to vote. So that is where we need the citizen community to keep their eyes. So they're getting these cards and they're collecting these names and people so they know who they can influence. So it is critical that our polling unit people, the right people, are there protecting that vote, so that after you've been verified by the machine, you do not get influenced. I got muted. Sorry. So that is really the point. They are able to get this information so they can carry people along and go ahead and do influencing. So we must protect the vote, because even if you don't break BVAS, you have a database of people that you feel might be inducible. And that is why, even if you're not voting, you must be present to protect the vote. Thank you.
Okay, let me run through some of this.
Sorry, we lost.
Some of the statistics I've had along the way regarding our country, our beloved country, Nigeria, from listening to our Excellency Peter Obi. Nigeria has the highest number of poor people. It used to be India, they said. Nigeria has the highest unemployed young adults. Nigeria has the highest out-of-school children. Nigeria has the highest number of people who are being kidnapped. Nigeria has the highest healthcare and skilled professionals who are living in masses to other countries, including going to other African countries, especially doctors and nurses. Nigeria trains them and then they leave. And of course, we've always known that Nigeria is among the highest corrupt country on earth. And Nigeria has the highest medical tourism among the third world nations. Oh, Clem, are you there? Now you can take the floor.
Okay, is somebody hearing me?
Yes, we are.
I'm excited to be here. Hello, fellow Nigerians. My name is Lady Clem Okoji. I'm a nurse practitioner in Pennsylvania. I'm part of the lead members of the Dr. Udo's engagement, educational engagement. My contribution, will I say it will be a question. I believe in women empowerment, and so here you go. We have seen how female workforce contribute greatly to the progress of nations, as well as bridging inequalities. His Excellency, please, somebody needs to take this to him. Is your administration going to create an affirmative action towards the priority employment of women in the workforce and in leadership positions like it is presently in Rwanda? And as to the concern of Josephine, yes, we have to send people to the grassroots to walk the walk. That's all. So is it possible? It is possible that what she reported is happening now. So the Labour Party needs to work hard. They have to mobilize the young adults, get in and fish out and see how it will work to stop whatever that is going on with the voting until the said voting date. And so on behalf of my family, I know